Good morning and welcome to Teesside Karting for round number 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner-Driver Sprint Series. I'm David Sullivan, alongside me will be Tom Butterworth for the races later on today. Qualifying is underway. We have one more session of senior pro karts to come at the end of this one, and then we'll be away and racing with the first of our heats, which will start with Bambinos. We'll then move on to junior pro karts, cadets, junior and mini rotax together with senior rotax following, and then senior pro karts rounding out the cycle of heats. We'll have heats 1 and 2 prior to a short lunch break, and then we will come back for heats number 3 and the finals this afternoon for round number 4. Yesterday we enjoyed a great day of racing for round number 3 here for the double header, and if that's anything to go by, today will be just as good. Fantastic grids all the way through. I think we've nearly got 30 signed on for the cadet class, so looking forward to a wonderful day here at the Teesside National Circuit in Middlesbrough. And, it won't be too long actually before we're back here at the start of August for the British 24-hour race. The weather forecast for the moment seems to be a lot better than what it looked to be a couple of days ago. Currently warm out there with a little bit of cloud cover overhead, the sun not quite breaking through just yet, but hopefully we'll see that later on in the day. Track temperature still high for time of day. First the rotax qualifying session is just drawing to a close, and then we'll have the senior pro karts out. Another bumper grid of senior pro karts, and they were fantastic yesterday with Josh Volkers and Connor Lucas being joined by Aaron Alexander and Scott Tate at the front of the pack to make a quartet at the front. It really mixed it up, and it was a fantastic day of racing here at Teesside. We are around about 15 minutes away from the first race of the day, which will, as you saw earlier, be our Bambino class. They are getting so much better. In fact, we've got an interview with our Bambino pole sitter, which once again went the way of our O-plate Edward Haynes.
Okay, we're here with Edward Haynes, pole sitter again for the second day in a row. Congratulations, Edward. How did you find the circuit out there today?
It was really hot, and it was really grippy, so it was pretty good to do a good lap time.
And how are your hands after the session? Do you still feel good? Feel strong?
Yeah, perfectly fine. I could probably get a little bit better lap time.
Okay, well, you did a fantastic lap so far. You should be really, really happy with that. What other championships are you racing in? And tell us a little bit about the chassis as well and things like that.
It's a right chassis, and it's really good. But at Wilton Mill, it's cracked.
Yeah, so we run a right chassis, and what Edward's saying is that Wilton Mill, one of our chassis broke, but that's now being repaired, and we have 2 chassis, so we have a backup for this weekend anyway. And we use Soissons. Leon at Soissons does our engines and does a great job for us.
Okay, brilliant stuff. What are your hopes for the rest of the day? Do you think you can clean sweep the whole day again like yesterday?
Yeah, pretty much. I probably could.
Great stuff. Well, good luck, Edward. Hope you have a really great day.
Edward Haynes there, our pole sitter in the Bambino class, and a fantastic day for him yesterday, winning 2 heats and a final. Bobby Pete, the only driver to compete with him yesterday, aboard the number 53, who won heat number 1, and then heats 2, 3 and the final went the way of Edward Haynes, and fantastic day for him. Mentioned there about his kart, currently also leads the Super 1 Championship, and carrying that form straight into the meeting here at Teesside. As you can see on the screen, the final qualifying section of the morning is out on track. First one out, the number 38, Aaron Alexander, the current junior pro kart champion, moves up into the senior class and qualified yesterday morning on pole position, albeit in a wet dry session. Went out early to set the benchmark and as the rain came down, nobody was able to beat the time of Aaron Alexander, who marked that by taking his first victory in Senior Pro Kart, a flag-to-flag victory aboard that number 38. First weekend in the Haas kart, making the move from the right chassis. As you can see there from the camera right down at South Bank, you can see the undulations of that first chicane that aren't always evident from other camera angles. It rises up into the middle of the corner, drops a little bit off camber before then hooking the drivers right round the national loop. Down the other end of the circuit, you see Aaron going round the banked right-hander of South Bank before taking a right-hander into hairpin number 3. The circuit doubles back on itself into the left-hander as he switches the weight onto the outside wheel to try and take as much as possible off the inside driving wheel on the solid axles kart, and he will then go through up and down the D-shaped chicane. First corner for a number of our drivers, with the exception of Rotax and Cadet, where the first chicane is removed and drivers run all the way through. We're 10-minute qualifying session for our Senior Pro Kart drivers. Aaron Alexander sets the benchmark time for everybody to beat, a 47.3. Expect that time to drop below that 47 mark into a high 46 towards the end of the session as the drivers find some space out on the circuit. At the moment it is Aaron Alexander at the top, Josh Volkers and Connor Lucas, Scott Tate behind. Those 4 drivers yesterday, very little between them. The final went the way of Josh Volkers, Connor Lucas in second, Scott Tate third, with Aaron Alexander fourth, as Scott Tate moves to the top of the timing screen. David Brown with a fantastic lap moves him up to fourth as all of our drivers come through. Just a quick note, as always, drivers shown with a blue background in Senior Pro Kart are pro drivers, those that you would expect to see at the head of the field, and the top 6 all there with blue backgrounds on the numbers down the left-hand side of your screen. Green denoted drivers are over 40s class, red our clubman drivers. As we watch Josh Volkers there at the head of this 3-car train. That's Daniel Tate behind, with David Brown aboard the number 55. Those 2 drivers, Tate and Brown, will be racing together in the same team in 2 weeks' time at the British 24-hour race, which will be brought to you by Alpha Live and Teesside Karting here over the weekend of the 7th to the 9th of August. We'll be live from 11:30 on the Saturday to catch the start of the race, and we will run through the full 24 hours of action, all live and exclusive on Alpha Live Productions via the YouTube channel. As always, please do get in touch with us via the live comment section on YouTube and also via the Teesside Karting Facebook page. And when Tom is back in the commentary box with me later on, we will run through any comments that you may want to express. If there is any questions that you've got as well, please pop them in there and we will endeavour to answer those as much as possible. Luca 56 has been on. How many years has this been series going? Well, we ran through some of Josh Volkers' credentials and his results in here yesterday, and he's been racing here since 2015, so many years here at Teesside Karting, running on this national circuit. The series has grown though, however, over the last couple of years, from running just cadets and senior pro karts with the addition of the 2-stroke classes, and also Bambinos and junior pro karts. So 6 classes for you today as we catch the 2019 champion here in senior pro kart, the 43 of Connor Lucas, trying to find some space out on track going down the inside of Ross Jackman. So at halfway through our qualifying session, provisional pole is sat by Josh Volkers. Aaron Alexander will start alongside him on the front row without any changes. Connor Lucas, Scott Tate, David Brown, Connor White, Daniel Tate, Simon Doughty, Mark Tate and Jake Brooker, the top 10. Jake there in the number 11, celebrated his 18th birthday yesterday. Yeah, hope to mark that occasion with a trophy today, although currently down in 10th place in qualifying, so work to do for the young Nottinghamshire driver. Race winner here last season aboard that number 11. as we see Brandon Truman Reddish being followed by the 186 of Thomas Lowther. Those two drivers currently 13th and 18th respectively, as Daniel Tate and Ross Jackman both set personal bests. Top 7 drivers currently all from the pro class, with Simon Doughty on clubman pole, Mark Tate the top 40s driver. And all of these drivers will start as they finish. So if you're a clubman driver and you qualify well, you will indeed start in 8th place, as Simon Doughty provisionally does at the moment. Difficulty though at the moment, especially for a number of these drivers down the back straight, is finding space out there on the circuit. A lot of them running nose to tail, either trying to get a slipstream, but if drivers end up slowing each other down, that's going to be a problem in qualifying. That's the 64 of Rob Lowe, who's currently sitting in 14th place, although as it comes over now, moved up to 9th with a personal best. Same for Simon Doughty, above 7.57. Looks like he could be on for a career best qualifying, currently sitting in 5th place with 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, as Alban Dowell peels off into the pit lane. He's not going to improve and will start the day outside the top 20. A number of our drivers trying to improve with 3 minutes remaining. It's a 46.458 is the time to beat by the O-Plate winner Josh Folkus, currently sitting at the top of the pile. That's Rob Lowe and Tom Lowther, nose to tail, as they have been for most of this qualifying session. Lowe in 9th, Lowther down in 16th. Work to do for him, although still currently 3rd in class. As David Brown loses a bit of front end grip going around that corner, allows Daniel Tate to go back in front. We'll now try to use that driver as a tow. Simon Doughty throws the 7.57 like a ragdoll into hairpin 1, trying to strangle every last bit out of that bright yellow and black kart. Currently a superb qualifying session for him. Only 3/10 off the front of the pack in 6th place, followed by Adam Wood, trying out that Haas kart for the first time in readiness for the British 24-hour race, where he'll be part of the modernised racing outfit. As Connor Lucas sets a 46.389 to snatch provisional pole from Josh Folkus. So Lucas and Folkus once again at the head of the field. Connor Lucas tagged onto the back of David Brown, hoping to get a tow down that back straight and into the South Bank corner at the bottom of the circuit. A minute and a half remaining for our drivers, so those coming over the line in a few moments will get 2 laps at the most to try and improve. Aaron Alexander crosses with no improvement. He's still 1.5 tenths off pole, as Scott Tate takes 3rd from him. Connor Lucas comes through, no improvement for him. Still less than a tenth between the 2 front row sitters, so as it stands with 1 minute and 1 opportunity remaining for most of our drivers, it's Lucas and Folkus, Tate, Alexander, White, Lowe, Dougherty, Tate, Brown and Mark Tate. 3 Tates all inside the top 10. James Dennis, Thomas Lowther, Brandon Truman Reddish, then Jake Brooker with what is a fairly poor qualifying session by his own standards, currently in 14th place, 6/10 off the front of the pack, and a lot of work to do for the driver of the number 11. Ross Jackman, after a stellar day yesterday, running inside the top 6 for most of the day and taking the clubman class win, is down in 15th, so not running quite as well as he did yesterday. Great qualifying session put him forwards in the pack, currently in 15th ahead of Steve Nichols, Nigel Richardson, Harry Burrell, Adam Wood and Andrew Worley, the top 20. Less than a second splitting the top 17 drivers, as a number of them pull off into the pits with only a few moments remaining before the checkered flag comes out. Andrew Worley crosses just before the checkered flag. Looks like timing has run down. So a number of our drivers now over the line for the final time. Scott Tate and Aaron Alexander, no improvement. No improvement from Josh Folkus or Connor White. Can Rob Lowe spring a surprise? He'll need 2/10 unless it's going to be Connor Lucas on pole position. We'll wait for a few more drivers to come over and see whether there's improvement. None for Jake Brooker. Truman Reddish gets 1 place. And we await Simon Doughty. So it's going to be Connor Lucas and Josh Folkus once again on the front row Scott Tate and Aaron Alexander on row 2, Connor White and Rob Lowe, row 3. A fantastic qualifying for Simon Doughty. He'll start 7th. That's a career best for him here at the Teesside circuit. Daniel Tate, David Brown and Mark Tate round out the top 10. Drivers to watch when it comes to racing. Jake Brooker in the 11th, down in 14th with a lot of work to do. Certainly, though, has the ability to move up the field, and certainly expect to see him battling it out with the leaders come the end of the day. And there's another driver that we'll see in a few weeks' time at the British 24-hour race. Once again, driving the number 11 alongside Will Jones, Steve Thompson, Jamie Tyler and Lewis Diamond aboard that number 11 as a team of 5 drivers for the MS team. So that's qualifying out of the way, and once our senior pro karters exit stage left, it will be the time for our first race of the day, and that will be our Bambino drivers. They're all in the dummy grid behind. You see them there to the left of the weighbridge. The youngest of our drivers, as always, aged 5 to 8 years old in the Bambino class. And once again on pole position will be Edward Haynes, the O-Plate winner who we heard from earlier, telling us all about his day yesterday and his hopes for today. So that's Bambino off and out in the background. We'll be back with the opening race of the day in a few moments' time. So it's time to go racing here at Teesside Karting, round number 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner-Driver Sprint Series here on Alpha Live and the Teesside Karting Facebook page. Edward Haynes on pole position for the opening race of the day. And he will start alongside Ryan White in the number 4 on the front row. Edward Rye and Bo Mulvaney on row 2. Colby Patterson and Ollie Carter, row 3. Row 4, Austin Oman and Joey Allen. Lewis Smith and Riley Buckton-Young, who had problems in qualifying, losing his carb and then having to have that put on halfway through the session, starts at the back of the grid. Aboard the number 9, he will hope that he can come through the pack. So 10 karts for the Bambinos here today. Haynes on the front row, alongside him the number 4 of Ryan White. And yesterday in the middle of the pack, it was a fantastic battle. We had 4 or 5 karts, 6 at times, all battling it out. I think certainly in the final we had every driver had a go in every place in the Bambino class. The quality on the grid has come on leaps and bounds since we've moved to a race format here at Teesside Karting. Just having a little shuffle further down the grid, getting everybody into the right places. You'll see there parents lifting up the back of that Comet Bambino kart, getting heat into the little C50 engines. You'll see if you can just notice there drivers on the LeConte all-weather tyre, so even though it's sunny, still groove tyres for our Bambinos. And for the first time today we are away and racing. Ryan White cuts right in behind Edward Haynes, trying to block off Edward Rye in the number 66. So for the opening lap, we are everybody safely round the first corner. It is Edward Rye in the O-plate, making a break for it, using the speed of that right chassis. Just try and break away on the opening lap. Ryan White still in second place. Then we've got Rye and Mulvaney, and they've pulled a gap already on Colby Patterson and Ollie Carter as Patterson tries to go down the inside of Carter, down the back straight and into South Bank. Looks like he's going to get the move done. He does dive down the inside as Carter then closes the door on the number 18 of Austin Oman, and Riley Buckton-Young already making up a place as he tries to make up for his problems in the qualifying session. Aboard that number 9, there he is with the grey and blue race suit with the white helmet, trying to get now onto the back of the 18 of Austin Oman. Fantastic opening lap by Edward Haynes. A 1:03.8 from a standing start is fantastic for the young driver from Hexham in Northumberland. And he is off and away down the road. Ryan White and Bo Mulvaney, who's got past Edward Rye on the opening tour of the Teesside National Circuit here in Middlesbrough. 8 minutes of Bambino racing as Beau Mulvaney runs very wide out of hairpin 1 onto the rumble strip, using every inch of the national layout here at Teesside. Edward Rye goes to the inside to try and get the run down that back straight. He can't. And Beau Mulvaney now closing in on the back of Ryan White. Battle for second, split by less than 0.6 of a second. And these drivers very evenly matched, all chopping and changing the different lines around that corner. Rye going a lot wider than Mulvaney, seeing if he can keep the revs up on that Comet C50 engine. And it looks like he does have a good run out of the corner. He's going to try and go to the inside as they get towards the chicane at the start of the lap, as they rise up round the left-hander and drop away again round the national loop and then head towards the chicanes before hairpin number 1. So a 3-kart battle for second place. There's also a 3-kart battle going on for 6th as Colby Patterson has broke away in 5th. Oman, Riley Buckton-Young and Ollie Carter all battling, as looks like Beau Mulvaney's had a spin on the outside of hairpin 1. You just caught him there on the stream, and he will drop now down to 8th place. So it's Haynes, White, Mulvaney, although Mulvaney's shown in 3rd. He's dropped all the way down now with Rye, Patterson, Oman, Buckton-Young and Carter. Buckton-Young now past Carter as Carter goes to the inside. Buckton-Young carries more speed round the right-hand hairpin number 3. Oman with a tighter line, and let's see whether Buckton-Young can keep the revs up and get the run out of the corner. Ollie Carter gets a fantastic run out of the final corner. Every lap he closes up on those in front of him. And he's right on the back of Riley Buckton-Young, so it's Haynes, White and Rye, the top 3. Patterson, Oman, Buckton-Young, Carter, Mulvaney and Allen. Mulvaney trying to close back onto the battle after his early spin. And as these 3 continue to battle in front, we'll try and close back up. Looks like Colby Patterson might have slowed at some point. Shown as 3 seconds apart on the timing, but down the back straight, Austin Oman a lot closer than that. As these 3 drivers continue to push, we are at half race distance. Still racing to a time limit here rather than a number of laps, so the drivers will do as many laps as possible in the 8 minutes allocated to them. And the lap times around about 1 minute at the front. Edward Haynes pushing as much as he can. I think he qualified in just under 1 minute, and any time around here under 1 minute, phenomenal in the Bambinos. 1 minute and 1:01's all respectable times. Midfield pack there, Oman, Buckton-Young and Carter all lapping in 1:02.3s, so all a very similar pace for those 3. All capable of going a little bit faster in clean air, but as the 3 of them continue to battle, trying to catch up as well onto the back of Colby Patterson. This is the battle for second place. That's Ryan White and Edward Rye. Rye already having overcome Beau Mulvaney, who span out of 3rd place. And we will now try and close down Ryan White. 4/10 between them in timing. As Rye comes around trying to keep as many revs as possible. We spoke about this yesterday. Drivers taking different lines in order to maintain the revs, as Edward Rye sets a 1:0.16. So he's heading in the right direction towards a sub 1 minute time. He's completed 5 laps with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Ryan White sets a personal best, a 1:01. Fantastic time for him, but right behind him, Edward Rye has taken 2 or 3/10 of a second on that final lap that he did, and now closes right up onto the back, trying left and right to get past him. And Ryan White's going to have a look over his shoulder, sees Edward Rye. Ryan White's got the speed down the straight to keep Rye behind him. Looks like White's got more straight line speed and Rye slightly better cornering speed. So these 2, a fascinating battle between the 2 of them as they both try to play to their own strengths. As we see Rye going round the corner sections, closing right in on the back, although White did pull away down the long back straight here at Teesside and round the flat out right-hander of South Bank. The 2 of them take differing lines again down the start-finish straight and go into the chicane section. And once again, Edward Rye closes right up onto the back of Ryan White through the chicanes. And then into the tight left-hand hairpin of hairpin number 1, or hook back for hairpin number 2. Rye can't get close enough at the moment, remains 2 tenths behind with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining of the opening race of the day. Fastest lap, a personal best for Joey Allen aboard the number 95. Currently running in 9th place. It's Haynes, White, Rye, Patterson, Oman and Buckton Young. Ollie Carter and Beau Mulvaney, having spun earlier from 3rd place, not being able to progress back from his starting berth of 8th, as Edward Haynes sets a phenomenal 59.789. So a sub 1 minute time in heat number 1 here in the glorious sunshine of Teesside karting in Middlesbrough. We are on our last lap, and Edward Haynes well on his way to taking the checkered flag in the opening race of the day. 2nd place could go either way with Ryan White and Edward Rye. Rye trying every lap to try and get past, as this battle for 4th now sees Austin Oman, Riley Buckton and Ollie Carter closing that gap to Colby Patterson that was 2 to 2.5 seconds a few laps ago. As, oh, we've got a spin, and that's Austin Oman round. Riley Buckton Young spins as well in evasive action. And both of those drop behind Beau Mulvaney. So Mulvaney fortuitously moves up from 8th to 6th as it stands. They are racing each other down the back straight. Edward Haynes, though, in the meantime, has taken the checkered flag by 10 seconds to win heat number 1 here at round 4. Ryan White comes over the line with a personal best to hold off Edward Rye. The battle, though, between Colby Patterson and Austin Oman continues for 4th place. Looks like it'll go the way of Patterson. Ollie Carter comes through, Austin Oman and Riley Buckton Young, as Mulvaney has obviously come through following the spins of Oman and Buckton Young. Joey Allen will come over the line to complete the opening race of the day. Alongside me, Tom Butterworth, who's been carrying out the interviews with our pole sitters throughout the morning following the qualifying sessions. Tom, welcome.
Thank you, David.
Teesside Karting.
Hello. How are we, everybody? Hope you're all well. Welcome to Sunday at Teesside. Yeah, good run there for Edward Haynes through the Bambinos. I managed to catch the end of that. Really enjoyed that. Good interviews as well we've done so far with our pole sitters. Certainly Senior Pro Kart is looking extremely tight at the front. 2 tens separating the top 5 drivers.
Yeah, fantastic. And it was great all day yesterday. We spoke yesterday evening. We had 3 different heat winners, and then Josh Folkus took a fantastic win in the final. But yeah, the front of that pack is just it used to be a 2-kart race, and now we've got 4 or 5 drivers all within a couple of tenths of each other. Makes for fantastic action at the front of Senior Pro.
I think whoever takes it in Senior Pro Kart today is really going to have to work very, very hard for it. It's definitely not going to be a walk.
Yeah, fantastic. As we see our Bambinos come over the weighbridge, Junior Pro Kart will be out in a few moments for the first of their 3 heats.
Okay, so we're here with Jack Morris, pole sitter in Junior Pro Kart, 2nd day in a row, making it look very, very easy out there, Jack. 2 tens clear. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, went out this morning with the hope of doing the same as yesterday, and luckily the weather's stayed off today, whereas yesterday was a bit rainy and track was really grippy earlier, and managed to get a quick lap time in.
Brilliant stuff. So, hoping for another clean sweep all day today?
Well, that's the plan, but the 2nd and 3rd weren't too far off, but we'll see how it goes.
Just tell us a little bit about your car, what chassis you're running, any other little tips and tricks that you've got that you do different to anybody else?
That chassis I'm running at the minute, a 2012 MS kart, supplied by Howard Lucas. It's the chassis is just a basic Pro Kart chassis with 2 Cadet engines. And then when you make the step up to a senior, you take the restrictor out of the engines and get a little bit more power with an extra weight.
So how long is it until you get to seniors?
This is my last year as a junior. Next year I have to make the step up to a senior.
And you're hoping to go there as champion as well, by the looks of things.
Yeah, it'd be good. Be good. In my second year of I want to drive a race, and it'd be good to get a championship under my belt.
Fantastic, Jack. Well, thank you very much for your time, and good luck for the rest of the day.
So pole position sitter there, Jack Morris. He lines up on the front row alongside Bella Franklin, Kieran Lambert and Gracie Mitchell on row 2, Maximus Shields and Alexander's Mallard on row 3. Joe Burrell and Asher Blythe row 4, Thomas Braid and Jake Richardson on row 5, Lennon French and Brandon Jennings row 6. Row number 7, Caitlin Frame starts alongside Kieran Savage, Jacob O'Connor and Sebastian Pereira on row 8 and Ben Hogarth in 17th. Final few drivers rolling into position for the first junior pro kart race of the day. Final drivers in position. The green flag is up, the green flag is down, and we are away and racing in junior pro kart. It's a good start by the pole sitter, but it's an even better start from the second row by Kieran Lambert. He got alongside Bella Franklin but had to pull out of making that move, so Franklin runs through and stays in second place. Alexander's Mallard comes through from the third row and up into 4th. Fantastic start for the driver of the number 99. We've got a spinner in the middle of the pack, that's the 17.
And we've got more action in hairpin 2 as well. We've got more people around at hairpin 2. That's the number 12 car.
It's Thomas Braid spinning round at hairpin 2. So tough start to the day for Thomas Braid. Started on the 4th row, now has to work his way through from the back of the field. As Jack Morris leads the opening lap round. So it's going to be Morris and Franklin, the first 2 over the line. Lambert, Mallard, Mitchell and Burrell, the top 6 have already broken away with that spin in the middle of the pack. Lennon French moving up from row 6 into 7th place. Fantastic start for the driver of the number 2.
Yep, threaded the needle through the carnage, I think.
Yeah, looks like one of the drivers at the front could be missing a transponder. That's Alexander's Mallard, the driver of the 99, not showing on the timing screen. There he is in 4th place behind Kieran Lambert, sandwiched in the middle of himself and him and Gracie Mitchell. She scored a fantastic podium yesterday, Tom, finishing 3rd over the line side by side with Bella Franklin, taking it by the length of a nose, really.
Yeah, it was a brilliant final. Certainly the last few laps as well. Really, really exciting. Even Jack Morris was under pressure a little bit in the final.
Oh, we've got a spin there. That's Lennon French and Maximus Shields round at hairpin 4. Both of those drivers dropped all the way to the back of the pack. So a fantastic opening lap by Lennon French is halted at hairpin number 4. Those 2 drivers spinning round. Asher Blythe gets a contact warning, and I wonder if that had anything to do with the with that, as Asher Blythe now in 6th place, which was with Lennon French. Remember, all the drivers below 4th will actually move down a place because Alexander's Mallard is not showing on the timing screen, but there he is in the bright red, number 99. Very distinctive red and white livery, being followed by the even more distinctive green of the 11 of Mitchell. So 6/10 and Jack Morris has broken the toe to Bella Franklin. She's coming under pressure from the 14 of Kieran Lambert.
Alexander Mallard is looking under pressure from Gracie Mitchell as well. She looks like she's about to make a move, perhaps into South Bank corner on this lap. She's definitely right with him.
Yeah, very, very close down the back. Mallard gets the head down behind the steering wheel. Mitchell decides not to show her hand too early. We're only 3 laps into a 10-lap race here in the junior pro kart class. Mitchell deciding to wait a few more laps or corners maybe before showing the hand of the number 11. But Mallard ran quite wide into hairpin 4, and Mitchell just teases the nose down the inside for a tentative look.
Yeah, we've got Joe Burrell who's being brought along with these 2 as well that we're looking at on screen. He's just set his personal best lap of the race, as did Kieran Lambert. So we think Joe Burrell is going to start to, well, certainly if these 2 start duking it out, we'll see Joe Burrell in the mix as well.
Yeah, this junior pro kart grid split more than usual with those first couple of incidents on the opening few laps. Normally it's a lot closer, certainly in the midfield pack, but it looks like we've got 2s and 3s throughout the grid, with the exception of Jack Morris, who has broken away at the head of the field. by around about half a second. It was 8/10 last time. We'll see. It looks like Franklin's a little bit closer this time as they come over the line. Tom, let's have a quick look at the timing screen. She's closer fractionally.
Yeah, almost a 10 she brought up there, so there's 8/10 to go in 5 laps. You never know if she gets in that slipstream. Gracie Mitchell there having a look, a big look up the inside of Alexander there, but shut the door, made sure firmly shut the door as well, coming off the exit of the National Loop.
Mallard had a great start to yesterday, not so much in the final, ended up with a flat tyre towards the end and had to retire from that final, but ran up inside the top 3 for most of the day. Yesterday, as Kieran Lambert was the one taking the battle to Jack Morris yesterday. I think he ran a bit right behind the O-plate, so you see him as the number 24 on the timing screen as Bella Franklin gains 3/10 on that lap, and we're now beyond half race distance as she closes in on the race leader Jack Morris.
Looking at the 79 on screen of Kieran Savage, who lost place on that lap to Caitlin Frame. Thomas Braid seems to be making his way back through again. He's up to 8th after that earlier spin. And we've also got Maximus Shields and Lennon French are now 13th and 14th respectively after their earlier incident.
Yeah, Max Shields only a few races removed from our cadet class, making the step up into the juniors. Goes to the inside of Lennon French. It was a late move. We'll try the cutback out of hairpin 2. They'll go side by side down the back straight. French looks to have got maintained track position now, even though Shields had the inside, as Alexander's Mallard has dropped behind both Gracie Mitchell and Joe Burrell, so he's now in 6th place. Asher Blythe in 7th, even though he is shown as 6th on the timing screen. So Mallard, his transponder missing, or not certainly being picked up, as Caitlin Frame and Kieran Savage set personal bests. They're running together in 9th and 10th respectively.
I think Jack Morris got the message on the last lap as well, because he pulled out a 10th on Bella Franklin, but again it looks like it's continuing as that accordion effect.
Yeah, Alex Mallard there on screen goes to the inside of Joe Burrell, takes the place back. Now Burrell will try and get the cutback. Mallard should have track position. They're going to have a little bit of contact as they go through the chicane section. Alex Mallard holds firm though and goes back in front of Joe Burrell and up into 5th place. Franklin closes the gap slightly. They've got 1.5 laps remaining for her to see if she can close in on Jack Morris.
I think she is going to get that slipstream now, so it'll be interesting to see whether she can close it up. It's 4/10 over the line. It looks about that at the moment as I look out the window and see them through South Bank.
So Mallard round South Bank. Still in front of Joe Burrell down that back straight as Lennon French and Maximus Shields continue to battle it out. That one's over 13th place as they chase Jacob O'Connor down. Bella Franklin, fastest lap of the race, 2/10 faster than Jack Morris, who sets a personal best as well. And as they are welcomed by the last lap board, Jack Morris will be relieved to see that one as Bella Franklin continues to close in on the back of the O-plate. She's going to be
pressure now, I think, if he has a look behind here, he's going to see her right on his
She's going to be
bumper.
close enough, not certainly down the back straight.
He's certainly worried enough to start shrimping down the straight and getting his head down.
That's Lennon French, who has another spin, this time going over start-finish. Disappointed with himself, he drops down a few more places. So his battle with Maximus Shields, that comes to a premature end as Jack Morris comes out of hairpin number 4, flat out on the throttle through the chicane section, and wins heat number 1 in Junior Pro Kart from Bella Franklin. Lambert and Mitchell come over the line 3 and 4. Alexander's Mallard in 5th in front of Joe Burrell in 6th. Asher Blythe comes through in 6th. Then we've got Richardson, Braid, Frame, Savage and Pereira. Tom, that's Bella Franklin will certainly take confidence that she's got the pace now to close in on Jack Morris, closing in pretty much from half race distance at a rate of around about a 10th a lap.
Yeah, I think she took about 6/10 out of him over the course of the last 4 or 5 laps.
If she can stay with him for the opening couple of laps of the race, I think she'll be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, I think so as well.
In a position to make a move. She just wasn't quite close enough on that final lap to try and dive down the inside.
An interesting thing I've seen, David, is that it seems the even numbers on the grid don't particularly get the best getaway. I don't know whether it's just because it's not on the racing line, or perhaps the grip level is different, something like that. But the even numbers do seem, if you're first and third, you do seem to get a bit of a better jump than if you're second and fourth.
Yeah, it's obviously difficult in qualifying to try and gauge it, but if you can get third instead of second, it's often advantageous. Certainly,
I think you'd be aiming for first if you were aiming for an odd number.
Well, of
you?
course, but obviously with the circuit going through the chicane section and then the very long right-hand around the national loop and then through the chicanes, the inside line really does give you track position. I'd say, arguably, the only circuit in the country that it's more difficult to be on the outside is probably GYG, with that right-hander almost immediately after the start line.
Mm-hmm. I would go with that.
Other than Teesside here with the right-hander as well. But that brings the first race today up before we are able to catch our breath, though, out onto the circuit in the background, the opening heat of our cadet class. So coming down the back straight and to get into position, pole position once again going the way of the number 23 there of Charlie Wyatt, and Tom was lucky enough to catch up with Charlie straight after his pole position lap.
Okay. So for the second day in a row, Charlie Wyatt on pole position. Fantastic lap, Charlie. Tell us about how it was out there.
It was really good. The slipstream were really good, the grip were really good, and the engine were really good.
Fantastic. Who were you getting the slipstream from? Do you know?
54.
54, okay, we'll have a look into who is the number 54. So what kind of chassis are you running, and are you running in any other championships as well?
I've got a 2019 Project 1 and I'm doing CKC.
CKC, where's that?
This Cadet like Championship IndyCar.
So you go all around the country racing everywhere. Where's your favourite track?
GYG.
GYG, so a Welsh circuit. Okay, so a long way from here. Long drive for Dad as well. So you enjoy it around Teesside though?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Okay, well, thanks very much, Charlie. I really hope you have a good day today. You're going for the clean sweep again. We did see Catherine Potter putting you under some pressure yesterday towards the end of the day. How do you think she's going to run today?
I don't know. I really don't know how she'll do.
Okay, well, fingers crossed for you for the day, and hope you get that clean sweep again. Thanks, Charlie.
So pole sitter there, Charlie Wyatt. He lines up on the front row alongside Catherine Potter, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Kian McLeod, with Ethan Girling and David Mack the top six. Then we've got Thomas Potter and Lizzie Mentier on row 4. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Tom Holden round out your top 10. Leon Barlow and Hudson Barker-Dix on row 6. Sophie Pawsey and Finlay Stubbings row 7. Addison Smith and Reese Peniston on row 8, with Ethan Charles and Alex Fraser on row 9. Sam Robson and Jack Thompson, Harris Alley and Cody Lamb, before we have Lewis Goff and William George Howard. Alex Lynn, Holly Allen and Josh Cook, who had problems in qualifying, unable to set a lap, so he starts the number 3 from 27th position and will look to make his way through. Was challenging inside the top 10 yesterday. I think he finished the day in 11th, so watch for Josh to bring that number 3 through the pack and try and get in towards the top 10. So front row of Charlie Wyatt on the inside there, Catherine Potter on the outside. Cadets do not take the first chicane and run straight down into the national loop, so the inside line not quite as prominently as going through the chicane, but Charlie Wyatt will obviously be very happy to be on the inside, and the needs to be a weight to go racing. There's an arm up in the middle of the pack. The 77 of Sophie Pawsey looks to have a problem. Looks like we've got an engine stall there, so pleasingly hopefully we can get that one going. Don't want to be stopped in the middle, so great that Sophie had the awareness to get the arm up and notify the marshal. We are away and racing though in our cadet class, and it's a fantastic start from the front row by Catherine Potter in the 20 from second place, and she'll go round the outside and into the lead round the national loop. Looks like Ethan Girling's come through from row 3 as well, and Charlie Wyatt in third place, not happy with his start. Arm in the air for him.
Oh, we've got the 87 off here.
Oh, Tom Holden's round and he's in the tyres. Everybody, though, gets going. Alex Lynn in the 66 has been round as well. Everybody back and facing in the right direction, but the pack split by that incident in the midfield.
Wyatt straight up into second place around South Bank as well, but for the second day in a row we've seen him get a poor start in Heat 1. He was able to still come through from, he dropped as far back down as 7th yesterday, so not quite got as much work to do today, but I'm sure we'll see him and Catherine Potter go at it now.
Yeah, Charlie Wyatt closing up there as they came over the start-finish line, right on the back of your championship leader, Catherine Potter, who until yesterday hadn't been beaten in the cadet class, had won all the races in the opening 2 rounds. Charlie Wyatt, though, yesterday asserting his daily dominance by putting that number 23 on pole position as Cody Lamb and Lewis Goff come together at the exit of the chicane. Looks like Cody Lamb's engine, though, has stalled, and despite the best efforts of the marshal, the number 93 is wheeled backwards towards the pit entrance. Hopefully he can get that kart started again and out onto the circuit to get some vital laps in aboard that number 93. Our leaders are going to come through and over the line. Catherine Potter still holding firm with Charlie Wyatt right on the bumper of the number 20 as they go through the chicane and around the national loop.
And as we saw again, the universal signal for please don't overtake me, let's work together.
Yeah, very much so.
I'm not sure Charlie's going to abide by that for very long, though. He's putting Catherine Potter under some real pressure. Yeah,
the battle for third, though, is intense with Ethan Girling holding that position. David Mack, though, coming through the pack and
switching back through to the inside as well.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a spinner on the outside of hairpin 1. That's Jack Thompson, I believe, for number 65, so he's had a spin.
Jared Fox-Whiteley's going to get freight trained. He's going to lose 3 places in 2 corners here, unfortunately. He just got held on the outside around South Bank, and 3 karts came through there.
Yeah, so it's going to be Catherine Potter and Charlie Wyatt, the first 2. Ethan Girling, David Mack and Lizzie Mentier in the 50, who by her own standards of recent form had a fairly poor qualifying session down on the 4th row. And 2 podiums in 2 rounds here and a clean sweep at Houghton Parks. He's a driver of the number 50 in great form. Disappointing qualifying for her, though. Now she'll look to try and come through the pack and maximise the points. Grid positions for the final, made up of your 3 positions as David Mack makes a late move, a double move in fact, down the inside of Ethan Girling. Girling's going to run that one right the way around the outside.
Brilliant hold from Girling there.
Fantastic by the driver of the number 8.
Managed to hold the speed through and still get the cutback as well to chop the nose off David Mack.
Yeah, it looks like Cody Lamb's got going again. He's well off the back of the pack, though, and the leaders in a couple of laps will close up onto the back of that number 93, so we'll see how they fare getting through the traffic.
Potter's put a kart length on Wyatt here. Do you think Wyatt's maybe just biding his time, or do you think Potter's really got the pace to beat him?
Well, the pace is certainly there. But Cody Lamb spins on the outside of hairpin 1. There you can see the number 93 facing the wrong way. He turns that kart round though and starts going. As Charlie Wyatt gets a good run out of hairpin 2. Decides though to drop back in. We're half race distance. 4 laps down of the 8 in the first race of the day for our cadet class. This battle, that's wide by Girling, very wide. And David Mack's going to go right round the outside of hairpin 4 and up into the top 3. Lizzie Mentier is going to go side by side as well.
Going to have a nibble here, I think. And besides, discretion is a better part of valour, and tucks back inside.
Yeah, so all the way down to Leon Barlow in 11th place. 3rd to 11th is a nose-to-tail battle of karts. 9 of them battling it out for that 3rd place slot as Lizzie Mentier goes to the inside of Ethan Girling. She'll have to try and hold it all the way around the outside. Will she get the cutback onto the back straight? She can't get to the inside straight away, and Ethan Girling defends to the inside. She takes a late dive down the inside. Girling opened the door. Lizzie Mentier dived to the inside, but we've seen Girling hold the station right round the outside once again, Tom. Great move by him.
Yeah, he seems to have a different line to everybody through there, and it's certainly helping him. It looks like he leaves the door open and then quickly closes again, but Lizzie Mentier not taking that, and straight up the inside at hairpin 4.
Yeah, great move by Lizzie Mentier to get the cut back into hairpin 4. The favoured move by many drivers here at Teesside as Charlie Wyatt puts in a personal best to close the gap to Catherine Potter. It was a kart length a couple of laps ago. It's not even that anymore as he gives her a tiny nudge out of the hairpin as this battle for 3rd continues with the bright orange helmet of David Mack in third place. He's come through from starting in 7th. There's Girling once again defends to the inside, this time with Jared Fox lightly.
That might have even been a number plate.
Yeah, and a change for the lead as well.
So Wyatt has gone up the inside at hairpin 3 and taken Potter. So as we thought he might be biding his time, it looked like he was just pushing Catherine along, working together to break that toe of the guys behind, followed by David Mack now in third. And yeah, Charlie's now made the move up the inside.
Yeah, Charlie Wyatt in what is quite possibly his final weekend in cadets before a step up into the 2-stroke class. His height's going against him, and he's struggling actually to fit into that kart. And, he will look to make the move up. He goes to the inside. Potter's going to have to go round the outside. She has a look behind her to see if she can, if there's any threat from third. She's got a 2-second cushion though. Back to David Mack.
I'll be interested to see what the lap time of Charlie Wyatt is here. It could well be the fastest lap of the race. He's certainly pulled a 10th or 2 on Catherine here.
So the checkered flag is in the air, and Charlie Wyatt crosses the line, arm in the air, and a great win for him. Biding his time until the time was right to get past Catherine Potter on the penultimate lap, and wins heat number 1, and will start the second heat from pole position with Potter alongside Mack, Mentier and Fox Whiteley. Then Girling, who ran as high as third in 6th. The Kia McLeod, Thomas Potter, Hudson Barker-Dix and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson rounding out the top 10. There is your race winner once again. That's 5 from 5 for the weekend here at Teesside Karting. Round number 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. And heat number 1 goes to Charlie Wyatt.
So use this opportunity to give some social shout-outs. So we've got Typhoon is saying go Jared, go Jack Thompson. Carol Britland is saying good luck Charlie Wyatt. Well, he took that good luck and used it well. Typhoon again is saying go Addison Smith, and then Sean Trevor is saying go Catherine Potter. Well, she also did very well in that, finishing just behind Charlie Wyatt. And then we have Maisie Mentier saying go on Lizzie number 50, and Lizzie also having a good heat as well.
Yeah, great start, great race for Lizzie. Disappointing qualifying, but then coming through the pack to finish inside the top 5.
And here she is, just coming over the weighbridge now with the stars on the helmet. Very distinctive, and the fluorescent yellow Lizzie on the helmet.
Yeah, as always, do get in touch with us here in the commentary box, either via the live comment section on YouTube or the comment section on the Teesside Karting Facebook page. So as our final few drivers from cadets come over the weighbridge, Junior Rotax will be out next, and it was a 77 of Jude Cole who put that one on pole position, and now we can hear from him.
Okay, we've got Jude Cole on pole position in Junior Rotax. Excellent qualifying again, Jude. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was all right, nice and grippy. The kart's working fine, so hopefully for heat 1 and that we should have a good race with all Alfie and that. So
yeah, Alfie's looking pretty close, only 2/10 off.
yeah, well, when it comes to racing, 2/10, yeah, should be good.
We're hoping for a close one. Unfortunately, you're not going to be out there with the seniors today like you were yesterday, because you were mixing it up fully with the seniors. I think you ran as high as 5th at one point overall, so that was a really good effort. But how do you think it's going to go today?
Yeah, it should be good. Well, with the seniors yesterday, we only had 3 karts on the grid, so we thought we might as well mix it up with the seniors, and it worked well, really. I mean, we kept on starting from the back, which was good, because it gives us a chance to work through the grid of the seniors, so
made it more enjoyable for you.
yeah, so yeah, good fun, yeah.
Great stuff, thanks Jude, hope you have a good day.
So pole sitter Jude Cole there aboard that number 77 Madcroc. He'll start on the inside for the rolling start for our junior class, alongside in the 86 of Alfie Lindsay. O-Plate winner from December, Oliver Buckton, aboard the 66 on the inside of row 2 alongside Rocco Baker, Ben Ficini and Bailey Thompson. Your 6 drivers in the junior class as they come through, and they're going to roll over the start-finish line. Green flag will wave, they will run straight down into the national loop And from the outside of the front row, Alfie Lindsay dives through and into the lead in the junior class. Great run from the outside, and we've seen Tom a number of times, especially on the rolling start, that outside is quite a run. I don't think you have to brake quite as much into the first corner, and I think you can carry a lot more speed round the outside of the national loop.
Yeah, it's almost the opposite of the standing starts, isn't it? You get the good run with a rolling start, but it seems to be the poor side for a standing start.
Yeah, now Jude Cole, who was the standout performer yesterday in possibly both the senior and the junior class combined. I think he ran as high as 5th or 6th overall, taking it to a number of the senior drivers. Now has Alfie Lindsay, who wasn't here yesterday, to contend with, and the driver of, I think he's got 86 on the timing screen. I'm sure he's running 28 out on circuit as Jude Cole dives to the inside, very late on the brakes, runs wide though as he cuts to the inside, and allows Alfie Lindsay to go back through. Jude Cole knows he can make a move there now, just has to apply a little bit more pressure to that brake to slow that kart down of the number 77. Looked like he'd ran very tight though over the inside, and we saw a number of drivers yesterday being caught out by the positioning of that tyre wall. And Tom, you went and had a look at that this morning, didn't you? It looks like that's been moved in slightly, because we did see a number of drivers connect with that wall yesterday.
Yeah, it looks like it's been moved back about a foot the entire way around the corner, so it's more that you will now drop off the edge of the concrete, and there's a step of about maybe 6 inches down, exactly where we're looking at now through that hairpin there, hairpin 1. But now, that, as I say, they've moved the tyres back about a foot, so that we shouldn't be seeing anybody get anywhere near those, really.
Yeah, different type of danger, as you mentioned. Dropping the wheel off the inside there can sometimes take the tyre off the rim, as Jude Cole goes to the inside of hairpin number 3, goes through and into the lead. Alfie Lindsay though now trying to get the cut back, and he does. So they'll go side by side down and over the start-finish line. Jude Cole though has track position, and for the first time since moving off the line in pole position, Jude Cole in the number 77 is through and into the lead. Alfie Lindsay, who took a much more defensive line into this hairpin number 1 on the final lap to stop Jude Cole trying to get past, left the door open into hairpin 3. Behind them though, Oliver Buckton and Ben Ficini seem to be being dragged along into this battle.
It was pretty close in qualifying between these 4 as well, so we were hoping for a good race, and it seems that we're getting one at the moment. I'm liking this.
Yeah, it looks like Bailey Thompson had a problem. He's been shown as a lap down, and we've not seen the leaders overtake him.
I believe he came into the pits on the start lap. So just after the rolling lap, he came straight into the pits.
Yeah, so Thompson with us for the first time in a while aboard that number 44, having a tough start to the day.
Yeah, well, at least he's out there circulating again, though, getting some track time and some experience for this heat. And of course, he will start in 6th for heat 2, so not too far down the order.
Yeah, unless any of these drivers have a problem in the next 6 laps, Thompson will start from the back. But the top 5 all split by less than 2 seconds at the moment. The leader, Jude Cole, not being able to break away from Alfie Lindsay, Oliver Buckton and Ben Ficini. Rocco Baker there in the background, staying with the leaders as the set as 3rd and 4th. Buckton and Ficini both set personal bests. They will, in the next lap or so, catch up onto the back of the 44 of Thompson.
From what I could gather from Cole in the pre-race interview or post-qualifying interview, he was quite concerned today about the level of competition that was going to be coming his way. He definitely knew it wasn't going to be a walkover.
Yeah, Alfie Lindsay normally does most rounds here with us. Obviously yesterday being a Saturday, not everybody's available, but he turns up today on the Sunday to take the battle to Jude Cole, and these two had a fantastic battle at round number 2 at the start of July, trading places and wins all throughout the day. And that is the 77 of Cole being followed very closely by Lindsay behind.
You can see different nose panel, Nassau panels as we call them, on the 2 different karts. So the 77 of Jude Cole running the older style, flatter nose, and Alfie Lindsay running the newer style, much more sweepy, but then he's got a channel through it as well, so we tend to nickname it the hot dog panel.
Yes, that's Lindsay there in the 28 on the screen, shown as 86 on the timing. He's coming under pressure now from the 66 of Buckton. Cole's broken a bit of a gap out. It was 1.5 tenths last time. It's beyond half a second this time. And I think that's more Lindsay backing himself into the pack rather than Cole finding 4 tenths on that lap. Cole goes down the inside of Bailey Thompson. Thompson, a lap down, having come into the pits, does the right thing and moves out of the way, looks over his shoulder as well. He's going to stay out of the way. And Alfie Lindsay, fantastic driving by the driver of the 44 to see the leading pack and allow them to go. You see him there going right round the outside of South Bank. Allows the leading pack through. So problems early on for Thompson mean that he's a lap down.
Good mature driving from Thompson.
Yeah, fantastic.
Good situational awareness and did absolutely the right thing.
Yeah, superb for him aboard that 44. And, personal best for Puccini and Baker. 2 laps remaining for the leading pack, and Cole has broken another 2 tenths on Lindsay, who continues to come under pressure now from Buckton and Ficini.
I certainly don't think this is settled yet, you know.
No, Lindsay's got a lot of work to do to hold on to that second place. Puts his arm down over the radiator. You mentioned that, Tom, yesterday, but for the purposes of any new viewers, do you want to run through the purposes of that?
Yeah, we'll go over it quickly. The radiator has a cover on it. It's to manage the water temperature going to the engine. If you lift it up to get a little bit more air in there, and that cools the temperature down, or you can pump it down and it will get less air to the radiator and get that water temperature up. So it's just managing those temps.
Yeah, so both in the junior and the senior class, if you see the drivers, especially on the straights, taking their hand off the wheel to put over the radiator, that will be why, as our drivers go down the back straight for the final time. Jude Cole out in the lead. He's got a second gap, but the battle for second certainly not settled just yet, as Alfie Lindsay leads Oliver Buckton and Ben Ficini. Jude Cole, though, comes out of hairpin number 4, puts the power down, and the checkered flag awaits the 77, and Cole wins heat number 1 of junior rotax from Alfie Lindsay. Oliver Buckton, Ben Ficini, Rocco Baker and Bailey Thompson will come over the line 2 laps down after his early race problems. And, Jude Cole certainly having a lot more to do in terms of defending than he did yesterday. We obviously ran the juniors as part off the back of our senior grid, and he enjoyed mixing it with the seniors. Yeah. Thumbs up from Cole and the 4 of Ben Ficini. Great racing there, Tom, even though it's a small grid of juniors this time out.
Oh, it was superb, really, really close. I think even Cole was pushed all the way there. He obviously ran second for a long time and then managed to get the job done. So it seems, if you just look at the results, it'll seem like the status quo has just been resumed, but actually it's a completely different story today, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic result for him, and it's time for their larger cousins to come and play. It's senior rotax time. And Tom, you caught up with with pole sitter Max Prentice after his qualifying laps.
So we're with Max Prentice, our first different pole sitter of the day from yesterday, running in the senior rotax class. How was it out there?
It was really grippy today. Nice warm day, new tyres, so everything's going well. It's a fast day. It is.
Okay, great. Whereabouts are you based, and tell us a little bit about your experience and chassis you're running and things like that.
I'm based in the Scottish borders, about 2 hours north from here. I run on a 2020 Alonso chassis. Just got it for Christmas this year, so happy with that.
Well, it's certainly doing you well, sticking it on pole. You looking for a close race, or are you thinking you might disappear off at the front?
Trying my best to break away early on, but you never know. Andrew Collinson's fast, so looking forward to a good race though.
Yeah, it's looking like a good day, looking like a good close field as well. So fingers crossed for you. Hope you have a brilliant day, and yeah, enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So we've just had an update from our clerk of the course, Kat, about the 44 from the last race, and he came in on the rolling up lap because his suit was undone. So we'll take you through the grid for round 4 senior rotax heat 1. We have on pole position Max Prentice, second place Andrew Collinson, Third place, Daniel Kell. Fourth, Andrew Powell. Fifth, Kels Cole. Sixth, Paul Swan. Seventh will be Zach Bowker. Eighth, Max Martin. Ninth, Tom Reeve. 10th, Ashley Savage. 11th, Lee Bell. 12th, Chris Gibbon. 13th, Jake Simpson. 14th, Philip Sadidi. 15th, Josh Redhead. And 16th, Stephen Kell. And we're already heading for the start, and green flag wave. As we saw again, David, the outside lane actually getting a good start again, and it's looking like they're actually going off pretty much in grid order.
Yeah, everybody making it through the first corner. Those that did actually make it round to the first corner without having a mishap. Looks like the 27 of Phil Sadegi and the 90 of Steve Kell getting caught up before the start. As we see Paul Swan dives down the inside of the 19. I think that one's Andy Powell in the 19. So great start by Swan down the inside. Prentice, though, continues to lead off pole position. And it's great to see somebody now being able to take the fight to the O-plate of Andrew Collinson, who yesterday was pretty much unbeatable for most of the day.
Max Prentice is certainly going to make him work for it today, though, isn't he? He's 3/10 in front at the moment, with Daniel Kell right behind him, Kels Cole there as well. That's under a second separating the top four at the moment. Max Prentice coming into South Bank as well. Andrew Collinson closing up slightly in the O-plate. And Daniel Kell, I think he's going to have a look into hairpin 4 here. Had to think about it, I think, in the 89. And bringing along Kels Cole as well.
So Max Prentice is opening up a slight gap from Collinson. Collinson, who won all 3 heats in the final yesterday. Daniel Kell, though, I think had a up and down day yesterday, didn't he, Tom? At times he was bang on the pace, and one heat he dropped all the way from the front row all the way to the back and had to work his way back through the pack.
That was the one with the tricky conditions, wasn't it?
Yes.
We had mixed conditions, so it was a damp track, but it was drying very quickly. So we had some karts with slick tyres on and some on wets, and the ones on wets started really quickly and then went backwards, and the opposite for the slick runners.
Yeah, there are 2 leaders going side by side.
Whoa,
Collinson gets a great run, forces Prentice onto the curb. That slows Prentice down, and Andrew Collinson moves the O-plate through and into the lead. Daniel Kell trying to make his way past Max Prentice as well. So Collinson now leads from Prentice and Kell. Kels Cole there in the 18 joins the battle, and she'll dive down the inside of hairpin number 2 to move up into 3rd place. Parks that kart in the middle of the circuit on the way out and holds Daniel Kell up, and Kels Cole moves through and into the top 3.
Yeah, all action in senior rotax. Andrew Collinson was, well, for want of a better phrase, a little bit mean coming past Max Prentice there, chopping the nose off through this right-hander and taking the lead, sweeping through and taking the lead. Bulking Prentice, I think Prentice had to lift at the very least, although Prentice comes through straight after and bangs in his own personal best lap of the race.
Yeah, so Max Prentice, the junior champion here last year, bought that number 33, 15 years old, from in the Scottish borders, qualified on pole position.
Kels Cole having a good showing as well. A bit of a mixed day yesterday for Kales as well.
Yeah, driver making the trip over from Cork in Ireland. Champion driver over there. Now running inside the top 3 at the expense of Daniel Kell with that great move down the inside of hairpin 2.
Of course, Daniel Kell was our pole position sitter yesterday.
Yeah, Dan, a very, very accomplished karter. Does like his sim racing as well. I've seen during the off-season, got quite into his sim racing, been doing a lot of that, done some 24 hours alongside, ran a team in the iRacing 24 alongside Fernando Alonso and Tony Kanaan, the IndyCar driver. So Daniel Kell making his name in the e-sport as well. He did some sprint racing. Colin Turkington was in that. So Daniel Kell just as quick on the e-sport scene as he is in the rotax scene, as he continues to battle for 3rd place with Kels Cole.
We're seeing Max Prentice is closing back up again on Andrew Collinson as well. we focus on the battle here between Daniel Kell and Kales Cole, but I've just seen out the window, it's 3/10 on the timing screen, but it looks a lot closer than that on circuit. So Daniel Kell using the slipstream of Cole to pull him along and possibly make a move on the last lap. Do you think he's just biding his time?
Yeah, I think so. I think we saw yesterday that you don't really want to show your hand too soon. Certainly if you know you've got the pace and you've got a favoured position for the overtake, although we've noticed a lot of the time around here. We certainly saw it yesterday with the race at the start, with Josh Redhead coming through on those wet tyres in the early part of the race. There were certain parts of the lap where he closed right up and other parts where he'd be almost a second behind. And I know a lot of drivers around this Teesside circuit are either really good down one end or really good down the other, and there's very few that are fantastic all the way round. At the moment, the two leaders, though, continue to battle it out. Round hairpin 4 with Collinson holding firm on Max Prentice. Prentice getting closer, though.
Yeah, he's closed up a lot on the last 2 laps. I think he dropped to well over half a second, and it's now just down to a 10. Right on the tail. 2 laps to go.
Yeah, so they'll be welcomed by the last lap board next time round. So Prentice a lap and a half, maybe as they come out of hairpin number 2 and onto the back straight. So Prentice has got a lap and a half to try and make a move. Collinson chooses not to have a look over the shoulder, knows that Prentice is there. No point wasting time having a browse. As he goes defensive into hairpin 3, Prentice is going to take a slightly different line and try and get the run out of 4. Does indeed try to go to the inside, but we saw yesterday Collinson gets great drive out of the corners, especially at hairpin 2 and onto that back straight.
Yeah, and it's exactly what happened through hairpin 4 as well. This race got great drive coming out of there, managed to chop the nose off of Max Prentice.
So we'll see whether Prentice will once again be happy with a front row start and trying to go round the outside. Although we saw yesterday Collinson does, when he does start on pole position, he mixes it up, doesn't he? We saw yesterday he'd either get the power down really early or hold the pack in different races, and one of them certainly caught Max Prentice and all of the outside row out. Actually, the whole of the, we saw Kell come through from 3rd, Cole came through from 5th, and all to run inside the top 3. Prentice out of the final corner, can't get alongside Andrew Collinson, and Collinson will come through, and heat number 1 goes the way of the O plates at Collinson Prentice. Kales Cole holds off Daniel Kell. Paul Swan with a great race in 5th, with Andrew Powell, Max Martin, Zach Bowker, Chris Gibbon and Lee Bell, the top 10. Zach Bowker yesterday was presented with the NRG award for being an unlucky driver. Had a very difficult day yesterday. Good final though, running up inside the top 7, was 5th, and he was presented with the helmet and visor cleaner. And, looking fantastic aboard the number 41 today.
I think if Prentice had had another lap, he'd have made a move there on Collinson, so I'm really looking forward to heat 2 now.
Yeah, great race for Max Prentice. Collinson, though, got the job done just before half race distance and did just enough, and he'll start heat number 2 from pole position with Max Prentice alongside him. Final of the first heats will be in a few moments. They are gridded up in the background, and we can see our pole sitter just getting himself comfortable in that kart. And that's Connor Lucas, and we will hear from him now.
Okay, Connor, pole position in Senior Pro Car. 0.2 of a second separating the top 5. I think they're going to make you work for it today.
Yeah, it's been close all weekend. Yesterday we're close. Just got to work for a good start, get off the line and keep the consistency up.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was fantastic. We had 3 different winners from 3 different heats, and then it went to Josh in the final, but yourself and Aaron pushed him all the way. Scott Tate as well, mixing it up. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, I can't wait for it, to be honest.
Okay, just tell us a little bit about the kart you're running and why Senior Pro Karts and why Teesside.
Right, well, running Senior Pro Kart, MS Kart, because my dad, he's the importer for MS Kart, so we support them. And Teesside, we support, it's our local track really, so we support this event. And we do a 24-hour race, so it's good for seat time. Yeah.
You looking forward to the 24 hours? Only a couple of weeks away. All the team line up and everything sorted out?
Yeah, it's my favourite event of the year, so I look forward to it all the time.
Yeah, likewise, it's my favourite event of the year. If I wasn't racing in it, I'd still be here just watching. I love it, it's brilliant.
Yeah, it's wicked.
It's like a festival of karting. It's just like a festival just without the music.
Yeah, 90 karts on the track, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a busy one this year. So thanks for talking to us, Connor. Have a good day today. Good luck.
Cheers.
So Connor Lucas there, mentioning that he'll be racing in the British 24-hour race here over the weekend of the 7th to the 9th of August. And he starts on pole position alongside Josh Folkus with Scott Tate and Aaron Alexander on row 2. Connor White and Rob Lowe share row number 3. Simon Doughty, a career best qualifying for him, sees him 7th alongside Daniel Tate, David Brown and Mark Tate on row 5. James Dennis lines up alongside Brandon Truman Reddish in 12th, with Thomas Lowther, Jake Brooker, Ross Jackman and Steve Nichols, Nigel Richardson and Harry Burrell in 18th. Adam Wood, Andrew Worley, David Morton and Alban Dahl round out your 22 kart grid. The front row, Connor Lucas and Josh Folkus. The green flag is up, the green flag is down, we're underway and racing, and it's a great start from row number 2 by Scott Tate, but he can't fall into second place. Josh Folkus holds firm, so it's Lucas and Folkus round the national for the first time. Tate does in fact hold and drop back into number 3 with Aaron Alexander aboard the 38 there, throwing that number 38 like a ragdoll into hairpin number 1. All of our drivers safely through the first 2 corners.
The 64 kart had a brilliant start from, I think it was 6th on the grid, and jumped immediately straight up to 4th place on the grid. In the pack, and then got. Oh, we've got a round.
The leaders are off.
Folkus and Lucas have come together at hairpin 4.
It happened earlier on in this race. Normally they wait a couple of laps before they go toe to toe. It happened on the opening lap, and Connor Lucas and Josh Folkus, the leading 2, are well down the pack now with a lot of work to do. Scott Tate takes over at the head of the field. Aaron Alexander in behind. Connor Lucas and Josh Folkus coming together. A lot of work to do now between the 2 of those.
Yeah, I missed, unfortunately, I missed what actually happened between the 2 of them. I only caught the carnage out of the window of them skittling themselves across the circuit. We're going to try and find out after the race what actually caused the incident, and we'll watch them come back through the field. So Connor Lucas down in 17th and Josh Folkus coming across the line in 19th. See if they make up any more positions this lap, but we've got Aaron Alexander's now taken the lead from Scott Tate, and he's got Connor White right behind him as well, so this is going to be a fascinating battle at the front.
Yeah, Connor White coming through the pack up into 3rd place.
Now, Connor White, actually, I was watching Connor White a little bit in practice, and he let Josh Folkus through in the qualifying session. Oh, and we've got the 757
Simon Doughty's round, and David Brown's taken evasive action, and that action's taken him straight on and into the tyre wall. He's out of the kart, but it looks like he's going to call that one a day, is he? Or is he going to get himself moving and back out onto the circuit? But Simon Doughty's fantastic qualifying session ruined by a late braking manoeuvre into the first hairpin, and there's David Brown. Took evasive action, and that one took him straight across the grass. And when you get on the grass on the outside of hairpin 1, there is only one destination, and that is destination tyre wall.
Yeah, just hit the brakes a little bit too late, and locked it up, got the rear sideways, and that was it, too late.
To be fair, you were calling that Simon Doughty spin about 3 seconds before it happened. You were sort of going, oh,
yeah,
and he just went. You could see it, he was sideways, and he tried as hard as he could just to try and hold that 757 in the right direction, but couldn't do it in the end. The Bridgestone YDS tyres giving up the fight, and the back end overtaking the front of the 757.
So what I was saying about Connor White was that in the qualifying session, he actually let Josh Folkus through and followed him round for a couple of laps and used the Josh Folkus toe to get himself up the order, and he ended up only 2/10 off pole. So, using tactics there a little bit to get himself further up the order, and that's clearly set him up well for the day. With Lucas and Folkus coming together on the first lap, that's put White up into 3rd.
Yeah, how are they faring? We've got Connor Lucas all the way up to 13th now, with Josh Folkus 14th. So not making quite as much progress too, although Lucas dives down the inside of James Dennis into that hairpin, and they are now running nose to tail actually. Focus closing up on the back of Lucas.
Yeah, Focus just following him through. He's
them.
using Focus as the blocker, if you like, and he's just following him straight through, not allowing a gap for the kart they're overtaking to nip back into the racing line.
Ross Jackman battling it there with Brandon Truman Reddish. There is Connor Lucas diving to the inside of the bright blue and yellow liveried Steve Nichols.
Yeah, shake of the head there from Josh Falcus. He went toe to toe with Jake Brooker. There was contact through hairpin 3 between Brooker and Falcus, and then Brooker just decided to give it straight back up the inside at hairpin 4.
Yeah, Connor Lucas goes to the inside. Late move on Tom Lowther. Sticks that kart down the inside. Lowther's going to try and stick it out and battle it with the 2019 Senior Pro Kart champion. The champion, though, is through. And Steve Nichols is going to try and take full advantage as well and go down the inside, round the long right-hander of South Bank. Josh Focus as well, and Josh Focus is going to take 2 drivers down the inside of one corner. Steve Nichols is going to stick it out to Tom Lowther, and they're going to go side by side as well.
Fantastic
and if
action
Nichols gets this done, Tom Lowther's going to have lost 3 places in 2 corners.
We've got Jake Brooker side by side as well with James Dennis. Dennis taking that place from Brooker.
Yeah,
Doughty's dropping down. Simon Doughty's actually dropping down the order. He's dropped all the way down to 18th at the moment, 19th and 20th. So something's happened. Here he comes across the line.
Looks like he's had another excursion, I think, Simon Doughty, in that 757. So fantastic start of the day, followed up with a very difficult first heat. So 4 laps remaining, 3 when they come over the line next time. Of the 10 laps, Aaron Alexander's opened a gap at the start, at the head of the field, from Scott Tate, who in turn now is coming under pressure by the 52 of Connor White.
This is the great thing about the double headers, David, is that because we were here yesterday and we were enjoying the racing, the guys who were actually running yesterday can make some adjustments and find some pace today, and it seems like it's exactly what Connor White's done. He's mixing it up right at the front of the field now.
Yeah, exactly. Jake Brooker down in 13th. This is his first day here. Didn't do yesterday, and I think that's sort of hampering him quite a lot, because normally we see him battling it out inside the top 5, and now struggling down in 13th place aboard the number 11. Currently the lowest ranked driver of our blue backgrounds, which are our pro drivers. Ross Jackman, though, has come through the pack. He started off outside the top 10, now up into 7th, and he had a great day yesterday. With 2 laps remaining, Connor White in the 52, trying all he can to get past Tate in the 31.
We see off camera, we've seen the change of position between Falcus and Lucas, so they've actually overtaken each other, or rather Falcus has overtaken Lucas and got through now.
Yeah, so Falcus up to 9th, Lucas down in 10th, and with a lap and a half remaining, they're going to be starting in the middle of the pack for heat number 2. Drivers starting in their finishing positions for the heat, and then the final grid being made up of the accumulation of your points from all 3 heats. Last lap board taken by Aaron Alexander. Got 46 seconds or so to hold the lead, and Aaron won heat 1 yesterday. Looks like he's going to win heat number 1 today, and yesterday was in 3rd place with a couple of corners to go in the final. Made the move to try and get through to 2nd, and ended up with the day in 4th place, which is tough for him.
Yeah, I think he was, although he was a bit disappointed with yesterday's result, I think actually he should be quite proud of himself. It was it's his first season in senior pro karts, and to finish 4th is
and to be fair, he only finished 4th because he went for 2nd, didn't want to settle for 3rd.
Absolutely.
Although in heat number 1 he will be more than happy.
Here we go.
With
Good
the
look
victory.
behind.
Crosses the line, and Aaron Alexander wins heat number 1 here at round 4. Connor Lucas has got back in front of Josh Focus, though. They will, though, start side by side on row number 5 for the 2nd heat. Jake Brooker does make up some places towards the end of the race, and he will be behind them in 11th. So Alexander, Tate and White, the top 3. Daniel Tate, Rob Lowe and Brandon Truman Reddish, the top 6. Great race, actually, for Truman Reddish, coming through the pack. And, there are your leaders. Aaron Alexander on the outside aboard the number 38 First weekend on that Haas chassis, provided to him by Charlie Bingham. We are going to have a look at the first lap incident between Lucas and Volkus.
So this was coming off South Bank into hairpin 3. Oh, and Lucas went round all on his own, and Volkus had nowhere to go. He just went, he had to go to the outside around him, and that was it.
When I first looked at that, I thought Josh Volkus was 2 or 3 kart lengths behind. I just thought he must have come out of nowhere. And then at the next moment, Connor Lucas is facing the wrong way, having a look at everybody else go round hairpin 3. Josh Volkus with nowhere to go. Didn't actually spin, did he? He just went to the side of him, just hooked the wheel to the left, did a pirouette and joined back on, but they were well down the field in around 17th or 18th place, worked through into the top 10, and they will start side by side for heat number 2.
Mason Barker on the YouTube feed saying, nice one, Aaron. So well done to Aaron Alexander for winning heat number 1.
Yeah, Mason Barker and Aaron Alexander had some fantastic battles in Junior Pro Kart last season, going toe-to-toe, and they finished in the top 2 in the championship, with Aaron Alexander taking the Junior Pro Kart crown here at Teesside, moving up into the senior class and taking the Heat 1 win. Second heats are about to get underway as our Bambino drivers join the circuit in the background.
Okay, so heat 2 for Bambinos. Your grid looks like this. Pole position is the O plate of Edward Haynes, followed by, in second place, Ryan White. Third place will be Edward Rye. Fourth place, Colby Patterson. Fifth place is Ollie Carter, and alongside him, in sixth place will be Bo Mulvaney. Seventh will be Austin Oman. Riley Buckton Young in eighth, and in ninth place will be Joey Allen.
Really looking forward to this, Tom. The battle in the midfield in Heat 1 was fantastic. Obviously, Edward Haynes drove off into the distance, but everybody else had a superb battle, especially the one for second between Ryan White and Edward Rye aboard the numbers 4 and 66 respectively. There you see White on the outside, what looks to be a black kart, but when you look at it closer, it's blue with a bright helmet.
Just explain to us a little bit about what's going on here, David. Why the mechanics and dads are picking the back of the car up like this?
That just gets the engine up to temperature and allows the engine to perform a little bit better for the opening lap and get them away. So you'll see the back end's being lifted up, the throttle being applied by the driver, just spins that rear axle, brings the engine up to temperature and gets everything ready for racing. We are a few moments away. Final parents just making their way off the circuit, and we should be underway and racing in no time at all. There goes the green flag, and Ryan White cuts right across to the inside, doesn't take the straight line, just jacks the wheel to the right and drops into second place behind Edward Haynes, and they'll go round the national for the first time. And, there's already drivers going side by side mid-pack as Edward Haynes pops off into the lead. There is Edward Rye, and let's see whether he can get past Ryan White this time. Spent all of the first heat trying left-right to get past the driver of the 4. Cuts to the inside. I think White's going to have the run, though, down that back straight into South Bank. Behind them, the 24 of Colby Patterson coming along for the ride this time. He fell back into the pack last time and came under pressure from Austin Oman and Bo Mulvaney. Mulvaney running as high as third before spinning out of that position halfway through the race.
Yeah, that was a shame for Mulvaney as well, because it was a stark improvement on yesterday. Not quite up there yesterday, but certainly with the pack, with the front runners today.
Yeah, so as the drivers come through, and Edward Haynes with a fantastic opening lap, 2 seconds faster than anybody else, opens up the gap at the head of the pack aboard the Super 1 leading O-plate. The battle for second, though, sees Edward Rye trying, as always, to get past Ryan White aboard that number 4.
So your top, so your running order at the moment, as we see the 66 of Edward Rye, just have a look to the inside, but quite a long way back of Ryan White. Your running order is Edward Haynes, followed by Ryan White, Edward Rye, Colby Patterson, Beau Mulvaney, Riley Buckton-Young, Ollie Carter, Austin Oman in 8th, and Joey Allen in 9th.
Yeah, Buckton-Young coming through from the back row of the grid, starting the race in 8th place, now running up in 6th.
There was an issue in qualifying, wasn't there, David? There was a carb issue.
Yes, it fell off.
With Riley Buckton-Young. So he had to start at the back, but we knew that that he got good pace. Even with the carb off, was so fantastic times in qualifying.
It detached itself, and Riley had to stop on the outside of the first hairpin to have the carb reattached by one of the marshals. Then he came back into the pits to have it tightened back up, went out, set some fantastic times towards the end of the session, and then realised that the restrictor in the engine had come out, and most of his times for the session following that, the detachment of his carb were removed from the timing, and therefore he started the day at the back and now works his way up into 6th place. Edward Rye still struggling to get past Ryan White, and I think I mentioned while you were doing the interviews in the first heat that I think White's faster down the straight and Rye is faster around the corners, and it's, if either of those two can work on the other one, they might pull a 10th or 2 out from their counterpart. It is Haynes out at the front, 4.5 seconds is the gap as we approach half race distance here, the first of our second heats.
We're looking at the 95 of Joey Allen hunting down Ollie Carter. This is for 8th place on the road.
Yeah, I've just received some fantastic news as well. Roast pork dinner's available in the cafe. Roast potato. Tom, where are you going? Tom, come back, Tom.
I'll see you in about half an hour.
So 4 minutes remaining.
Well, we know what you're having for lunch, don't we?
Yeah, I've pre-ordered. So Haynes continues to lead as you see Ollie Carter aboard that number 88. Going round the bottom, coming under pressure though by Joey Allen, and Joey Allen goes right round the outside. Fantastic move from the novice driver in the 95, and Joey Allen continues to improve in that 95. Ollie Carter will try and cut back to the inside though.
I think we can see that smile from here, can't we?
Yeah, great move for him, right round the outside. We do need to find out why some of these number boards keep getting flicked up on the Bambinos. I'm not sure if it's for some added aero.
Yeah, aerodynamic purposes, maybe. It's worth a couple of thousandths of a second if it's facing upwards rather than backwards.
Yeah, maybe if one of the Bambino parents wants to pop their head in the commentary box and let us know the performance enhancement of a flicked up number board, feel free to come and advise us, as Colby Patterson, race winner here at round 2, continues to battle with White and Rye. Edward Haynes sets the fastest lap of the race of 1 minute .368, still half a second off his best of the day though, as Ryan White pumps in a personal best as well, 1 minute 9 for him, and these still can't shake off Edward Rye though, despite putting in a personal best.
Yeah, Edward Rye right there, and also Colby Patterson with them as well, so any of these two make a mistake and Colby's going to be right up there with them. Edward Rye again pulling out of that slipstream, not got the pace down the straight that I think maybe he thinks he has.
Yeah, he comes out of hairpin number 2 and then cuts in, doesn't he, quite early rather than sticking to the outside.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this yesterday, didn't we? Particularly with Colby Patterson as well, that we thought maybe if you were to use the slipstream a little bit, it might give a slight edge, but the drivers seem to favour cleaner air.
Yeah, coming to the inside. We saw Blair Smith yesterday taking almost a diagonal route, didn't we, down that straight. Blair not with us today, aboard number 5, who had a great day yesterday, pretty much came out of that second hairpin and just ran at a diagonal all the way to the inside of South Bank, rather than going to the inside or the outside, just went straight down the middle.
Edward Rye has closed up again on Ryan White here. Could and then drops back in. Just as I said,
Yeah,
drops
White's
back
gone
slightly.
tight though, hasn't he? And run wide round the second hairpin. Let's see what the 66 does this time. And White goes to the inside to defend. So I think White knew that he'd compromised the corners a little bit there. Had to come to the inside to fend off the 66 of Rye. Does so though as they go round South Bank. Leader already out of hairpin 4 and will be greeted by the last lap board this time round. Well down the road though, almost 7 seconds in the lead for Edward Haynes, your leading Bambino driver aboard the O-plate. The battle for second though as Ryan White and Edward Rye continue to battle. They've dropped Colby Patterson in the 24, those two dragging each other along, and now it's going to be a 2-kart race for second place. Edward Rye still not finding a way. He's had 2 heats now to try and get past the number 4 of White, struggling to do so as they go round the second hairpin. Down the back straight.
Ryan White.
Yeah, went very defensive, didn't he? And he's gone back out to the outside of the circuit, but already our race leader Edward Haynes going round hairpin 3, round hairpin 4, runs all the way to the outside of the circuit, almost skimming the curb on the outside, runs through and is welcomed by the checkered flag, and heat number 2 goes to the O-plate of Edward Haynes. Ryan White once again holds off Edward Rye for the top 3, so it's Haynes, White and Rye. Patterson comes through in 4th with Mulvaney coming through in a lonely 5th place. Riley, Buckton Young, Austin Oman, and then it's going to be Joey Allen in front of Ollie Carter. Ollie Carter going a lot slower than normal. I wonder if he's got some problems with that number 88, but Joey Allen with a fantastic move right round the outside of hairpin 3. Great move for him, and the novice driver crosses the line in 8th place. Ollie Carter comes through to take the checkered flag and finish the race in 9th. So Bambino heat number 2 in the bag, and once again it's gone the way of the O-plate Edward Haynes. So we are the Bambinos make their way off the track and onto the weighbridge. So all of our drivers on the way off the circuit go over the weighbridge. All of our classes run to a minimum weight and ensures all of our drivers have a fair platform of racing. So they'll come over. There we see the chief scrutineer checking everybody's weight as they come over the weighbridge, sending the top 3 into the scrutineering bay for assessment. In the background, you can see Jack Morris, our pole sitter for the second heat in Junior Pro Kart, having qualified on pole and won heat number 1. Didn't have it all his own way though, and we look forward to heat number 2 to see if the pack can take the battle to Jack. So Junior Pro Kart Heat 2 out on circuit, and it'll be a front row of Jack Morris alongside the number 8 of Bella Franklin. Row 2, Kieran Lambert and Gracie Mitchell, with a third row of Alexanders Mallard and Joe Burrell. Row 4, Asher Blythe and Jake Richardson, Thomas Braid and Caitlin Frame. The top 10, Kieran Savage and Sebastian Pereira on row 6. Maximus Shields and Jacob O'Connor share row 7. Brandon Jennings and Ben Hogarth on row 9. Lennon French, who ran high up inside the top 10 before having a couple of spins in Heat 1, starts from 17th. I'm sure he's got the confidence in himself that he's got the pace to mix it in the midfield, qualifying fairly well and battling it out in the first heat. Just having a look at some of the comments on Facebook. Robbie Bales has been on. Says this is better than NASCAR. I'm not sure what his actual opinion of NASCAR is, but what I can tell you is it's fantastic racing here from start to finish here at Teesside. The front row rolls into position with Jack Morris there on the inside.
I
Bella
quite like
Franklin
NASCAR,
on
to
the
be honest.
outside.
Nothing
I-
sends me to sleep faster.
I like that. Well, is it the constant meow?
It is.
meow,
It's that
meow?
drone, that V8 drone. There is nothing sends me to sleep faster than watching NASCAR. It's brilliant. And the racing actually is quite good. I enjoy it, even though people say, "Oh, they only turn left" and things like that. But they're doing 200 miles an hour with a cigarette paper between them. It's it's great. As our producer director Luke holds up a PlayStation 4 copy of NASCAR Heat 5 Gold Edition, which it looks like he will be taking home and enjoying this evening.
No, I think we should run a competition today to win Luke's copy of NASCAR Heat 5 Gold Edition.
I think I'm going to rig it so that I win it. Maybe not. No, he's giving us the cutthroat signal, which means we might get sacked if we keep on trying to give away his game.
You're fired, Tom.
So we got Claire Lambert saying good luck here in number 14 on the social media, as well as the starter gets into position. And here we go. Good start from Bella Franklin. Tucked straight in behind Cook. Oh, big contact in the rear.
Oh, Joe Burrell's round. Alexander's Mallard is round as well, and the 68 of Ben Hogarth.
I think, unfortunately, Mallard just got collected there. I don't think it was an instigation.
No, Mallard and Burrell started together on the third row, and the two of them, and Ben Hogarth.
Well, Burrell unfortunately got lifted up into the air onto the back of somebody else and then just collected Mallard.
Yeah, so Mallard there, looking behind him down the back straight at the back wheel, make sure he's not got any problems, but Mallard there involved in an incident with very little fault, but it has allowed at the front of a pack our leader to break away. There's been a change for second place as well, as Kieran Lambert comes through into second, so Mum Claire will be very happy with that. So it's Morris, Lambert, Franklin and Mitchell, with Asher Blythe, Thomas Braid, Richardson, Frame, Pereira and Savage, your top 10.
We've got support coming in on the social media for Asher Blythe as well from Jensen Barker. Gracie Mitchell having a look there up the inside of Bella Franklin, who's also right on the back of Kieran Lambert now. Jack Morris has started to make a break for it at the front.
Yeah, Mitchell and Franklin had that battle in the final yesterday, didn't they? That went right down to the line.
They certainly did, and also Franklin was able to put Morris under pressure as well in Heat 1 today, so it looks like Morris might just be making that break for it with Lambert there.
Yeah, I think Lambert's overtake on Franklin on the opening lap has given Morris the opportunity to break away from the pack on this occasion. And currently he leads by 1.4 seconds as we see Joe Burrell there in the middle of the pack making his way back through, already back up to 13th, having dropped all the way to the back of the pack bar 1. That's Lennon French getting in the mix as well. He had a tough first heat after qualifying quite well. I think he was running up in 7th, wasn't he, as Shields there in the 181 tries to get past Kieran Savage in the 79 down into the South Bank. Tries once again.
Was another one who had a difficult first heat, and that was the 23 just tapping the back of him there. That's Joe Burrell recovering back as well from the incident right of the first corner.
Oh, French there getting forced onto the grass ever so slightly. Manages to keep that one facing in the right direction. The 14-year-old from Dundee in Scotland joining us here for the first time this weekend, and mixing it in the middle of the pack as we see Joe Burrell in the background diving down the inside of Maximus Shields and Kieran Savage all in one corner. Bella Franklin though is back up into second place, and Kieran Lambert with a great late move down the inside into South Bank goes back up into second place. Kieran Lambert left that one about as late as he could before diving to the inside.
Yeah, fantastic move from Lambert there, opportunistic, and put the nose in there, and I wouldn't say it pushed Bella wide, but she certainly tried to hold that corner then as tight as she could and put Lambert back under pressure again.
Great move. Lambert wasn't giving that one up. There was about a cart's width, and that was it, and he dived straight into it. So this battle for second goes all the way from Lambert in second down to Braid in 6th, and Braid yesterday had a great day. Franklin dives back to the inside of hairpin number 2, runs wide on exit, and her and Kieran Lambert will go side by side, NASCAR style, down the back straight.
Gracie Mitchell having to think about coming through as well there. And she's also under pressure from Asher Blythe.
Yeah, Kieran Lambert defends into hairpin 3, doesn't he? There goes a lot tighter than normal, doesn't open the door as well into hairpin 4. And these 5 drivers go nose to tail in the background. Jake Richardson's coming as well. He's going to try and catch on to the back of this as the 5 of them continue to battle it out over second place. Off into the distance though, race leader Jack Morris in the O plate.
Something's happened to Sebastian Pereira. Got contact with Joe Burrell, so possible incident there between Burrell and Sebastian Pereira. Oh, and Lambert and Franklin are side by side, and there's contact down the straight, side pod to side pod, wheel to wheel. Franklin turning in. Oh, and Gracie Mitchell round the outside, spun off. Oh, I don't really want to call that, but Lambert was there. They were going side by side down the straight with Franklin, and then Mitchell unfortunately just tried to hold it around the outside and got there was contact between the two of them. Unfortunately, she came off worse, but is still carrying on and is in 7th place with Bella Franklin in 6th. Here we have a replay. So side by side, they go down the straight. David, call this one for us.
Oh, Lambert's looks like they're just turning into each other, aren't they? Oh, that's nasty in the end. Gracie Mitchell, fantastic. Oh, look at that. She just kept the foot in and kept the kart going, but neither Lambert or Franklin were giving that one up. They just were so focused on each other. Gracie Mitchell got caught through absolutely no fault of her own. Managed to keep the foot in. It's amazing that she's still facing in the right direction.
Absolutely, and Asher Blythe has now dropped behind both Bella and Gracie. And we've also got Joe Burrell is now coming back through after the first lap.
Yeah, Jake Richardson though right in the mix now. Thomas Braid, who was 6th a few laps ago, now up into 2nd place with Morris continuing to lead by 5.5 seconds. 3 laps remaining.
Definitely aggressive from Franklin coming into the into South Bank corner. Leaning very heavily as she goes up the inside there of Jake Richardson. Through hairpin 2, but leaning very heavily on Kieran Lambert, and again contact down the straight. Gracie Mitchell's going to follow her through.
Yeah, Richardson's going to get hung out to dry on the outside there, and he can't get back in to get the toe, and Gracie Mitchell takes full advantage of that, and Jake Richardson loses 2 places down. He might be 3 now with Asher Blythe. They're going to go side by side through the sweeping bends and over the start line. Richardson takes a huge amount of curb. Blythe thought about sticking it out round the outside, but slots back into 7th place. Great midfield battle, great battle for 2nd here between all of these drivers. And Thomas Braid holding off Kieran Lambert for 2nd place.
I was just going to say, the big winner out of all of this has been Thomas Braid. He kept it completely clean throughout all of that, and has managed to pick his way through. And
Lambert gets in the slipstream though and ducks out at the end of the back straight down South Bank. Braid's going to stick it down the inside again though, and these two, and they're going to go side by side round that hairpin. Looks like exactly Lambert's going to hold it done. Braid's going to come back to the inside, although Braid lost the back end slightly, and with that lost the momentum and slots into 3rd place. Last lap now for our leader. 6.5 seconds down the road as the battle for 2nd continues between the top of the 4 drivers, Lambert, Braid, Franklin and Mitchell.
Franklin just setting the fastest lap of the race as well, with a 46.7. And she's up the inside. I can just see out of there we go, up the inside.
Yeah, Braid once again has got hung out to dry. Mitchell's got to the inside. She's going to follow Bella Franklin through as well in a carbon copy move on Thomas Braid, and what the two of them did on Jake Richardson on the last lap. Our leader there was already out of hairpin number 4, crossing the line for the checkered flag, and it's Jack Morris winning heat number 2. Kieran Lambert will come through to take 2nd place. Bella Franklin in 3rd with Mitchell and Braid the top 5. Asher Blythe got Jake Richardson on the final lap, and Joe Burrell recovers from his first lap excursion to finish in 8th. Frame and Mallard rounding out the top 10, and action-packed in Heat 2 for our junior pro karters, and the battle between Kieran Lambert and Bella Franklin, one to be talked about all the way down that back straight, Tom, into South Bank. And, hopefully when they get the 11 of Gracie Mitchell's kart back into the pits, she'll be able to check that. Hopefully it's not taking too much damage, because it did come up in the air, didn't it, as she spun round?
It did. We saw 2 karts airborne in that heat, actually, with Joe Burrell being the other one. But yeah, I think it was Franklin leaning on Lambert coming down the straight. He seemed to be holding his line, and she was moving across, and then neither of them were going to back out of it, were they? She actually had a run and had the pace down the straight and got slightly in front, but he wasn't going to back out. And when she turned, Mitchell was round the outside with the overspeed and just got collected.
Yeah, no quarter given there in our junior pro kart class. Cadets will be out next as our juniors go over the weighbridge, ensuring they reach the 165 kilo weight limit. Remember, our junior pro karters run the same engines that our cadet class does, albeit an extra one, strapped to a senior frame. So it's a senior frame with 2 cadet engines on for our junior pro karters. And speaking of cadets, they're out onto the circuit in the background. So as the cadets make their way round to be lined up on the grid, Heat 1 winner and pole sitter will be Charlie Wyatt. He lines up alongside championship leader Catherine Potter. David Mack and Lizzie Mentier will share the second row with Jared Fox-Whiteley and Ethan Girling in 6th. Keir McLeod and Thomas Potter line up on row number 4 with Hudson Barker-Dixon, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson rounding out the top 10. Leon Barlow and Finlay Stubbings on row 6, with Sophie Pawsey and Addison Smith on row 7. Josh Cook, who started the day at the back, a fantastic 15th for him, alongside Reese Penniston, Ethan Charles and Tom Holden in the 87. Sam Robson, Harris Alley in 19th and 20th. Then we have Alex Fraser alongside Jack Thompson, William George Howard and Holly Allen. Lewis Goff and Alex Lynn. And then we have the 93 of Cody Lamb, who had a difficult first heat. His engine stalled after a spin, and that sent him all the way to the back of the pack. Looking for the 87 of Tom Holden actually to come through. He's been battling it out with the in the pack for the battle for 3rd, which last time was anywhere between 3rd and 11th. He was in the mix there. He's a little bit further down the grid, I think, than what he'd have hoped. And we'll look for the 87 to try and make his way through the pack. A bumper grid of cadets here at Teesside Karting for round number 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner-Driver Sprint Series, brought to you by Alpha Live and the Teesside Karting Facebook page. As our cadets join the grid, just enough time to tell you that we will be back here in 2 weeks' time for the British 24-hour race. And Tom Butterworth, the man alongside me, pulling double duty that weekend, both in the commentary box and in the driver's seat.
Can't wait.
And, we'll be joined in the commentary box over that weekend by Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell. And we'll be bringing you all 24 hours of action from 11:30 a.m. on Saturday the 8th of August. And we'll be taking you all the way through the night to the checkered flag at midday on Sunday. And, certainly can't wait for that one, the jewel in the British Pro Karting crown. Almost 90 karts on the grid, 25 owners, 65 hires. We look forward to a wonderful weekend of racing here for the British 24-hour, as it always is. And hopefully the weather will be just as it is today, with the sun shining on the Teesside Autodrome circuit in Middlesbrough. The final few drivers rolling into position. The green flag is up, the green flag is down, we're underway, and it's another fantastic start by Catherine Potter from the outside. Charlie Wyatt once again being hampered on the start, and it will be Catherine Potter leading heat number 2 of the cadets round the national loop and through the chicanes. A couple of drivers go wide in the background. That's the 27 running very wide, and now there's a little bit of contact going into the first hairpin. Everybody remains facing in the right direction. Although we go 3 wide round hairpin number 2. Everybody sorts themselves out though onto the back straight. Harris Ali in the 72 picks up a contact warning for running into the back of the 58 of Sam Robson at hairpin 1. And Charlie Wyatt already trying to make his way past Catherine Potter, not wanting to wait quite as much as he did in the first heat. He waited all the way until the penultimate lap before making the move. Looks very racy at the start of this second heat. Jared
Potter went wide coming out of the first chicane there as well.
Yeah, that's going to compromise the run and the run into the first hairpin. She doesn't feel the need though to defend to the inside. Maintains the optimum line round the outside as the start line marshal retrieves some debris off the circuit. Looked like a nose cone mounting.
Getting the thumbs up there, Dave.
Yep, the nose
well
cone
spotted.
Knowledge. So the nose cones of each of these cart, the bit you see right at the bottom there at the front of Catherine Potter's cart, they have two mountings. Looks like one of those has been relieved of its duty from one of the carts out there on circuit. But Catherine Potter, 2 laps in, crosses the line and continues to lead Cadet Heat 2.
And Lizzie Mentier right on the tail here of Charlie Wyatt and knows that she needs to get, if she's going to get through, she's got to take any sniff of an opportunity she has. Charlie Wyatt
goes to the inside, gets the door slammed shut on him though by Catherine Potter.
That's actually just freed Potter up a little bit and given the slightest bit of breathing room. But
yes,
Lizzie definitely knows that if she gets even the whiff of an opportunity to get past Charlie Wyatt, she's going to have to take it.
Yeah, going to get that job done early, because I think if Wyatt can get past Potter, I think, not being disrespectful to anybody, but I think if anybody's got the fastest pace out there this weekend, it is Charlie Wyatt in his final weekend of cadet racing before switching to 2-strokes aboard that number 23.
I think they're all going to have to gang up on him a little bit.
We've got a driver off at the outside of the third hairpin. They've gone so wide, I think they're in the tyres. The marshal retrieving them and sending them in the right direction. Hopefully that driver is okay, getting pulled through. And that cart has been retired for the day. Marshall just making sure the driver is okay as Charlie Wyatt and Catherine Potter pull out a bit of a gap to Lizzie Mentier in 3rd place. We will be approaching half race distance. 8 laps of Charlie Wyatt. Catches the back of Catherine Potter in hairpin 3. Potter runs wide then as a result into hairpin number 4. Charlie Wyatt ducks back into the slipstream. Both of them with the arms up in the air. Hands on the steering wheel, please. Drivers.
Your arms and legs must remain on inside the ride at all times.
Very much so. Lizzie Mentier trying to take advantage of 2 drivers that might not be in the right frame of mind for the next few corners. That's the 93 of Cody Lamb, once again having a difficult day of things. Looks like that cart's going again though, and he's going, albeit a couple of laps down. Rejoins the fray. Will he join the circuit to continue racing as Charlie Wyatt goes to the inside of Catherine Potter at hairpin number 3, and Potter's been mugged as well by Lizzie Mentier, your race leader, down to 3rd place. Charlie Wyatt through into the lead, and Lizzie Mentier with the head down in the background now pushes Charlie Wyatt over the start-finish line. David Mack with the fastest lap of the race down in 6th. He's trying to catch up onto this battle, and now it's going to be a 5-cart battle for the lead, with Lizzie Mentier trying to chase down Charlie Wyatt right on the back of the 23. And Lizzie Mentier, really the form driver in the Cadet Extreme class throughout the country at the moment, with podiums here at Teesside and also at Hooton Park. Chases down your leader Charlie Wyatt. Catherine Potter trying to push the 50 of Mentier through as well.
This could well be a 7-cart train very soon as well.
Yeah, Thomas Potter at the back, the youngest driver on the grid, last year's Bambino champion there in the green helmet, joining in the mix for the lead.
David Mack has definitely caught this train now, so we've got a 6-cart train. And I think very soon it's going to be a 7-cart train, as I say, with Potter catching as well, so he's only 1.6 behind.
Yeah, fantastic battling here at the front. We are 2 laps away from the checkered flag, and Charlie Wyatt looks to have broken by a couple of cartlets. So David Mack slides that number 16 down the inside of Tom Holden. Ethan Gerling, comes back to retake the lead, but we saw yesterday David Mack very late on the brakes in that 16, and the same this time. He just gets the kart sideways and slides it in down the inside.
Fantastic control. It's the same thing that we see with the senior pro karters doing. It's that kind of driving style, and it's certainly paying dividends.
Yeah, I know he's been testing a two-stroke recently, and I wonder if that's aided his driving style a little bit, because you very much do throw them karts in a little bit more with the two-stroke class. I think that's paying dividends for David Mack in the 16.
So as we start the last lap, we've got Charlie Wyatt with Lizzie Mentier behind, and Catherine Potter now right on her bumper.
Yeah, I think Mentier has given up on the win and is now focusing on keeping Catherine Potter behind. She went very defensive into the first hairpin to try and keep the 20 of Potter behind her and secure a front row start. And as we've seen, Charlie Wyatt has been struggling off the line, hasn't he? So if Mentier can get that front row start, she'll be very confident of taking the lead into the first corner for heat number 3, which will be with you after our half-an-hour lunch break, which will come at the end of our senior pro kart racing round about 20 minutes time. But heat number 2, checkered flag once again goes the way of Charlie Wyatt, unbeaten all weekend thus far in the 23 with Mentier behind, so she'll start alongside him on the front row.
She was very happy with that, fist in the air as she came across the line.
I think she knows that she had a job to do there, and that was to get on the front row, and she's done just that.
Yeah, fantastic performance. So we have your top 10 will be Charlie Wyatt, Lizzie Mentier, Catherine Potter, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Ethan Gerling, David Mack, Thomas Potter, Hudson Barker-Dix, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, and Liam Barlow rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, fantastic there for him.
And great to see. Look at the sportsmanship there between I think that's David Mack, isn't it, and Catherine Potter.
Yeah, I'm going to shout out 56 Finley Stubbins in that one, because throughout the weekend, this is his first weekend here, joining us from Norfolk in the 56, and throughout the weekend his pace has improved and he's getting gradually closer towards the top 10, and with 2 races remaining for our cadets, I'm sure he's confident that he can round out his opening weekend here at Teesside Karting by finishing inside the top 10. So 56 there, Finley Stubbings, joining us from Fakenham in Norfolk, 12 years old, is improving throughout the weekend. 22 of Jared Fox-Whiteley. I'm not sure what he's doing with his arms there coming over the weighbridge. But,
we used to see some dabs and all sorts coming over the weighbridge, didn't we?
Don't encourage them, Tom.
I quite liked the dabs. I miss the dabs. I miss the finger guns as well. That was another one, wasn't it?
So another fantastic racing there with our cadet class, and as it always is actually here at Teesside, the cadets.
So mums and dads, just remind your oh, there we go. Just having a look in front of the commentary box. We've got the nose clip being collected. But yeah, mums and dads, have a word. Just remind everybody that we like a dab, we like a finger gun, we like some points and flossing and things like that as they come over the weighbridge. Give us a wave. They are going to be on. There we go. That's more like it.
We're going to fall out, Tom. Don't make me call you Thomas.
I quite like being called Tom. Maybe.
So 3 more races for you in the morning session before our half-an-hour lunch break here at Teesside Karting for round 4. In the background, making their way onto the circuit in a few moments as our final few cadets make their way over the weighbridge is our junior rotax class.
Okay, so we're just waiting on our junior rotax grid to make their way out onto circuit. There might be a slight pause in proceedings here,
but that gives me plenty of time then, Tom, to ask you for a little bit more about our 24-hour race here in a few weeks' time. This will be how many times now you've entered this race?
I believe this will be number 4 that I've entered, and it'll be number 3 that I've commentated on.
So, and how many of them have you done? So this is your second time pulling double duty, I believe, is it?
Yeah, second time pulling double duty. Can't wait, to be honest. I'm going to be in the rental class this year. Normally run in the pro kart class, but this year there were some fantastic deals put on by Cat and the Teesside team. So we took advantage of that, and I will be jumping in a rental car for number 227 Piston Broke Racing.
So just to give everybody an idea, we run two classes here for the 24-hour race. The owner class, which is our senior pro kart class, and also the hire class, which basically means that you use the hire karts available here at Teesside Karting. So anybody who wants to race and can get a team together can come and race here in the 24-hour race. We're almost 90 teams this season, or this year, will be in action over the weekend of the 7th, 8th and 9th of August. And Tom mentioned in there he's raced in 4 24 hours. I've raced in 3, so plenty of 24-hour experience between the two of us, and fantastic event, Tom, especially through racing karts throughout the night, and then as the sun comes up in the morning, and here at Teesside the sun sets and comes up either over South Bank or at the other end of the circuit, depending on whether it's the morning or the night time, and it's fantastic basically driving your kart either into a sunset or as the sun comes up.
Yeah, it's a brilliant experience. As I was saying to Conor Lucas in the post-qualifying interview this morning, it really is like a festival, just without the music. The music is slightly different. It's 4-stroke engines coming past, you know, once a second for 90 seconds, and we've actually now got our junior rotax grid up, and they are out on circuit, so that pausing proceedings has just allowed us to get the action back. So we've got Duke Cole on pole with Alfie Lindsay in second, Oliver Buckton in third, Ben Faccini in fourth, fifth is Rocco Baker, and sixth Bailey Thompson.
So rolling start for our 2-stroke class, so they'll come round and out of hairpin number 4, put the power down, and they will be away and racing if they're in the correct formation. So we just look to watch to make sure the green flag flies. Jude Cole there just slowing down Alfie Lindsay on the outside. Power down, the green flag does go, and Alfie Lindsay from the outside tries to go right round the outside, can't on this occasion, and Jude Cole slots into the lead. I think Lindsay was going to try and run that right round the outside, which was a move that we spoke about earlier on in the day, didn't we? Certainly with the seniors, with trying to keep the power down all the way round the outside, and now it's Alfie Lindsay who's got to try and take the fight to Jude Cole. Lindsay led the first heat, didn't he? He ran right round the outside and into the lead on the opening lap.
Yeah, fantastic start.
Now he's got some work to do, chasing down Jude Cole in the number 77 aboard the Madcrock chassis Rotax Junior.
Yeah, Cole was flying yesterday, as we said, in Heat 1, mixing it up with the seniors, and ran as high as 5th at one point before a sort of innocuous spin through hairpin 1 dropped him back down again. But and starting at the back of each heat of the seniors and still managing to get up to 5th place overall was a fantastic effort.
Yeah, really getting to grips with that Madcrock 77 Duke Cole, hoping to race Super 1 next season, showing a good turn of speed aboard that car. Alfie Lindsay, his first appearance of the weekend, currently sees him in 2nd place.
Ben Faccini in 3rd and Oliver Buckton in 4th, with Rocco Baker 5th and Bailey Thompson in 6th. But we've got Alfie, is that Alfie Lindsay?
That's Rocco Baker in 14, spinning round at the chicane section.
Similar nose panel, that was what threw me off there.
Gives his head a wobble on as he gets himself back on the circuit, gives his steering wheel a punch as well. That kart's taking a pounding, isn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly one way to turn yourself and it off.
So that's Ben Faccini, currently in 3rd, being chased down by last year's Cadet Extreme champion Oliver Buckton in the 66. Won the O-Plate here as well in the December meeting. And, trying to find a way through and into 3rd place. The battle.
late on the brakes there from
Ficini parked that kart in the middle, didn't he? He's defending.
You could see it moving around under braking as well over the bumps. Feeling the need to go defensive as well from Buckton. Get a good line around South Bank, but can't quite carry it all. And in fact, I was going to say couldn't quite carry enough speed into the corner, but it turned out that Ficini braked slightly early and it caught Buckton off guard, and then he ended up going wide himself.
Yeah, so the top four split by no more than 2 seconds. Jude Cole's broken the gap at the front, so he's a second. Now these two in third and fourth, trying to keep up with Alfie Lindsay and at the same time battle each other for third place. Buckton's got the run this time, hasn't he? Ficini's cut to the inside. Buckton's going to have to go the long way round.
This is almost a carbon copy of exactly what happened on the last lap. Buckton not getting caught out this time. Good drive as well off of hairpin 3.
Yeah, Ben Ficini, the 14-year-old from Hartlepool, putting that kart where it needs to be, and Oliver Buckton's going to have to work to get through. Ben Ficini's worked so hard on his consistency from when he first joined us at the start of last season. Always been a fairly quick driver, but last season it was strewn with errors, and this season driving that number 4 kart with a lot more experience, having got more practice in. Buckton once again gets the run. Ficini though parks that kart, as we said, in the middle of the circuit, as is his right as the leader of the two in the pack. And that's Bailey Thompson coming under pressure from Rocco Baker down the back straight. Baker gets the run out of the second hairpin and moves up into 5th place.
So we're still focusing on the battle of third and fourth. So this is Ficini and Buckton. Buckton, do we think he's just holding station at the moment, or do you think he's really pushing on? It's just Ficini's pace, it's just too much for
We've not seen him make an aggressive move, had we? And I think Ficini's doing incredibly well, just parking that kart. You see, he's not run all the way out in the circuit, and even if Buckton's got the run and got the speed, he's going to have to try something different, isn't he? He's followed the same line, really, for the last couple of laps without making much of a move. Doesn't dive down the inside there, does he?
Yeah, it was almost like he set himself up for an overtake into turn 4, and then sort of thought twice about it and just tucked back in to the normal line. But it's almost like it's a practice run for maybe a lap or two coming up.
Yeah, difficult for Buckton to get past, and he's going to have to think about this one. It's a tactical battle between the two of them. We'll see Ficini again come out of that corner and move to the inside. Cole and Lindsay, though, off down the road. Ben Ficini and Oliver Buckton, this is your battle for third place. Rocco Baker in 5th with Bailey Thompson 6th. And, once again, Buckton doesn't dive to the inside. We're going to have 2 laps remaining as the drivers come over the line, and we'll see if Buckton's aggression levels increase as they get closer and closer towards the checkered flag.
We've just been told that there's a couple of drops of rain dropping on the on South Bank corner as well, so I don't think it's going to make too much of an impact. It might just be a couple of drops, but the lap times are certainly still there, so it's not affecting the drivers at the moment, but it could be that psychological rain that we see from time to time, where you come through that corner, you get a few drops in your visor, and all of a sudden you're half a second slower.
Yeah, we've mentioned on numerous occasions around here at Teesside, this corner they're going round now, hairpin number 3, when it does dry, that's the corner that dries last. It's used by the karts on the inside and the drift cars they have here at Teesside on the outside, and the water just generally sits in the tarmac there, so as the rest of the circuit dries, that's the last part of the circuit to dry here at Teesside. The sun, though, shines on the rest of the circuit, even if there is droplets, and Alfie Lindsay's slowed down. The battle for seconds closed right up on the back, and Alfie Lindsay down the back straight looks over his shoulder because he's worried as what's happening. Don't know whether he's going to try and get the hammer down for half a lap, but he's backing himself into the pack as Ben Ficini parks that number 4 in the middle of hairpin number 3. Does the same.
Looks like he's cooked those rear tyres. The back end is all over the place at the moment.
He's going to do enough to hold on for third as Jude Cole comes through for a commanding victory. Alfie Lindsay, slowing towards the end of that race, holds on for second. Ben Ficini, a fantastic third, holding off last year's cadet champion Oliver Buckton. Then we've got Rocco Baker, he's still to come through. Over the line in 5th after a spin earlier on. And that's Bailey Thompson in the 44, joining us for the first time this weekend. Crossing the line in 6th place. And, that battle between Ficini and Buckton. I think Buckton's going to have to use the lunch break to have a think about where he can get past Ben Ficini, because Ben Ficini's been parking that number 4 in all the places that Oliver Buckton wants to be.
Yeah, good drive from Ficini there, definitely.
So we have 2 more races before the lunch break. Senior rotax in a few moments, the fastest of our karts on show here today at round number 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner-Driver Sprint Series. Brought to you by Alpha Live and Teesside Karting on their YouTube and Facebook page respectively. If you are watching us on the YouTube channel, feel free to give us a like and a subscribe. And that way, if you fancy pressing the bell icon as well, so you'll stay notified for all the videos that Alpha Live do, especially for in a few weeks when we are back for the British 24 hours. So all of our drivers over, and almost time to go racing in senior rotax.
So just a slight pause in proceedings again as we wait for the rotax grid to come out. But we will have a look at the grid very shortly. So here is your grid for Senior Rotax Heat 2. In pole position, Andrew Collinson with the O plate. Second is Max Prentice, third Kales Cole, fourth Daniel Kell, fifth Paul Swan, sixth Andrew Powell. Seventh will be Max Martin, eighth Zach Bowker, ninth Chris Gibbon, 10th Tom Reeve, 11th Lee Bell, and 12th will be Josh Redhead. 13th will be Philip Siddiqui, 14th will be Jake Simpson, 15th will be Stephen Kell, and alongside him Ashley Savage in 16th.
Yeah, I've just been having a look at the comments via the YouTube channel. The Down Under contingent are back with us. John C is in watching us from Sydney, and yesterday John was watching grandson Leon Barlow in the Cadets, and thank you very much for staying up into the night in Sydney for us, John, and watching all of the action here at Teesside Karting. Rolling start once again for our Rotax class. As
just having a look at the weather graphic here, aren't we? So it's 18 degrees currently.
So JMW forecasting providing the graphics down the right hand side there as the drivers come through the chicane section. Collinson on pole gets the power down. Kales Cole from the second row comes through down the inside of Max Prentice as Paul Swan there in the background has a disastrous start in the number 95, and his race appears to be I thought he's pulling into the pits, but he's back out. He's decided to give it at least a lap.
Well, he's I think he might be pulling off at the Northern Loop.
Paul Swan in the number 95 pulls off as Tom starts to rename the corners here at the Teesside Autodrome. Out at the front of the pack though, Andrew Collinson leads Kales Cole.
It is a Northern Loop as well as a National
Well, to be fair, if that is South Bank, that's as north as the track's going to get.
So we've got Collinson leading, Kales Cole in second, Max Prentice third, Daniel Kell fourth, Andrew Powell in fifth. Just over a second separating the top 5 at the moment. Cole giving us a good showing so far in second. I think that's the highest she's run so far this weekend.
Yeah, she's just had a little helmet tap to Max Prentice. Let's see whether Prentice takes note. Prentice
Absolutely
does not take note.
Straight up the inside.
Not at all. And Max Prentice once again caught out at the start by Andrew Collinson's mixed method of starting. Of mixing it up with getting the power down. And Andrew Collinson, as is his right, as the pole sitter, has used that to his advantage.
Yep.
And moves away now at the head of the field. The gap as Prentice and Cole battle it out for second. It gives the leader a second at the head of the field. So it's Collinson, Prentice, Cole, Kell and Powell. 2 drivers showing green numbers. That's the Rotax 177 class. So running Rotax 162 and 177, that's a weight difference and a weight difference only. Same engine, but gives the drivers that may be carrying a little bit more ballast to, and by ballast I mean personal ballast.
Such as ourselves.
Oh, very much so. I could probably enter a Rotax 200 class if they were to run one. As we spoke about yesterday, lockdown has not been overly kind to me. However, cakes and biscuits have.
Yes, likewise.
It looks like we've got another retirement. There's an arm up. It's the number 26. That's Chris Gibbons, who was leading the 177. And Chris Gibbons in the 26 rolls into retirement and the pit lane, leaving Steve Kell to be unrivaled in that class. As Daniel Kell, his son, continues to battle with Kales Cole and Andrew Powell over 3rd place.
Cole under pressure now as well. We said running in 2nd and running well, but now actually dropping back into the clutches of Kell in 4th.
Yeah, both Kell and Cole very evenly matched on pace, and
Andrew Powell there using a lot of curb through the wiggles, as I like to call them, the S's.
Yeah, and especially with these Rotax, the amount of revs they pull. I saw at round number 2 here, a number of karts had their chain come off. Max Prentice was one of them. He took a lot of curb round hairpin 2, and the chain just bounced its way off. So these are 2-stroke karts, highly strung, don't always like being bounced over the curbs in the same way the Hondas do. And, so Andrew Powell will just have to be careful of that. Although we saw Jude Cole in the juniors taking a huge amount of curb over the chicane at the start of the lap, and that didn't really affect him. Although that chicane's different as Daniel Kell dives to the inside of Kales Cole. Kales Cole comes straight back to the inside. Daniel Kell will try to get the cutback, and Andy Powell's going to go right down the outside as well. We're 3 wide for 3rd place. As Andrew Cole took a little bit of grass to the inside.
Yeah, and Andrew Powell there was pretty late lunge there, and it was a gap that was always going to close as well, with Cole not knowing when he was going to be there. So
Andrew Powell there, and moved so late that the door was shut and he had to go through the window.
I like that. That's a good one, is it? I've not heard that before. That's good.
I just make them up as I go along.
So Kell now managing to get a small gap to Cole, and but Powell is right there with the pair of them still. So Max Martin is in 6th, a further 3.5 seconds back, with a yellow number on that. Can you give us a breakdown of why Max Martin's running a yellow number?
Yeah, Max Martin's running an X30 today, I believe.
Okay.
Mixing, he has raced a Rotax here, at round 2, and turns up today with an X30, which is why he's shown as a yellow number. Currently running in 6th place. So 10 laps for our Rotax drivers.
The battle resumes still with Cole and Powell, and we're actually looking at the 22 here of Tom Reeve on the back of Zach Bowker. Yeah. Bowker receiving the prize yesterday.
Yeah, very unlucky day for her. To be fair, Tom Reeves won the prize as well earlier in the season.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he got it because in the opening round he went off at the first hairpin, where we saw David Brown go off earlier today as Tom Reeves tries to get alongside. And with it being February, there was a lot of water in those tyres, Tom, and as he hit the tyres, a little wave of water just slowly bathed him in brown, murky water. And so he took home the NRG Cycles muck-off helmet and visor cleaner, and both of those drivers looking immaculate, I must say.
Yes, it's certainly doing the job. The visor on Reeve is certainly very shiny, the purple visor on the black helmet, very distinctive.
Zach Bowker, despite finishing in 7th in the final yesterday, struggled throughout the day with some technical issues, as Max Prentice plugs in the fastest lap of the day and closes the gap, albeit down to a second, although probably not enough to get anywhere near Andrew Collinson at the head of the field. Collinson now on the last lap. The clouds are coming over Tom as he goes round hairpin number 4.
Yep. Well, we've got the lunch break coming up after senior max and senior pro kart, and we'll certainly be able to feel it first, won't we? With our
Yeah, one more race at the end of this one as Andrew Collinson comes over. Andrew Powell on the final lap gets past Cales Cole for 4th place. So Kel, Powell and Cales Cole.
We have Bowker and Reeve side by side coming out of hairpin 4 as well, and it did actually go to Bowker in the end.
Yeah, I think there is rain in the air. I've had a confirming nod from the bank to my right that it is starting to rain ever so slightly. One more race of the morning session to come will be Senior Pro Kart, and no matter whether it rains or not, they'll be on slicks, as is their regulations. So as our rotax class leave the grid, the clouds currently hiding the sunshine here at the Teesside Autodrome for round number 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner-Driver Sprint Series. There's Max Prentice, and you can see on the screen there actually, Tom, the rain coming down. It's noticeable now, especially on that static camera that zoomed in on our weighbridge, that it's noticeable.
We've also got something to talk about with before our Senior Pro Kart Heat 2, because of course in Heat 1 Connor Lucas spun on his own coming into hairpin 3, and while Josh Falkus had nowhere else to go to, took avoiding action to the left of a right-hand corner, ended up way on the outside, both of them far down the order, fought their way back through, both of them, but they are still, I believe they're going to be in 8th and 9th, but we'll check the grid as it comes up on screen.
Yeah, uncharacteristic error really for Connor Lucas, who's one of the finest pro kart drivers in the country, to make a mistake without anybody else really being involved.
But we will be looking for them to be coming back through the field. Aaron Alexander leads them out. Okay, we have rain on the lens of the camera, as you can see. It doesn't look too slippy at the moment, but it's certainly going to make an interesting first couple of laps as the drivers try to find how much grip there is. So we've got Aaron Alexander starting on pole, Scott Tate in 2nd, Connor White in 3rd, Daniel Tate in 4th, Rob Lowe in 5th, and in 6th place, Brandon Truman Reddish. 7th is Ross Jackman, 8th Mark Tate, 9th the recovering Connor Lucas, and alongside him the other recovering driver of Josh Falkus in 10th. Jake Brooker 11th, James Dennis in 12th. 13th will be Thomas Lauder, 14th Steve Nichols, 15th Harry Burrell, 16th Adam Wood, 17th will be Andrew Worley, and 18th will be Nigel Richardson. 19th Simon Doughty, 20th Alban Dowell, 21st David Morton, and 22nd will be David Brown.
Yeah, pole sitter Aaron Alexander there, just pointing to the sky and confirming to us that it is in fact raining. So as the grid forms itself up, row 5 is where we look for Connor Lucas and Josh Falkus, see whether they can come through. And as we mentioned, Tom, it's slick tyres no matter what, so no decisions to be made, and we'll see the way, especially if it does start to rain properly, how much different the driving style is of just jack the wheel and hope it sticks before you run out of tarmac.
Yeah, it's going to be a case of finding the grip for these first couple of laps as well. It's in changeable conditions. You're going to be looking at the guy in front of you as to what he's doing.
And we're underway in racing in Senior Pro Kart. Scott Tate slow off the line.
Good start again for the 64 car.
Oh,
and then over the chicane and taking out.
Is everybody still facing the right way? They are,
yes.
Which is miraculous.
Oh, no, they're not now.
James Dennis
Steve
is round.
Nichols is round.
James Dennis is in there as well. I can't see who the driver at the far end is. That's Burrell as well in the 26.
Oh, more woes for Burrell as well. He went round on the first corner, first lap.
Yeah, Connor Lucas. Oh, down the inside as well, thanks to that Rob Lowe on the opening lap. Connor Lucas is all the way up to 3rd already.
Somebody going very wide there as well through South Bank.
Yeah, so some of the
line.
midfield, that's Connor Lucas in third. Jake Brooker is up from 11th into 5th place, so great starts for both of them. Rob Lowe in the 64, who's explored almost every inch of this circuit and some more in the opening lap.
Josh Falkus has actually gone backwards on this opening lap and has ended up 11th, whereas Connor Lucas, starting alongside him, has moved his way right the way up to 3rd.
Yeah, I tell you, Connor White in the 52 had a fairly poor start until Rob Lowe bumped him up the back and just pushed him a few kart lengths.
Fired him onwards,
yeah. Fired him from 2nd place, didn't he? Rob Lowe coming under pressure there in the background from Jake Brooker. Jake Brooker in the number 11. They've obviously done something to that kart that's improved its speed. He's up from 11th place into 4 at the expense of Rob Lowe. Rob Lowe's going to get mugged as well by Daniel Tate down the inside with a block pass. And Brandon Truman Reddish as well. And Rob Lowe, not happy with Brandon Truman Reddish at all, wags the finger at him. I wonder if Rob Lowe's a teacher. That was such a teacher finger wag at him, wasn't it?
So we've got, just keeping my eye on Josh Falkus, has moved up 4 places on that lap up to 7th. And he's about to go up the inside of Rob Lowe here into hairpin 1 as we look on screen at Aaron Alexander leading the way. 1.1 seconds. We're going to have a warning flag come out, and Connor Lucas moving up the inside of Connor White to take 2nd place overall. That immaculately liveried front end of Connor White's taken a little bit of a battering, hasn't it, at the 52? That might have been part of the first lap incident, not too sure. Yeah, Brandon Truman Reddish should drop back again behind Rob Lowe. Rob Lowe and Dan Tate side by side. In the background there to the left, Daniel Tate's picked up a contact warning. I imagine that's for the block pass on the 2nd lap. Through hairpin 3, yeah, I'd imagine so. On Rob Lowe. Rob Lowe now back in front of both him and Brandon Truman Reddish as Dan Tate dives late down the inside of hairpin 1, gets the move done, and now Rob Lowe's going to have to defend from Brandon Truman Reddish down the back straight. Who's that coming to the inside? That's Ross Jackman in the 117. Round at the south bank, the bottom end of the circuit. Looks like the rain has subsided. The driver's running almost up to full dry pace. And that's Josh Falkus taking Daniel Tate now, moving up to 5th that we saw coming through hairpin 4. He's up to 5th now, and he's only 3.9 seconds behind Aaron Alexander. So despite those first lap woes of being all the way down in 11th place, has managed to maintain that 3.9 second gap and has got all the way through up to 5th. Yeah, Jake Brooker now in front of Josh Falkus. And make that 4th as he goes up the inside. Down the inside, Jake Brooker has to go up and over the curbs, bounces that number 11 back onto the tarmac. And here comes Daniel Tate, they're having a look at the inside as well. Yeah, Jake Brooker fighting the wheel of that number 11. Look there as he just jacks the steering wheel in. The MS does like an aggressive turning, doesn't it? It certainly does, yeah. A lot of steering input on the turning, and then you just ease it off on the way out. Yeah, characteristic of the MS chassis, the aggressive turning. You can see the difference with the Haas of Alexander just as he came through that out of the chicane and into the national loop, doing a full four-wheel drift as he came through, and the MS kart of Connor Lucas with the rear end out. So Alexander leads at half race distance from Lucas, White, Falkus and Brooker, the top 5. Daniel Tate there in the background. He tried the same corner the last lap to dive to the inside of Jake Brooker and couldn't get it done. Brooker remains in front. He's up to 5th from starting in 11th. Great race for him after a disappointing qualifying session and a disappointing heat 1, finding the pace of that number 11. And Alexander is absolutely flying here. He's 2.6 seconds clear of pulling away, isn't he, as well? Yeah, a couple of tenths a lap at least. Absolutely flying here. We still don't know what the conditions are out on circuit at the moment, but I would expect that they are fully dry. They're still using full dry lines, and the start-finish marshal has now taken his hood off, so I'm imagining that means it's not raining anymore. Yeah, last time round, well, best lap so far for Aaron Alexander, a 46.4, which is only 2 tenths off the pole time in qualifying, so drivers still being able to find the grip out there on the circuit. So that would have put him top 5 in qualifying. Oh, still, without a doubt, yeah. He's. So you can see the kind of pace that they're running, even in the race. They are still absolutely flying here. So 3 laps remaining at the front.
Aaron Alexander adds another 2/10 to his cushion at the head of the field. Josh Folkus is now trying to close in on the 52 of Connor White, with Jake Brooker and Dan Tate behind. And looks like that's Scott Tate joining the battle as well in the background. Scott got a podium here yesterday. Finished
I think
in
he
third.
might have had a couple. He might have been part of that incident in turn one. Through the national loop on the first lap.
Well, I
he
think
seems to have
if
dropped
we have a
down
look
quite
at
a
his
bit.
side pod there to the right hand,
Absolutely,
to the
yeah.
side pod now on the left side of his kart, but
I think there was
on his
contact with
right,
Rob Lowe.
Daniel Tate goes down the inside of Jake Brooker, gives him a little nudge wide. Brooker should have track position though.
And the
as
two
he come
Tates
through.
nose to tail, pushing each other through.
And Jake Brooker loses 2 places as Tate and Tate work together.
We've got Steve Nichols with a contact warning as well.
Steve having a tough day after that incident at the start. Sees himself down in 19th at the moment.
We've got Josh Falkus right on the rear now of Connor White. They head down the back straight and into South Bank. Wondering now where Josh Falkus is going to make a move. Is he going to get it done quickly? Here he goes up the inside into hairpin 3. Nice clean pass there.
Yeah, job done for Josh Folkus. In the background, that's Scott Tate's got in front of brother Dan. So Scott Tate up into 5th place, Dan down to 6th with Brooker, Lowe, Truman, Reddish and Jackman, the leading clubman driver, in 10th. Simon Doughty coming back through the field after an impressive qualifying but a less than impressive first heat. Gets past Thomas Lowther for 13th as now Josh Folkus tries to close down Connor Lucas in front of him, but out at the head of the field. Already on his last lap, Aaron Alexander. There he is, round hairpin number 3, out of hairpin number 4. And heat number 2 is going to go the way of the youngster from Kings Lynn in Norfolk. Aaron Alexander takes the checkered flag and wins heat number 2 in Senior Pro Kart. Connor Lucas will take 2nd, Folkus and White in 3 and 4. Scott Tate, Daniel Tate and Jake Brooker in 7th, with Rob Lowe, Brandon Truman, Reddish and Ross Jackman the top 10. And Aaron Alexander just drove off into the distance there, with Lucas and Folkus having to work incredibly hard to come through from 9th and 10th.
Yeah,
They
fantastic
will
drive
start
from Alexander.
they'll start the 3rd heat from 2nd and 3rd respectively, and I don't think Alexander will have it quite his own way, but once he was out at the front, Tom, he was pulling away, wasn't he, at the rate of about 2/10 a lap.
We should also mention that that Aaron Alexander is 15 years old.
Yeah, last year's Junior Pro Kart champion.
And you can see the skills on show, so he's, I think he's long for this game, shall we say.
Yeah,
he's definitely got a long career ahead of him.
Adjusting well to the 20 kilos additional weight and the removal of the Cadet restrictors to create the Pro Extreme engine. So that does bring a close to the morning's action here at Teesside Karting. We've got a half an hour break for lunch, so go and grab yourself something to eat, and myself and Tom Butterworth will be back in half an hour's time for heat number 3 and the finals. So don't move too far away from your screen, and we'll see you very soon. Hello and welcome back to round 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series here at Teesside Karting in Middlesbrough. We are about to go racing once again with Heat 3 of our Bambinos. We've got one more set of heats before we move into the finals, and on pole position for Bambinos in Heat 3 is the O-plate of Edward Haynes. Alongside him on the front row, Ryan White. Edward Ryan, Colby Patterson share row 2, with Bo Mulvaney and Riley Buckton-Young on row 3. Austin O'Man and Joey Allen on row 4, and Ollie Carter in the 88 on row 5. Grid being cleared fairly quickly, and in a few moments' time we should be away and racing to commence the afternoon session. Everybody off the grid. Start line marshal has the flag in hand, and we are underway and racing. And once again, Ryan White slots the number 4 straight into second place behind Edward Haynes, with Edward Rye in the 66 in front of Colby Patterson. And looks like Bo Mulvaney moving through the pack. And Mulvaney now right on the back there in the background. 2 orange helmeted drivers of Patterson and Mulvaney. As Ollie Carter already starts to make his way through the pack from the back of the grid. There he is, joining on to the back straight in the number 88. I'm sure he had some problems that dropped him all the way to the back of the grid in the second heat. Already takes 2 places, joining into the mix. There's Edward Rye in the 66, and we watched him try in the second heat to get past Ryan White in front of him, but to no avail. It looks like Colby Patterson right on the back of him. Patterson, winner here at round number 2 at the start of July. So out at the front, once again, it's Edward Haynes who's opened up a gap of 2 seconds. A fantastic opening lap from Edward. And we've got Ryan White. Edward Rye and Colby Patterson is... Oh, we've got contact there between Ryan White and the 66 of Edward Rye, and Colby Patterson's come off the worst in that. Catches the back of the incident and goes off into the tyre wall. Marshall just makes sure he's okay. Looks like he's going to rejoin the circuit, but as Edward Rye went to go down the inside of Ryan White and get a move done that he hadn't been able to do for the rest of the day, saw the contact between those two, and Colby Patterson nowhere to go other than off the circuit, as Ollie Carter makes a move on Riley Buckton-Young. Also, he's already passed Austin O'Man as well, so Ollie Carter making amends for Heat 2. Moves up into 5th place. Colby Patterson back out and running out on the circuit, although now right at the back of the pack after an unfortunate incident, getting caught up in the incident between White and Rye. That's opened up the gap though now in the middle of the pack. Mulvaney now on the back of Rye for 3rd place. That is now, you see the gap now, Ryan White going down the back straight, not having to defend to the inside like he has done at times, with Rye now being followed by Mulvaney. Mulvaney moving forward with every heat. Now finds himself in 4th place after also a driver having a tough start to the day. Tries to close up on Edward Rye, goes tight into hairpin 4, uses all of the track on the way out, keeps the revs up of that number 1 kart, and he is in 4th place at the moment. They're out at the head of the field though. Edward Haynes has opened a gap of 4.9 seconds in only 3 laps. Fantastic start for him. So it's Haynes, White and Rye, Mulvaney, Carter, Buckton-Young and O'Man. And there is Buckton-Young battling with O'Man. O'Man trying to get through, tries to go wide and round the outside. Can't get back to the inside though for the next corner. Buckton-Young stays in front as the O-plate of Edward Haynes goes round South Bank. And once again, a phenomenal drive for your race leader. Takes a wide line round that corner and now blasts his way towards the start line. We are about half race distance, 8 minutes for our Bambino class. So that's 4 laps in for Edward Haynes. Great for him. He's going to see the gap, see how much he's pulled out. We're at 6.4. So great start for him. Ryan White continues in second place. Edward Rye trying to close the gap after that incident that he had with Colby Patterson. Looks like Patterson still out and running though, just trying to catch up now onto the back of Joey Allen as Ryan White comes out of hairpin 2 and down the back straight. Has a look over his shoulder, then gets his head down.
Hey up.
Tom's back after a coffee run. Tom?
Sustenance for the team.
Good lunch.
Very nice, thank you. Cafe here is absolutely spot on nowadays.
Fantastic. We've missed an action-packed first half of this Bambino race.
I was stood watching it while I was waiting on my coffee.
Edward Rye dived to the inside of Ryan White to no avail. Those two came into contact, and Colby Patterson in the 24, who's now down at the back of the pack, had nowhere to go and ended up off in the tyres. So with 2:40 remaining, yeah,
It was a decent day so far.
Yeah, he was there trying to get through and onto that battle. It's opened the door though for Mulvaney to move up into 4th place, and Ollie Carter's had a great drive from the back of the grid all the way up to 5th place as he now continues to try and close the gap to Mulvaney as Oman and Riley Buckton-Young battle it out round hairpin 1. Oman trying to close that gap. There's very little between them, and down the bottom end of the circuit Oman does close up. Buckton-Young has a look behind him, has another look behind him, he's still there. Didn't go anywhere in the 2 seconds as he has a further look over his shoulder. Look, Oman closes right up round South Bank onto the back of Riley Buckton-Young. Buckton-Young though carries a little bit more speed round the corner as Oman slides the back end of the 18 round and scrubs off a little bit of speed and opens the gap back up to Buckton-Young. Does close up again down the straight though, got some speed in a straight line as the 18. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, so the last lap board is very likely to welcome Edward Haynes next time round. So it's Haynes and White as Patterson gets past Joey Allen, moves him back up a place into 8th as Oman tries to get past Riley Buckton-Young again as they'll double back on themselves at hairpin 2 onto the back straight, and Oman once again slides that back end and scrubs off some speed.
Yeah, quite an aggressive style from Oman. It's I've noticed it throughout the entire day through practice and qualifying and obviously now in the race as well. It's an aggressive style. You can see the head, Austin's head, leaning into the corner. Quite the opposite of what we normally see with karting, where you would lean the opposite way, but Austin leans in and then almost wrenches the wheel.
Tom, I'm just noticing on the screen the 4 of Ryan White is dropping away. Has he stopped somewhere? Has he come into the pits? There's no pit name next to it, but Ryan White, who was in 2nd place, is down in 8th, and I can't see the kart, but he's certainly not where he should be, which was in 2nd place. Edward Rye now up into 2nd. Bo Mulvaney in 3rd. So he's not noted as coming into the pits, but he's noted now as 1 lap down. The checkered flag does, however, await your leader, the O-Plate Edward Haynes. It's going to be 3 from 3 in Bambino for Edward Haynes. Crosses line to take the checkered flag out of the final corner, and it looks like Ryan White is still running in the 4. He's come over the line in front of Edward Rye. Rye takes the checkered flag, and then we've got Mulvaney. I'm not sure what happened to White there. He's still he's running, or
missed a transponder or something.
Yeah,
maybe.
that's interesting to see what happens. He's still circulating. He's circulating at a good speed as well. It's not like he's had a problem.
Is he in the position he was in front of Edward Rye?
Yeah, that's where I would expect to see him. So I don't know whether his transponder has stopped working, because it'd be a massive coincidence if he'd spun and then waited a whole lap just to come back out in front of Edward Rye. So confusion there at the end of the 3rd Bambino heat as to where Ryan White will start the final, but if If he is credited with the second place, which we did come across the line on track, then they'll start on the front row for the final. But there's your race winner. Once again, Edward Haynes. It's going to take a lot for this driver to be beaten.
10.6 seconds in the end. 10.6 seconds, the gap.
Gap?
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic for Edward, and especially when we only had 8 minutes of racing. That's over a second a lap. Pulled 2 seconds on the opening lap, which was great. So there we are, have our Bambinos coming up and over the weighbridge. In the background, the white helmet of Jack Morris, pole sitter for Junior Pro Kart, awaits the thumbs up to get out onto the circuit. We'll be out in a few moments.
So here we go with Junior Pro Kart heat number 3. So your pole sitter will be Jack Morris, number 24. Alongside him, Kieran Lambert. Bella Franklin in 3rd and Gracie Mitchell in 4th. Thomas Braid will be in 5th. I missed who was in 6th because it clicked away a little bit too quickly. In 7th, we've got Jake Richardson. 8th, Joe Burrell. 9th, Caitlin Frame. 10th, Alexander Mallard, who's had a pretty difficult day so far. 11th is Maximus Shields. 12th, Kieran Savage. 13th will be Lennon French. 14th, Brandon Jennings. 15th, Sebastian Pereira. 16th, Jacob O'Connor. And then in 17th place will be Ben Hogarth.
So drivers there making their way round into their grid position.
Is it Asher Blythe in 6th? I think he's the only person I didn't read
yes,
out.
Yes, it is, on the outside of Thomas Braid in 5th. Yeah. They're rolling forward now into position. Braid in the 12 on the inside, Asher Blythe in the 15 alongside him on row 3. So it's Jake Richardson and Joe Burrell coming forward. Burrell obviously had the spin which involved Alexander Mallard. They line up in 8th and 10th for heat 3. With Caitlin Frame in between them in the 18 on the inside of row 5. Final few drivers rolling their way into position. Junior Pro Kart all where they should be. Start line Marshall makes his way to the head of the pack. And let's see whether for a 3rd time today it's going to be the Jack Morris show. The green is up, the green is down, and we're away and racing. It's a good start from 2nd for Kieran Lambert. He slots in. Let's see whether Junior Pro Kart can make it through the chicane cleanly, possibly for the first time today. Looks like they've all made it round nicely this time. And as we come to the chicane for the first time, up to the first hairpin, Kieran Lambert right on the bumper of Jack Morris decides not to make a dive bomb down the inside. But Kieran Lambert and Jack Morris look to break away at the head of the field as Alexander Mallard picks up a contact warning for over exuberance on the opening tour, as Gracie Mitchell with a great move down the inside, although Thomas Braid did invite that one, went incredibly wide round South Bank and opened the door. Gracie Mitchell gleefully through it and into 4th place. So as they come over the line for the first time, it's Jack Morris from Kieran Lambert, Bella Franklin, Gracie Mitchell, Thomas Braid, the top 5, then Asher Blythe, Joe Burrell, Jake Richardson, Caitlin Frame and Alexander Mallard, the top 10.
Yeah, Lambert seems to get good drive off the corners, and then it seems that Jack Morris actually has a slightly stronger top end. And actually, so as you can see, Lambert is closing up down the straight, but then as we get through South Bank, you'll see Jack Morris actually just pull away slightly on the exit.
Yeah,
and there we go. So it's just a slightly different approach to the way they've gone racing, I think.
Yeah, important to note as well, fixed gearing for the Junior Pro Kart class. That means that the drive axle has a 66.2 rear sprocket. The engine, that has a 22 clutch on it to give a 20 to 66 ratio. So all of our drivers running a fixed gearing. Obviously Senior Pro Kart allowed an open gearing. So it gives all of our drivers a level playing field. Makes it down to the driver. As Jack Morris goes down the back straight in the lead.
Of course, you can change the handling setup to get you better entry or better corner exit and things like that, and that's what I was trying to allude to. Is it looks like Jack Morris has got himself better corner entry, and Kieran Lambert has got the better corner exit.
Yeah, of course, as Caitlin Frame dives to the inside of Max Shields. Max Shields cuts back down the inside as Frame runs wide at hairpin 4, and those two exchange positions. As Joe Burrell and Asher Blythe go nose to tail through the chicane.
Lennon French with a good showing up in 12th at the moment. And Alexander Mallard is coming back through as well and up into 9th.
Yeah, he was side by side, I think, with Shields down the back straight on the last lap. Little head nod from Asher Blythe. Joe Burrell dives to the inside, incredibly late move for him. Can't get the job done though and slots back into 7th place. Asher Blythe then in 6th.
You see that rear wheel up in the air from Asher Blythe.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether they've tweaked the back end of that, but that back end looks very light round corners, doesn't it? Lifting the inside, effectively non-driving wheel, which you really do want to do actually, make it more of a unicycle as such on the rear end, round the hairpin, as basically the idea being that the outside wheel wants to drive you around the corner and the inside wheel wants to take you straight on because it's going less of a distance but at the same speed, with a solid rear axle running through both these, no differential.
So that's it, so you get that inside wheel up in the air and then that doesn't become an issue anymore.
No, not at all. And Asher Blythe, and they see there Kieran Lambert jacking the inside wheel up and off the floor aboard that number 14. 3 tenths between the two at the front of the pack. It's 4 tenths now as they come over the line. Jack Morris edging the gap out a little bit.
Kieran Lambert seems to be going with him to an extent because the gap to Bella Franklin is now 1.5 or close to 1.5 seconds. And Gracie Mitchell another second back. So actually quite strung out for junior pro karts. This is probably the most strung out we've seen them over the last 2 days. Although I think that was Joe Burrell and Asher Blythe going at it again through hairpin 2. Yeah,
there's not been a corner on the track. I don't think that Burrell's tried an overtake him manoeuvre. Still can't find their way past Asher Blythe in that number 15. Beautifully liveried red, orange, yellow and black machine.
Like a kind of a Hornet.
Yeah, it's a beautiful kart. So Lambert closes the gap with a personal best. Still half a second though, but he is still there or thereabouts. This is the battle for 8th place between Jake Richardson and Alexander Mallard. Max Shields in the background. He's not afraid to mix it, despite being relatively new to the junior pro kart class. Mallard's got a good run out the corners. They're all in the slipstream together. Mallard's going to go to the inside, and Alexander Mallard makes his way through into 8th place at the expense of Jake Richardson. Max Shields is going to try it as well. Shields can't get it done. Surprised Shields didn't actually pull out there and follow Alexander Mallard down the inside and push their way through and not let Richardson come back into the gap.
About 6 inches too far back, that was all. It was pretty close. I think he could have done it maybe, but
so before we know it, Tom, it's last lap.
I know, flying by these heats again this afternoon.
Yeah, so Joe Burrell is through though on Asher Blythe. It's taken him 3 or 4 laps, but he's found a way past the machine.
And he needs to have a look behind him as well, because Alexander Mallard's coming through.
Out round hairpin 3 comes Jack Morris. Kieran Lambert is still there or thereabouts, but he can't get close enough to the O plate of Jack Morris. And for the 3rd time today and the 7th time this weekend, Jack Morris sees the checkered flag first and wins Junior Pro Kart Heat 3. Kieran Lambert in 2nd with Bella Franklin and Gracie Mitchell behind. Braid, Burrell, Blythe, Mallard, Richardson and Shields the top 10, with Caitlin Frame crossing the line in 13th, holding off Lennon French. In 11th, sorry. Holding off Lennon French and Brandon Jennings. As always, Junior Pro Kart, that's probably the most serene Junior Pro Kart race we've had here for a long time as the field spread itself out.
fairly chilled out, really, wasn't it? Must be the post-lunch.
Well, to be fair,
hangover.
to be fair, compared to Heat 2, a boxing match would have been fairly chilled out compared to that.
Yeah, that was Heat 2 was pretty exciting. But the good news is for the final is that we've apart from Morris taking the win in every single heat so far, the battle behind has been taken by 3 different people.
Yeah,
so,
it's been close in there, and Jack Morris, though, currently in a class of his own in his final year of Junior Pro Kart and his quest to take the Junior Pro Kart Championship into Senior Pro Kart at the end of this season. Already racing in the BPEC series, still part of a junior team in that, but still mixing it with some of the best drivers in the country in endurance racing. And if his endurance racing is your thing, we're back in a few weeks' time over the weekend of the 7th and 9th of August for the British 24-hour race on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and on Facebook at Teesside Karting. Joe Burrell there in the 23 crossing the bridge. Fantastic race for him. Did finally get the move done on Asher Blythe. Before we're able to take our breath, though, out in the background, it's Cadet time for the final heat of their race day. Heat number 3 coming up very shortly.
Looking forward to this one. Yeah. We've had an exciting first 2 heats for the cadets so far. Both have been won by Charlie Wyatt, but he's had to fight hard for it. So your grid going through, we've got in pole position Charlie Wyatt, 2nd place Lizzie Mentier, 3rd place Catherine Potter, 4th place Jared Fox-Whiteley, 5th Ethan Gerling and 6th David Mack. 7th will be Thomas Potter, 8th Hudson Parker-Dix, 9th Isabella Stansmore Wilson, 10th Leon Barlow, 11th Kian McLeod, and alongside will be Finley Stubbings in 12th. 13th will be Josh Cook, 14th Addison Smith, 15th Sophie Porty, 16th Jack Thompson, 17th Reese Peniston, and 18th will be Alex Fraser. 19th will be Sam Robson, 20th Ethan Charles, 21st Tom Holden, 22nd will be William George Howard, and 23rd Harris Ali. 24th Lewis Goff. 25th will be Holly Allen, 26th Alex Lynn, and 27th will be Cody Lamb. And just on the social media, we have Claude BD has messaged in and said, "Good luck, Harrison. You are having a brilliant, capital letters, weekend. Good luck to Charlie, Tom, Ethan, and Leon too."
Sorry, I was just very distracted by adorable dogs out the commentary box window. So whilst you were cracking on with the grid, I was just looking at them.
Has it got a hat on? I do like dogs in hats. They do make me laugh.
No, but
dogs hanging out windows of cars, hilarious. Dogs with hats on, my other favourite thing.
So I'll reapportion my my concentration back to the cadet grid as we once again wait for the back end of the cadet grid to sort itself out into the correct position.
It'll be interesting to see the start of Charlie Wyatt, because he has struggled a couple of, through yesterday and today so far, but certainly more so today.
Yeah, certainly off the line he's been struggling, and this time, rather than having Catherine Potter alongside him, he's got the 50 of Lizzie Mentier there on the outside in the blue, yellow and red kart, black helmet with Lizzie emblazoned down the side of it.
And I think Lizzie will be going for a move fairly early if she gets a chance.
Let's see whether Charlie has a problem off the line again, because that's really been his only problem this weekend. Unbeaten so far at the front of the pack, although in every race he really has had to work for it. The final drivers are into position. Marshall just waiting for confirmation that everybody's in the right place, but we are seconds away from going racing in Cadet Extreme Heat 3. Charlie Wyatt on the inside, Lizzie Mentier on the outside. Second row of Catherine Potter and Jared Fox-Whiteley. We've got the go-ahead. The green flag is up. The green flag is down. We are away and racing. And Charlie's not had the great start again, but Catherine Potter's pushed him through on the inside, and Charlie Wyatt will lead into the National for the first time, and Catherine Potter from the second row comes through along with Ethan Girling. So front row starter Mentia down to 4th already by the time they come into the first complex of corners at hairpin 1. And Charlie Wyatt has already broken away. At the head of the field, he's got 4 or 5 kart lengths down the back straight. And Catherine Potter sets off in hot pursuit of our breakout leader.
Yeah, Leon Barlow's had a decent start as well, looking like he runs just around the top of the top 10 at the moment. Charlie Wyatt making an okay start actually, but it was, as you called it, Potter pushing through. Ventier down into 4th now, behind Girling.
Yeah, with Potter pushing Wyatt through, it left Mentier out to dry on the outside. And where in the past where Potter's been able to go right round the outside, Potter fast starting once again, goes right round, pushed Charlie Wyatt through and in turn moves into 2nd place. So after the end of the first lap, it's Wyatt, Potter and Girling, the top 3. There's Girling coming under pressure for Liddy Mentier. Goes to the inside as Ethan Charles in the 46 picks up a contact warning. So it's Girling, Mentier. That's David Mack behind with the orange helmet in the blue kart. Jared Fox-Whiteley, who was on the 2nd row, down in 6th with Potter, Barker Dix, Stansmore Wilson and fast starting Barlow.
Mentier just took Girling coming out of hairpin 4, sort of set him up through hairpin 3, then got the overspeed and cut back into hairpin 4. Arm in the air there from Lizzie Mentier, which I'm not too sure why.
Yeah, she got the move done. I didn't see Girling, didn't
nice
see any
and clean.
contact from Girling at all.
Nice and clean pass from both of them. They gave
Mentier
each other room.
away, not sure what the hand was for though, but she is up and into 3rd place, and a train of karts goes all the way down to the bright yellow helmet there of Leon Barlow in 10th place. Very difficult to miss. You point out yesterday, them bright yellow wheels as well. Fantastic aboard that number, aboard the number 42 bright red kart, as the leaders are as close as you can be over the start-finish line. Catherine Potter closing the gap to Charlie Wyatt, and this is probably as close as she's been all race. But can she make a move on Charlie Wyatt, or will she settle for 2nd place, which will almost certainly put her on the front row alongside Wyatt for the final. Wyatt has a look over his shoulder, Potter as well. As Thomas Potter goes to the inside of Jared Fox-Whiteley. Fox-Whiteley closes the door, a wide entry for him into South Bank.
Yep, we've got this 4-kart train now with Girling, Mack, Mentier, Girling, Mack and Fox-Whiteley, and then we've got a couple of tenths back to Thomas Potter, Hudson Barker Dix, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Leon Barlow. So those 3 have come together as well to make, unfortunately it sort of means Thomas Potter's sort of in the middle in a kind of a no man's land, but then as I say that, he actually closes back in 3 or 4 kart lengths into hairpin 1. And we've got the 22 of Jared Fox-Whiteley going wheel to wheel with David Mack, who goes very defensive, moves right the way across the track onto the white line to make sure that Fox-Whiteley can't get through.
Yeah, Fox-Whiteley had a decision to make there, didn't he? And it was either go through and end up on the grass or back out and live to fight another corner. He goes with the latter and continues to chase down David Mack.
That has brought Thomas Potter into play as Catherine Potter bangs in the fastest lap of the race, 48.165, and he's still only a tenth behind Charlie Wyatt.
Yeah, so once again, our cadet class drivers between the ages of 8 and 12 years old, providing great entertainment. 2 drivers in this battle, Thomas Potter and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Some of our youngest drivers here on the grid, they're both 8 years old. Thomas Potter won the Bambino Championship last year and has transitioned very well into cadet machinery. As Catherine Potter, she set the fastest lap of the race last time and is trying to close up onto Charlie Wyatt in front. And right now on the rear bumper of the 23, takes the curb, does Charlie Wyatt, an overstart finish, 2 laps remaining. So let's see how this one pans out with as we get towards the checkered flag.
We had yellow flags there coming into hairpin 1.
circuit seems clear.
So we got the big train behind the battle for third place, and they all set personal best laps on the last time round. We start the penultimate
To be fair,
lap.
possibly the only time that they haven't tried to overtake each other and they all set fastest laps.
It's amazing, that, isn't it? Amazing what can happen when you work together.
So Charlie Wyatt it looks like he's opened out a gap this time round. Catherine Potter certainly not as close as she was last time, as the last lap board greets the leaders through the chicane then for the final time at the start of round national loop through the right left, and then heading down towards hairpin 1. And Charlie Wyatt looks to have this one in the bag unless Catherine Potter can pull something out down the back straight. She's in the slipstream. Wyatt hasn't felt the need though to defend, so maybe she's not as close as the camera tells us. There's 2 kart lengths between as well. She dived to the inside of hairpin 3. Wyatt goes very late on the brakes in there and runs wide. Will that compromise his exit? He gets back across though in enough time to get the line right. And Charlie Wyatt will come through to bring the 23 across the line and wins heat number 3. Catherine Potter sets the fastest lap in the pursuit of the victory. Mentier, Girling, Mack, Thomas Potter takes Jared Fox-Whiteley on the final lap for 6th. Leon Barlow gets past Hudson Barker-Dix for 8th, with Stansmore Wilson rounding out the top 10. Another great race in Cadet, and Potter seemed very happy with 2nd over the line. I think she thinks that from the outside of the front row, she can maximise that position. It's also important to note that as championship leader, as long as she keeps finishing up there in the points, especially with Charlie Wyatt's impending move to 2-stroke racing and out of the cadet class, really for Catherine, as long as she just gets as many points as possible, those behind generally, Lizzie Mentier, Jared Fox-Whiteley, continuing to battle in that midfield, or sorry, in that middle pack behind them, all taking points off each other with every race. So all of our cadet drivers now coming off the circuit.
And there we have Charlie Wyatt going across, and then Lizzie Mentier and David Mack.
The recovery vehicle called upon. That's off down the bottom to collect a kart. That's currently hid behind the tyre wall, so I can't see who the unfortunate driver was, but we did have certainly one retirement. That's the 3. That's Josh Cook. Josh had a tough start to the day, didn't manage to set a time of note in qualifying and started the day from the back. Did, however, come through and make 12 places up in the opening race of the day, up into 15th place, but has had a difficult 3rd heat and retirement. His kart is being retrieved, hopefully nothing terminal, and we'll see him out for the cadet final in around about an hour's time.
And we're starting to get some dabs and dance moves going on as they come across the weighbridge as well. Thumbs up. So while we await the recovery of the cadet kart, there will be a slight pause until junior rotax.
Yeah, so Josh Cook there being loaded up onto the back of the recovery vehicle. Gets a complimentary lift back to the paddock. I think they were just finding out actually from Josh where he was parked up in the paddock, and that depends on which direction they take that kart off the circuit. He's going to go up the back straight and straight on to the west circuit where a number of our drivers are parked up. We await junior rotax heat 3, and we'll see Jude Cole take the rolling start from pole position with Alfie Lindsay alongside Ben Ficini and Oliver Buckton on row 2, Rocco Baker and Bailey Thompson in the 44 on row 3. Rolling start as always for our 2 rotax classes, which will run back to back, juniors followed by seniors, straight down into the national loop for the first time. That's Josh Cook off the circuit, and in a few moments we'll hear the unmistakable hum of two-stroke engines.
Yep, here they come, David. I'm very much looking forward to this one again.
Yeah, Cole and Lindsay at the front are having some battles throughout the day. Lindsay did back it up. Benficini throwing that back end
lively there. Trying to get some heat in. I can't really blame him for being as aggressive as that. We've had a couple of very slow roll-up laps, and you can actually see Jude Cole gesturing to Collinson saying, sorry, not Collinson, and saying, you know, slow down.
Yeah,
let's
he did
take
that out
this
this
slow.
corner last time, didn't he? Seemed to be a lot quicker though at that corner. Then Jude Cole will slow the pack down, dictate the pace as the pole sitter gets the power down and heads down, and they're going to go too wide on both rows into the first corner. So they're side by side, and it's Jude Cole who holds firm on the inside to move through into the lead, with Alfie Lindsay in second. Ben Ficini, Oliver Buckton, Rocco Baker and Bailey Thompson. 6 drivers there. Thompson in the 44 with the orange flashes on his shoulder. Out onto the back straight, and Ficini already starting to defend from Buckton's scenes of Heat 2. Making it very difficult once again for Oliver Buckton and 66 to get past.
Ficini's, the back of Ficini's kart still looks quite loose. He's oversteering quite a lot through the hairpins, and particularly through South Bank as well. So I was saying about aggressive warm-up of the tyres, but you can actually get them too warm, and they start to lose grip on the other side. So it's all about maintaining that right temperature.
You were saying that you felt towards the end of the second heat that it looked like he might have cooked them a little bit too much, didn't it, with that aggressive driving style that he's got. But he did enough to park that number 4 kart
exactly
in the middle of the circuit and make Oliver Buckton stay behind. I wonder if Buckton's had any thoughts during the lunch break as to how he can overcome Ben Ficini in that 4, as the Alfie Lindsay looks to stay with Jude Cole. And Cole unable to break free at the moment. 2 laps in of 10. Buckton and Ficini come over the line.
What we were talking about with different driving styles, you can actually see it between Alfie Lindsay and Ben Ficini as they come through the same corner. Ficini will be very, the rear end will be stepping out, as you can see, even going into the corners. Stepping out, going into the corners, stepping out, going out of the corners. Alfie Lindsay, on the other hand, seems very front end happy, and so he's got a lot of grip on the front end and dives it in, and it's into grip, and the rear end is coming up in the air.
Yeah, I must say, remarkable watching Ben Ficini, because the best way I can describe what appears to be the handling of that kart is a pig on roller skates. It's all over the shop, isn't it? But he's keeping it in front, he's keeping the pace, and he's staying in front of Oliver Buckton.
Jude Cole banging in the fastest lap of the race so far. But yeah, Ben Ficini all over the place at the moment. I'm pretty sure he's going to sleep well tonight, shall we say, because I think he'll be pretty tired after
them
today.
arms are going to know about it, aren't they? It's after 2 days of racing as well.
Almost hacksawing at the wheel as he goes through the hairpins. Feeling the need to go defensive against Buckton as well, and rightly so, because Buckton's right there.
Rocco Baker as well in the background. Box office view for him as we watch 2 drivers around. But Baker's getting closer, isn't he, in the background?
Yeah, Baker had the
right in the mix in the 14.
The off in Heat 2. Spent the rest of the race trying to catch up.
Yeah, after he'd whipped that kart back into shape.
Yep, bashed his helmet, bashed his hand on his helmet, and then bashed the steering wheel with his hand. So yeah. So Cole, taking his aggression out on the kart.
Yeah, Cole and Lindsay then off out at the front. The main battle on track. This one for 3rd place. Ficini once again parks that kart right in the middle of the straight. Oliver Buckton can't get by, and Ficini stays in the front. So, as we mentioned, 2 days of racing here for this Teesside doubleheader. Thank you very much if you've joined us for both days on the Teesside Karting Facebook page, Alpha Live on YouTube. Please, as always, get in touch. Thank you very much for taking the time to check out the NRG Cycles owner-driver sprint series here at Teesside Karting. We've got the British 24-hour in a few weeks' time, and round number 5 will be on Sunday, the 23rd of August from here once again at Teesside Karting. On this occasion, Oliver Buckton tries to go round the outside, tries to mix it up and do something different. Will he cut to the inside of hairpin 3? He can't. Does have a little nudge into the back of Ben Ficini, not that Ficini needed to know that he was there.
Just to remember me, kind of.
Yeah,
tap. Don't forget that if you make a mistake, I'm going to be right there. I mean, what would you do in this situation, David? If you were Oliver Buckton and you've got a driver around the same pace as you, just placing their car everywhere you can, you know, you've got two choices. Either you can wait for them to make a mistake and hopefully take advantage, or you're going to have to dive bomb it, aren't you? I think
Buckton's figured this one out a little bit more now. He started to keep his own line rather than follow that one of Ficini. Certainly through the first complex of corners. What we haven't seen yet is Buckton just throw it down the inside and give Ben Ficini a decision to make. You know, as soon as Buckton gets them there, he's got the run on the inside. I think Ficini, though, is still going to have the drive, having taken a much better line out of the corner. But Oliver Buckton looking far more racy than what he did in Heat 2 and the first half of Heat 3.
And let's not count out Rocco Baker either, who's right on the tail of these two. And if they come together, he's going to take full advantage.
Yeah, fantastic battle over third place. Ficini there once again, parks the kart in the middle of the circuit, comes to the inside. Oliver Buckton now tries to get in the slipstream and go round the outside. Will he finally get down the inside? And Ficini's gone incredibly wide.
There he goes.
Ficini's opened the door and Oliver Buckton's gone to the inside. Contact between the two of them. Looks like Buckton got on the brakes, knowing that Ficini was going to come in across him. And Oliver Buckton so far driving very conservatively in fourth place, not wanting to be too aggressive in his overtakes.
I thought he was going to get it done there, to be honest, but we'll see what he does this time round. 2 laps to go, so there's only really, if he's going to have it going to coming out of South Bank and into hairpin 3, he's only got 2 more opportunities to do it, and we're about to see one of them.
Yeah, I thought on that last lap, I thought that move was 60% done in Oliver Buckton's favour.
Yeah, so did I.
Couldn't get it done when it mattered, right at the end of the corner. And once again, Ficini wrestling that number 4 round. Buckton decides to go wide and try and maintain his speed. Will he dive to the inside this time? He doesn't. There's certainly a kart length there if he did want to go to the inside, Tom.
Yeah, I think so, but also Ficini's moving across enough that it'd have to be a really, really tight entry for Buckton, and to be able to do that, he's got to carry the speed in, and I think he'd end up overshooting, and Ficini would either cut back inside and get the drive off, or Baker might even take them both.
Yeah, so we are on to the final lap of the Teesside National Circuit, heat number 3 of Junior Rotax, and Oliver Buckton is alongside Ben Ficini down the back straight, but Ficini's got the top end speed, runs slightly wide, and Oliver Buckton can't go down the inside. At the head of the field though, Jude Cole, 2 seconds in front of anybody else, crosses the line, takes the checkered flag and wins Heat 3 in Junior Rotax. Alfie Lindsay in second. Ficini, Buckton and Baker cross the line astern as they were throughout the race. Bailey Thompson will come through in 6th place. Great battle between Ficini, Buckton and Baker. I can't wait for the final between those 3 and see whether Oliver Buckton can figure out a way to get past Ben Ficini.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to see. I think Buckton's got the measure of him at the moment. He just can't quite make the move. But I think in the final he's not going to have such reservations, and it'll just be a go for it.
Yeah, for me, I think if Buckton gets through, I think he's probably got a couple of tenths to get away.
I would agree.
The problem is he can't get through.
Ficini as well, you've got to remember, he's certainly when they go through South Bank, his car is half a width wider as well, because he's got the back end right out, so he's almost diagonal to the corner.
Yeah, great racing in the middle of the pack there as Jude Cole headed off into the distance after Alfie Lindsay tried to stay with him for the first couple of laps, couldn't stay, and Jude Cole moved away at the head of the pack. Second set of Rotaxes are on their way. The seniors will join us on track in a few moments' time.
Just as we await the senior Rotax coming on track, we will do the grid. So first will be Andrew Collinson, second Max Prentice, third Daniel Kell, fourth Andrew Powell, 5th will be Chaos Cole, 6th Max Martin. 7th Zach Bowker, 8th Tom Reeve, 9th Ashley Savage, 10th Lee Bell, 11th Josh Redhead and 12th Jake Simpson. 13th will be Stephen Kell, 14th Philippe Sadigi, 15th Paul Swan and 16th Chris Gibbon.
Yeah, Chris retiring from the last race, pulled into the pits and starts that number 26 kart from the back in the one of the two rotax 177s, the other one Steve Kell in the 90.
Paul Swan was having issues in the last heat as
He
well.
was. Let's see, there he is, rolling in on the back. So Paul Swan and Chris Gibbon will look to come through the field. Both of those two retiring from the previous race. So once again, Andrew Collinson alongside Max Prentice on the front row. And let's see what Collinson does this time. Collinson on the inside, Prentice on the outside. Let's see what happens. We are away and racing, and Max Prentice has got a good run this time, but it's going to be Collinson again down the inside, and Daniel Kell from the second row has come through and into second place at the expense of Max Prentice. So let's see whether Daniel Kell can take the battle to Collinson at the front.
Chaos Cole at the inside of Prentice as well, but Prentice fighting back immediately on the exit of the corner. It was a clean start as well. Everybody got away level, and it was just the right-hander that cost Prentice that second place. Was Kell able to find his way through?
Well, Kell staying with Collinson for the time being. As Max Martin in the 126 comes through in front of Andrew Powell. So it's going to be Collinson and Kell, Prentice, Cole, Martin, Powell, Bowker, and we've got a driver off. You can see that there's a number 2 on that, so is that Reaver? That's Gibbon. Gibbon's not come over the line in the 26. And Chris Gibbon is off on the outside. Not sure whether he's spun off into the tyres or whether he's had another technical problem with the number 26. So that's
a real shame to see him
that
again.
kart is up off the floor and onto the tyre wall. So Chris Gibbon once again retires from senior Rotax. Tough day for him on the number 26.
So Collinson from Kell, from Prentice, from Coles. Powell now takes 5th from Martin, Bowker, Savage, Swan and Redhead rounds out your top 10.
Yeah, so Kell trying his best to stay with Collinson. This is a battle for 3rd place as Chaos Cole goes to the inside of Max Prentice and manages to hold track position as well on the way out. Prentice not able to get the cutback. Does make the move late though, got some good top end speed did Max Prentice. Chaos Cole's going to try and hold round the outside. She can't as Prentice gets track position and moves back into 3rd place. Great battling between these two drivers.
Had a look up the inside as well, did Cole.
Yeah,
Thought
Cole
about making the move into hairpin 4, but the late cutback from Prentice there really making the difference.
Yeah, Cole got a great run out of the first hairpin and managed to get down the inside into the second. Even held position down the back straight. We saw Prentice manage to get the cutback on the previous lap. Not able to do it until the end of the straight, but did get back into 3rd place as Andrew Powell has got past Max Martin, back up into 5th place. So Powell, Martin, then Bowker. There's Paul Swan coming through the field. Goes down the inside of Savage, also down the inside of Bowker as well, as Savage tries to go through the same opening. Bowker closes the door and will dive back to the inside of Paul Swan. They're going to go side by side, up and over the start-finish line. Swan's got track position though, and Bowker yields and drops back in. So Paul Swan up into 7th place from the back row of the grid. Bowker 8th, Savage 9th, and Redhead up into 10th.
Yeah, nice move there from Swan. As we said, he had a problem in the previous heat, but now climbed his way back up to 7th already from starting 15th. So making very quick forward progress. Only 7.3 seconds off the lead, but there is a 3.5 second gap in front of him now. We'll see what kind of times he can do in clean air.
Yeah, and Prentice is closing in on Kell for 2nd. 3 tenths now between those two drivers as Andrew Collinson's pulled a gap of a 2nd. Collinson at the head of the field, Kell and Prentice with Cole and Powell behind.
Prentice has actually made quite a bit of time up on Kel, hasn't he? He's
right
there
back. They'll be teammates in a few weeks' time, and they'll be joined as well by leader Collinson. I think Powell in fifth's part of that team as well in the 24. So all of those two-stroke drivers going into hire kart machinery for the 24-hour, or running at the head of the field as Collinson puts a 41.8 in, fastest lap of the race, as Prentice now right on the bumper of Daniel Kell. Personal best for him, 41.84. Still can't find a way through though. Hasn't really tried though, Tom, to try and get through. He's just there or thereabouts. 4 laps remaining.
They're still recovering from the start, where he got pushed down to third and then immediately forced by Kels Cole. So making his way back up, and as you say, back onto the back end of Daniel Kell. But it has been the Andrew Collinson and Max Prentice show so far today. But Daniel Kell putting in a good showing here in Heat 3.
Yeah, personal best for Kell over the line, 41.9, as he strives to hold off Max Prentice for second place. I think Prentice will. I think if Prentice stays in third, I think that's going to give him a front row start for the final, though. But
yep, I will go with that. I think
so. Maybe he doesn't need to make the move on Kell. I'm sure he wants to. But we'll see whether the opportunity arises or whether he's happy to stay and play the numbers game in third place.
Doesn't look that way, does it? He's looking pretty racy behind Kell here.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? Once the visor's down, you want to go racing. 2 laps remaining in the Heat 3 of senior rotax. And it's Collinson, Kell, Prentice, Cole and Powell, the top 5. Martin, Swan, Bowker, Savage and Reeve, the top 10.
So Prentice getting sideways into hairpin 1 there.
Look over the shoulder from Kell down the back straight. Prentice doesn't try on this occasion. We know he's got the top end speed just before South Bank. That's how he got back past Kales Cole earlier on in the race. And these two now, he's pulled away to a tune of around 2 seconds from Kales Cole in 4th place, as the looks like we've got back marker in play. Steve Kell moves out of the way in the 90 and allows the leaders to come through without issue. So final lap for our senior rotax drivers. I think Prentice went into the national loop a little bit too hot there, Tom, and he's lost a couple of kart lengths on Kell.
I agree. I think just overcooked it a little bit going in. Got a little bit of throttle happy, and I think that's going to be too much of a gap to haul back in the last 3 corners. So it goes through South Bank and into hairpin 3. We can see Prentice closing up, but I don't think he's going to make it. So across the line, we have Andrew Collinson coming through to take the Heat 3 win, followed by Daniel Kell 1.2 seconds back, and Max Prentice right behind. 4th will be Kels Cole, 4.9 seconds back, and Andrew Powell 5.1 in 5th. Max Martin in the X30 kart will be in 6th. And Paul Swan, Zach Bowker, Ashley Savage and Tom Reeve in 10th. So we'll check in with the social media as well while we're waiting for the Rotax guys to come over the weighbridge. So we've had a couple of messages. We've had Claude has been on again to say go Hudson number 99 from your little bro, and we've had an interesting one come in from Mark Alexander Property, who says nice work so far, Aaron number 38, keep it going, watching from Vero Beach in Florida, which I'm sure the weather is awful there this time of year, and we're not jealous at all. So the Rotax guys coming across the grid, over the weighbridge. And we're going to have our senior pro karts heading out very shortly for their final heat. We do also have the recovery vehicle out on circuit again, out towards the back of the circuit, possibly to pick up the 26 of Gibbons. We'll just check that as Paul Swan comes over the weighbridge.
Yeah, tough day for Chris Gibbons so far.
Sounds a little bit out of breath there, David.
2 retirements. Well, It's a side effect of running, Tom.
Well, yes, we were just going through the comment here of somebody watching in Florida.
I do like our viewers from
Around the world.
Around the world.
We've had Sydney, we've had other parts of Australia, and now we have Florida. So, global audience, David.
Oh, of course. And why wouldn't you want to view the superb karting here at Teesside?
So coming up we have Senior Pro Kart Heat 3, our final heat of the day, before we move on to the Bambino final straight after.
So it's Chris Gibbon gets a ride back into the paddock aboard the recovery vehicle. We await for the final heat of the day. It's Senior Pro Karts. On pole position will be Aaron Alexander. Alongside him on the front row, Connor Lucas. Row 2, Josh Volkus and Connor White. Scott Tate and Daniel Tate and all Tate, row 3. Jake Brooker and Rob Lowe will share row 4. Brandon Truman Reddish and Ross Jackman on row 5. Mark Tate and David Brown on row 6. Simon Doughty lines up in 13th alongside Thomas Lowther, with Nigel Richardson and Adam Wood in 15th and 16th. Andrew Worley and James Dennis 17th and 18th. Row 10 goes to Steve Nichols and David Morton. Harry Burrell and Alban Dowell round out the grid, although Alban Dowell in the 183 might not be with us. Did show up there as a DNS, did not start, so we'll see whether the 183 circulates and joins on. He is on the grid, so maybe he just didn't start the last round, the last race. But Alban Dowell is with us, and all 22 carts will come round and join on the grid for the final heat of the day before we start with our Bambino final in around about 15 minutes time.
So this should be a good one, David. I'm looking forward to this. We've got Aaron Alexander on pole with Connor Lucas right alongside, and Josh Falkus right behind as well. So the top three really that we've seen most of the weekend, and Scott Tate will be in and around there as well. So with those four, this could be an incredibly interesting heat. Connor White as well, mixing it up in 4th place on the grid. Has had good pace all day. As I said, followed Josh Falkus through in qualifying and used him as a slipstream effect to get a good time, and has held that position near or nearabouts ever since.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Scott Tate there will start in 5th place inside of row number 3. Alongside him is brother Dan in the number 29, shown there in the yellow and blue cart. So it is Aaron Alexander on the inside of the front row, with Connor Lucas on the outside alongside. Final few drivers making their way up to the grid. The 26 of Harry Burrell, the 183 of Alban Dowell rolling into position.
Just might be a slight issue here with Connor Lucas, but it looks like we're ready to go. And we're away. Clean start from all there.
Rob Lowe in the 64's got a flyer.
He's had a great start every race so far, except with the exception of the last one, but he's still got a flyer off the line. It was out of the chicane where he struggled.
Yeah, great start, and saw Jake Brooker throw his arms up at the start, and I don't know whether he had a problem as Tom Lowther gets a little bit out of shape on entry to hairpin 1 and loses a place to Brandon Truman Reddish. Josh Volkus, he's lost out as well. Rob Lowe, though, from the 4th row is all the way up to 3rd. What a start for him.
Yeah, fantastic. He's had, as I say, he's had an excellent bite off the line all day, as Connor Lucas goes up the inside of Aaron Alexander, gets the move done lap 1. Not wanting to mess around now, Connor. He's going to get his head down and try and break the toe as quick as he can.
Yeah, very late move down the inside, wasn't it, into 4 for Connor Lucas that took Aaron Alexander by surprise. But Lucas leads from Alexander, Lowe, White, and then Volkus. Scott Tate and Dan Tate before the 117 of Jackman. He heads Brooker and Truman Reddish. So Rob Lowe defends to the inside already. Down the back straight, Connor White's got some work to do.
Whoa.
And Connor White catches the back corner. That unsettles Connor White, and Josh Focus goes down the inside. Focus pushes Lowe wide, very wide.
Be trouble there.
And Rob Lowe has lost 4 places with Josh Focus helping him wide at the hairpin. And
Connor White and Josh Focus could both be in trouble here because there was contact through South Bank between White and Lowe, and then Focus just pushed Lowe straight on into hairpin 4.
Yeah, and White is going to, and Lowe has dropped 4 places now, down from 3rd into 7th place.
Aaron Alexander having a great job, doing a great job here of keeping up with Connor Lucas.
Josh Focus is going to try and close that gap up, isn't he? As we see Scott Tate go to the inside of Connor White. Connor White leaves the door open, and Scott Tate goes down the inside of South Bank and up into 4th place. Daniel Tate now trying to pull the same move. Connor White remains, though, in 5th place. So as they come over the line, it's Connor Lucas, Alexander, Focus, Tate, White, Tate, Lowe, Brooker, Jackman and Truman Reddish, with David Brown in the 55 coming through. Brown, obviously we saw him earlier in the day have a trip across the grass in the first heat.
Oh, and it looks like Tate's at the inside of White here.
Great
and
move
there we go, straight through hairpin 1.
Great move by Daniel Tate, gets that move done. Connor White now drops back behind both of the Tate drivers. Around South Bank, the leaders are getting reeled in by Josh Focus.
We have had a contact
Focus
warning for Josh Focus and also one for Jake Brooker as well. That hasn't come up on screen just yet, but contact warning for Josh Focus, but nothing for Connor White. So Aaron Alexander is holding station behind Connor Lucas, keeping up. He's just a 10th back. Josh Focus now almost a full second behind, but actually it says a second on the timing, but looking at the gap down the straight, that doesn't look like a second to me. It looks like Josh Focus is going to catch up to the pair of.
Yeah, he's closing them in. We're not even at half race distance yet, and I think Josh Focus is trying to bring himself into the mix at the head of the field here in Senior Pro Kart. Jake Brooker battling it out with Ross Jackman and Brandon Truman Reddish.
It never fails to surprise me how quickly these races go by, David.
Yeah, half race distance already.
I know, it's crazy. It feels like we've only done a lap or two. Aaron Alexander managing still to keep up with Connor Lucas, and Josh Focus is right there. He took 2/10 out of them on the last lap, and he's definitely going to join this pair, and the battle will resume. Can't wait.
Connor Lucas has a look over his shoulder to make sure Aaron Alexander is still there. He is, but Josh Focus is coming into play. And certainly as they enter into hairpin 3, Focus looking quick, and Lucas now having to defend as David Brown goes to the inside of Brandon Truman Reddish. Truman Reddish closes the door, and Aaron Alexander right on the rear bumper of the number 43, gives the number board a little nudge.
I think he knows that Josh Focus is going to be coming, so that he's going to try and get this move done on Lucas quickly.
Nigel Richardson picks up a contact warning. He's down in 16th, battling with Tom Lowther and Steve Nichols. Down the back straight now, and Lucas has another look over his shoulder. Make sure that Alexander isn't trying to dive down the inside. Alexander's trying to stick the nose in there, though, isn't he? Runs on the grass a little bit, trying to squeeze the 38 down the inside. Has to stamp on the brake as Connor Lucas parks that 43. And Josh Focus with a late move down the inside. Runs Aaron Alexander wide off the curb and onto the grass. And Scott Tate's going to come through as well into 3rd place. So Josh Focus with a very aggressive move on Aaron Alexander. And that's the 2nd time he's pulled an aggressive move, Tom, in this race.
Yeah, Focus is taking no prisoners as he tries to make his way back through to the lead. Aaron Alexander, I think he's got a right to feel a little bit aggrieved there, but he did not give any quarter to Josh Focus on the exit. He tried to hang it around the outside.
Yeah, Josh Focus, a man on a mission.
Thinks, you know, if you're going to do that, you are going to get pushed wide.
Yeah, either way, Josh Focus certainly a man on a mission, and that mission is to close down Connor Lucas at the front. He's had to come through and do some work, and now Aaron Alexander's got to try and keep with Scott Tate. So Tate in third, Alexander fourth, Dan Tate behind in fifth. Connor White staying with them in sixth place. And then we've got a train of 5 karts behind them of Lowe, Brooker, Jackman, Truman, Reddish and Brown, with Dougherty trying to climb onto the back of that battle.
Scott Tate got a bit squirrely going into the first chicane there as well. His back end was out, and
this is that battle, and Rob Lowe parking that 64 in the middle as Truman, Reddish and Jackman go side by side. And Truman Reddish is going to get pushed through by David Brown, and Jackman's going to get hung out to dry on the outside of South Bank.
Good driving from Brown, put his car exactly where he needed to, and he'll have the inside here as well.
Jackman though keeps the foot in, goes right round the outside, and Jackman's going to have to, Jackman then's going to have to defend from Brown as they come through. Last lap board though for the leaders, and Josh Folkus with the fastest lap of the race closes 2 tenths to Connor Lucas at the head of the field. There's 2 kart lengths between them as they come through the chicanes. Trying to get as close as he can to make a move into the final complex of corners, and we know he's not shy of making that move. He's closed a kart length by the look of it down the back straight and around South Bank.
2 corners to go, and he's right there.
It's going to be a dive move down the inside, isn't it, if he's going to get it done? Will he do it, or will he settle for second? It looks like he's settled
himself for the final, isn't he?
For second. So Connor Lucas is going to come through. He sees the checkered flag. The checkered flag waves, and Connor Lucas wins heat 3 from Josh Folkus. Tate, Alexander, and Tate the top 5. White, Lowe, Brooker, Truman Reddish, and David Brown getting the better of Ross Jackman on the final lap to get in the top 10.
And no prisoners drive from Folkus there to climb his way back up to second.
And miraculously, all of our pro drivers, Tom, in the top 10.
10 pro drivers, all in the top 10.
Fantastic. First time we've seen that in a long time. Jack
just shows that the class system works perfectly, doesn't it?
Comes through in the end, doesn't it? And, there's Connor Lucas and Josh Folkus. And, 2 moves in that one by Josh Folkus as he headed towards the thing. And, picked up a contact warning early on, didn't he, in that one? And then another fairly industrial move on Aaron Alexander to get the position sorted.
Yeah, as I say, it was a bit of a late lunge, and there was side-to-side contact there. But the thing was that Aaron Alexander was completely unwilling to give way around the outside, and just eventually got pushed off.
Wouldn't surprise me if both of those were called to race control, just for a gentle chat.
A gentle chat, isn't it? Calm down or else kind of chat.
Please don't be naughty, boys. That does, though, bring a close to the heats. 6 more races for you today here at Teesside Karting for round 4 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Bambino's already out onto the circuit behind them. They can't wait to get going, and neither can I.
Okay, so we have our grid for the Bambino final. Starting on pole. Started on pole every heat yesterday and the final. And starting on pole every heat today. And also this final will be the O-plate of Edward Haynes. Second place is Ryan White. Third, Edward Rye. Fourth, Mo Mulvaney. Fifth will be Colby Patterson. Sixth, Ollie Carter. Seventh will be Riley Buckton Young. 8th, Austin Oman, and 9th will be Joey Allen. So as you see, Edward Haynes just taking his position for pole position on the grid. And once again, we see that lifting of the rear end and the revving of the engine.
You'll see on the screen there, Bo Mulvaney going round hairpin 1, so we're going to have to wait for him to join the grid. He is in 4th place. There's a glaring gap there between Ryan White on the front row and Ollie Carter in 6th on row 3, so we await the arrival of Mulvaney into 4th place. As he makes his way round, he's going to be allowed to shortcut his way through at the outside of hairpin 3, and he's going to slot into that grid position that is awaiting him. There he goes, rolls into position. So it's time to go racing for the first final of the day. It's Bambino time. On the front row is Edward Haynes, Ryan White alongside, and White once again slots straight into that second place. But Mulvaney from the 4th place gets the jump on Edward Rye and is up into 3rd place by the time they go round the national loop. There he is with the orange helmet. So it's Haynes from White and Mulvaney, and then Rye. Remember, Mulvaney had a difficult, Patterson, wasn't it, in the 24 who had a difficult, he's in 5th, difficult 3rd heat as he got caught up in the battle between White and Rye off the around hairpin 1, and ended up being fired off into the tyres.
We've got White head down the straight, and
Rye's got a good run, hasn't he? Round the south bank, right onto the back of Mulvaney, and Patterson's there as well. These three are going to battle. Ryan White has a look behind.
This could well run for the entire race.
Yeah, let's see whether they can spend a few laps trying to pull Ryan White into the battle as well, or whether these three will battle and allow White to break away in second. Edward Rye on the back of Mulvaney. Haynes with an opening lap of 1:05. Normally he does a 1:03, so not quite as quick off the line this time for Edward Haynes, but he still leads after 1 lap. 10 minutes now of Bambino action rather than the normal 8. 2 minutes extra in the Bambino final as Rye has to defend to the inside with Patterson in the 24, and Rye does have a look. He's going to go tight. Is that going to run him wide and allow Patterson to get the run out of the final corner? I don't think Patterson can get close enough. Can he down the inside? No, he has to drop back in behind Rye. This is all playing into the hands of Ryan White in second.
Yeah, Ryan White now manages to gap these three and pulling a second over them over the line. I think it's going to be a bit more than that this time. I think it could even be 2.5 seconds. That gap. But we monitor Edward Rye chasing down Bo Mulvaney with Colby Patterson right behind. Yeah. Rye having a look into the chicane, thinking about it.
And Riley Buckton Young only a second behind, trying to catch up, and he's being pushed as well by Austin O'Man. Joey Allen up to 8th place with Ollie Carter dropping down to 9th, so Carter in trouble again. So this battle for 3rd place. Mulvaney at the head after a great start, moved him up from 4th to 3rd off the line. Fantastic start for him. He got round Rye on the inside and currently holds track position. There's Riley Buckton Young and Austin O'Man in the background trying to get themselves in the mix. The gap last time was 1.1. Let's see whether Riley Buckton Young and Austin O'Man can close that gap onto the back as the 3 different lines of the Bambinos and 3, 4 and 5.
Yep.
Go round that corner, and Rye's gone wide, and Rye wide enough to allow Colby Patterson through into 4th place. Tries to cut back to the inside, but Colby Patterson now up into 4th with Edward Rye, and let's see whether Patterson can get past Mulvaney for that final space on the podium here. Ryan White and Edward Haynes off and away, and Ryan White's a lot quicker this time, staying with Haynes. Haynes only 1.8 down the road after 3 laps in this one.
Yeah, it's interesting that Edward Rye unfortunately seemed to have an issue through hairpin 4, because as we said, or as we pointed out, there were 3 different entries, but there were also 3 different exit lines as well. So somewhere Edward Rye unfortunately made a mistake there, and that's allowed Colby Patterson through. But in doing that, Bo Mulvaney has now made a slight break, and is probably about half a second clear of these 2.
Yeah, Riley Buckton Young not able yet to get onto the back, and the gap remains at around about a second to both him and Austin O'Man as Edward Rye does try to get back down the inside of Colby Patterson again. Can't get it done there though, and Patterson remains in 4th place. right on the back of him though, isn't he, as he comes through the chicane?
Yeah, good run here for Rye. Or you kind of almost think they need to do the Thomas Potter line sometimes, don't you? When instead of making a lunge up the inside and there being particular contact, you need to sort of wall of death around the outside and maybe carry some speed
yeah,
through.
Although he's got a good
hairpin
run down
one.
this straight, and he's going to go back to the inside. And Edward Rye moves back into 4th place at the expense of Colby Patterson. Good move for him. Obviously got some good drive out of the second hairpin and maintain the speed down the straight.
Whoa, contact as well.
Mulvaney very slow out of that corner. Great speed by Rye, but then gets balked by Mulvaney, and Colby Patterson is once again back in front of Edward Rye.
Yeah, a bit of an odd one that. I don't really know what happened to Mulvaney. He just had a really, really poor exit out of hairpin 4, completely balked Edward Rye, and the rest is history, as I say. Patterson straight back through again.
Our mechanical flag is out, and it looks like it's going to go to the 88 of Ollie Carter, and Carter going very slowly as he did earlier on in the day, in disappointment at the end for the
Patterson's going through
Carter
on Mulvaney. So maybe Mulvaney's carrying some kind of issue with corner exit, because that's another hairpin where he's going to get past. Or
he's coming back
running.
though. Great double move down the inside. These two are battling like senior pro karters, aren't they? Down the inside, chopping and changing at each corner. But once again, Mulvaney slow at corner exit, and Bo Mulvaney pulls off onto the grass and into retirement from the final here of our Bambino class. And problems for the driver of the number 1. So we've lost 2 drivers in this final, and we have 7 remaining runners. Of them, it's Haynes, White, Patterson and Rye, Buckton Young, Oman and Joey Allen.
That's a real shame for Mulvaney, isn't it?
Yeah, he was running really well, wasn't he? And came out of that final corner, not for the first time. He had the same issue on the previous lap, and you said that he seemed like he was having a lot of corner exit speed, especially when Patterson went past him. But then he dived to the inside of hairpin 4, which was a great move just prior to his retirement. He is moving and away again, and he's being summoned into the pit lane though, as Edward Rye gets a run round South Bank, dives to the inside of Colby Patterson. Patterson has to take a tighter line, and gets a little bit of opposite lock. So as these two battle it out for the final step of the podium, it could really go either way with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, as you say, this is the final step of the podium battle. So Edward Haynes is now 5.6 seconds clear of Ryan White, who's also having a rather lonely race in 2nd place. Edward Rye now taking that 3rd place from Colby Patterson, and Patterson's going to try and do everything he can to get that back and take home a trophy.
Yeah, great racing between these two drivers for that final step on the podium. Ryan White is a lot closer to Edward Haynes than he has been throughout the rest of the day. Great drive for the driver of number 4, currently in 2nd place, as we see Riley Buckton Young now promoted to 5th place with Bo Mulvaney pulling off and into retirement. Austin Oman following him, trying to get into the top 5.
We see that different style as well from Oman, where the head goes into the corner over the front wheel, over the front inside wheel, and then the steering wheel is kind of wrenched as the weight transfers, and sort of an more acute angle of steering as well through the corner.
Yeah, closing up though, isn't he, on the back of Riley Buckton Young?
Yeah, it's actually working for him at the moment.
Yeah, closing that gap for 5th place, really is closing up on Riley Buckton Young, as they'll be welcomed by the last lap board next time round. So he's got a lap and a half if he does want to move himself into the top 5, although Buckton Young with a fantastic complex of corners around the 2 hairpins to pull away. So Buckton Young very accomplished through those complex of corners. The last lap board is out for Edward Haynes. It looks like Ollie Carter's got his problems sorted. He's back out on track, circulating in the number 88. So it's Haynes, White, and at the moment Edward Rye, who's pulled out a gap on Colby Patterson for the final position on the podium.
Edward Rye, yeah, personal best on that lap.
A 1:01.3 for him. Pulls out a gap of 2 seconds to Colby Patterson.
1:01.3 is a very good time as well.
Fantastic for the driver of the 66, and that looks, if you can keep the 66 facing in the right direction, like it's going to be enough to take home a trophy in 3rd place.
Yeah, pulled nearly 2 seconds on Colby Patterson now, so it looks like that's going to be it. And here comes Edward Haynes out of the final corner, through the wiggle and over the line to take the victory. Clean sweep of the weekend for Edward Haynes.
Yeah, 8 races and 8 wins for Haynes. Fantastic for him. Ryan White will come through in 2nd place. Personal best lap for him, and he will get the trophy for 2nd place. And the final step of the podium goes to the 66 of Edward Rye, with Colby Patterson in 4th. Riley Buckton-Young is going to hold on for 5th place. Is he over the line? He does, from Austin Oman. And Joey Allen will come through in 7th place with Ollie Carter. Is he still out there? No, he went out for another lap. I saw him circulating again after his earlier problems. And Joey Allen will come through. It looks like Ollie's taken the checkered flag already. So, fantastic result for Edward Haynes. Wins once again in the Bambino class. And, really unchallenged, with the exception of one heat yesterday where he had some problems. That went the way of Bobby Pete. Barring that, Edward Haynes has been in a class of his own at this weekend in the Bambino class here at Teesside Autodrome.
So over the weighbridge, your final winner, Edward Haynes. And 2nd place, Ryan White. Just missing the weighbridge slightly there.
Yeah, can't wait to collect his trophy, can he? Just straight over the weighbridge, doesn't want to stop. There is the unfortunate Ollie Carter. Difficulties for him towards the latter part of the day. And there is Edward Rye in the number 66, taking a fantastic 3rd place for him. Everybody else goes over, and before we can even weigh all of the Bambinos out in the background for their final, it's Junior Pro Kart time. So Jack Morris lines up on the front row, unbeaten so far this weekend in pole position for the final, with Kieran Lambert alongside him in 2nd position. Bella Franklin and Gracie Mitchell on row 2, Thomas Braid and Joe Burrell on row 3, Asher Blythe and Alexander Mallard row 4, Jake Richardson and Caitlin Frame on row 5, Max Shields, Kieran Savage on row 6, row 7 is Brandon Jennings and Lennon French, Sebastian Pereira and Jacob O'Connor on row 8, and Ben Hogarth on row 9. So, Tom, what are your thoughts? Do you think anybody can beat Jack Morris in this one?
I'm not sure anybody can beat him. I hope they can put him under pressure, though. Kieran Lambert's been looking pretty good throughout the day, and of course we've got the 2 ladies as well, with Bella Franklin and Gracie Mitchell lining up right behind. So if they can get a good start, I think the key is going to be is that if anybody can pass Morris, if they can pass him, I think that, we're going to see an interesting race. If Morris gets a good start, manages to get even half a second lead, it's going to be very difficult for them to catch him.
Yeah, I think if anybody's going to, if they can all get off the line cleanly, I think they're going to have to try and hope for an opening lap pass and try and take it to Morris that way and let Morris do the work for the victory. So as the final few drivers roll their way into position.
Looking forward to this one, David.
Yeah, it's final time, and
here we go. This is where the trophies are earned, ladies and gentlemen. What it all comes down to, this race at the end of the day. We have the flag marshal ready to go, and we're away, and a good start from Morris. Mitchell pushed Franklin through, and that's actually fault Thomas Braid ever so slightly. We've got 3 carts off as well through the chicane. I'm trying to get numbers as they come through, but it is Morris from Lambert, from Franklin, Mitchell and Braid with, is that?
Oh, Burrell, and Burrell's gone off and wide,
say.
And that's problems for Joe Burrell. Has he just
like
run
it's
wide under his own
smoking as well.
steam, or is something loose on the back of that number 23? He's waving the wheel round. Got 4 drivers well down the field after an incident, and we'll see whether Joe Burrell just ran out the
we
track
got another one round. That's
Mallard's
the 99.
round.
Oh, Mallard's definitely got to get your the NRG.
He's been very unlucky, hasn't he? We've got a couple of drivers actually in the mix for that this weekend. Luckily, I've got 2, so might be able to squeeze an extra
Mallard
one out.
has been particularly unlucky today,
Had a
though.
tough one, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Today and yesterday as well, but we come through. I'm not even sure what happened to him there. Thomas Braid picks up a contact warning, but I thought he was in front of Alex Mallard, so I don't know what caused Mallard to spin. But it's Morris, Lambert and Franklin, top 3. Morris once again away at the head of the field.
He only had a 0.3 gap over the line, but it looks a little bit more than that now, and Franklin was another 0.6 back, but has closed the gap on Kieran Lambert, so we'll get them across the line this time. Indeed it has. That gap has doubled to Kieran Lambert to 6/10 of a second.
Jake Richardson makes the move on Lennon French out of hairpin 4 and ran French quite wide actually, just to make sure he could get the move done. So it's Morris, Lambert, Franklin, Mitchell and Blythe, the top 5. Braid, Shield, Frame, Richardson and French. And French in his first weekend here at Teesside, running inside the top 10 in the final. Fantastic weekend for him.
Jack Morris knows this is where the prizes go, because as you can see, even though he's clear in front and pulling away slightly, his head is still down, super focused, hyper aggressive with his driving style. Really wants to make sure that he gets this win and breaks away
pushing,
early.
Isn't he? Even though he's got a fairly comfortable gap of 8/10 at the moment, he continues to push at the head of the field. 12 laps this final. We're 1/4 of a way through as Bella Franklin, currently in 3rd, tries to catch up with Kieran Lambert, and Lambert rotates that number 14 car into hairpin 1, rotated it a little bit too much maybe and scrubbed off a little bit of speed. Gets the power down though, down the back straight, looks over his shoulder and holds on to 2nd place for the time being at the very least.
Yeah, good speed there from Kieran Lambert actually, coming down the straight, but Franklin managed to close up on the entry into hairpin 3.
Yeah, Franklin got the speed going in, Lambert's got the speed coming out, so this is going to be an intense battle for 2nd.
And our final podium place yesterday was taken by Gracie Mitchell, who's currently in 4th place. So she's going to be eyeing up Bella Franklin if she can get anywhere close.
She had a great debut in Junior Pro Kart, didn't she? Taking the final podium position by a fraction, and it really was a fraction as they crossed the line side by side. Caitlin Frame in 8th there, coming under pressure from Jake Richardson, and Alex Mallard goes to the inside of Kieran Savage on his recovery drive following his opening lap spin. Mallard goes down the inside and takes the position. Caitlin Frame though still managing to hold Jake Richardson back, runs slightly wide though on the exit of turn 3. Richardson tries to get the run out and goes incredibly wide and over the bumps on the outside of hairpin 4, and that's allowed Caitlin Frame to escape down the road by around about half a second. And she holds on to 8th place. Alex Mallard's recovery drive now sees him chasing down Jacob O'Connor in 11th. And Richardson's going to try and go right round the outside as the ever-improving Lennon French gets right onto the back. Frame's going to defend to the inside. Great driving by Caitlin down the inside, keeps Jake Richardson behind again. Will Richardson dive to the inside? Frame's going to defend superbly to the inside. Richardson's going to have to work for this if he wants to take 8th place.
Oh, it looked like he went for it there.
Yeah,
and does indeed.
Frame though has managed to get the cut back, and there she is in the 18 coming through as Morris sets a fantastic 46.5 over the line.
1.9 seconds.
That's
clear
only
now.
about 2/10 off senior pro kart time, and whilst the difference is that there's 20 kilos less on the junior pro, they are running the cadet engines rather than the seniors. Kieran Lambert looks over his shoulder, but Bella Franklin's so close he probably can't even turn his head far enough to see, as Jake Richardson picks up a contact warning for his battle with Caitlin Frame.
And you remember these two have history from Heat 2 as well, as
do.
Bella sends it up the inside. A little bit of a turn in there from Kieran Lambert, just caught the rear end of Bella on the outside, but no, didn't cause Bella to slow down at all, didn't cause Kieran to slow down at all. They go at it again.
Yeah, great driving from the both of them. Clean overtake by Bella Franklin.
Absolutely.
Kieran Lambert slots back in, and at half race distance he's now in third place.
But
now it's his turn to do the overtaking.
It's backing them slightly up into Gracie Mitchell. She's right there, and she's going to be eyeing up this podium again.
Yeah, so 3 karts battling for 2 podium places, and Lambert's gone for a late move down the inside, and there's contact between Lambert and Bella Franklin, and Gracie Mitchell is now right in the mix for this battle for second place. Kieran Lambert went down the inside, and he wasn't giving that one up, was he?
It's a repeat of exactly the same thing that happened in Heat 2.
Yeah, these two very evenly matched between Kieran Lambert and Bella Franklin, as Jack Morris out in front puts in another fastest lap, despite being comfortably 3 seconds in the lead, continues to push.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with that, with the move just then with Lambert and Franklin, is exactly the same as what happened in Heat 2, and there was no contact warning for either of them for that incident, so we're not expecting one here either. Fantastic action. Gracie Mitchell is still getting closer as well to the back of Bella.
Yeah, Kieran Lambert has the speed down the straight though, and Bella Franklin can't get in a position to make a move. Lambert once again, Franklin's got the corner entry speed. Lambert seems to have the corner exit speed a little bit more and pulls away down the straight. So it's going to be Lambert, Franklin and Mitchell as Morris comes over the line. Doesn't set a fastest lap this time, so where's his talent gone?
I mean, he's only 3.3 seconds in the lead as well. You know what?
Yeah, I was speaking to him after the third heat as Franklin right all over.
Oh, there she goes, right up the inside of Lambert.
Lambert doesn't turn in, tries to get the cut back down the back straight, gets to the inside, and this is going to be a repeat of 2 laps ago. Kieran Lambert, that one's a lot cleaner between the 2 drivers. Great move by Lambert down the inside. Franklin's going to get down the inside and side by side once again. Great move by these 2 drivers. Gracie Mitchell right with them as well. Fantastic driving by both Franklin and Lambert.
I think both Lambert and Franklin have got the pace here for P3, but I've got a funny feeling that Gracie Mitchell's going to nick this.
Coming through, 2 laps remaining. Jack Morris is 4 seconds down the road, and I've told him that if you go too far, you don't get any TV time. He's not listened and has headed off into the lead as we focus on the battle for 5th place. That's Asher Blythe in front of Thomas Braid and Max Shields. Joe Burrell in the 23 picks up a contact warning in 11. And Gracie Mitchell's in 3rd as they go round South Bank. We follow Asher Blythe with Braid and Max Shields, and I'm fairly sure Gracie Mitchell has moved up onto the final podium position.
And I can see they're just about to come across the line, and indeed Gracie Mitchell is in 3rd.
Lap.
So we've got 2 female drivers, 2nd and 3rd at the moment.
So Jack Morris leads as the last lap board is shown to our drivers. And it's Franklin, Mitchell and Lambert.
Mitchell closing right up on the back of Bella Franklin here, going into hairpin 1 and going to possibly have a look into hairpin 2. Going to get a good drive here. Kieran Lambert as well. Is he going to work with Gracie to get that 2nd spot overall, or is he just going to send it?
Mitchell parks that 11 in the middle of the circuit though, so Lambert's going to have to work for this one. She's going to defend as well into hairpin 3. Is anybody going to send one down the inside of 4? She closes the door. So Jack Morris comes through to take the checkered flag and win the Junior Pro Kart final. Bella Franklin 2nd, Gracie Mitchell in 3rd, Kieran Lambert in 4th. Fantastic battle between all of those. Blythe, Braid and Shields come over in 7th. Richardson, French and Mallard are going to go nose to tail over the line with Burrell in 11th. Great racing all the way down the field from our Junior Pro Kart drivers. And, Jack Morris with a commanding victory, but that battle for 2nd, Tom, intense throughout the entire race.
Yeah, absolutely. You can. I could see what it meant to Bella Franklin. She's pumping the air as she goes down the back straight and into South Bank corner. Morris as well, extremely happy with his efforts, and so he should be. but fantastic to see in Junior Pro Kart we have 2 female drivers on the podium. Congratulations to them. Excellent effort, guys. Well done. And fantastic from Morris as well.
Superb. I do feel for Kieran Lambert in that one. If there was ever a race that needed 4 podium places, it was that one.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fantastic race, and as we said, I thought Gracie Mitchell might get onto the bottom step of the podium, and indeed she did. Well done her.
Yeah, it was a great opening weekend in Junior Pro Kart for Gracie Mitchell. 2 podiums to introduce herself to Junior Pro Kart, having stepped up from the Cadet class, and it is the Cadet class that is out in a few moments. Great result there as well for Max Shields, 7th place for one of our newer drivers as well, and a fantastic result for the debuting Lennon French inside the top 10 in 9th place.
So just before we go out onto the cadets, we'll just read out a couple of good luck messages that we've had come in for them. So good luck, Sophie Pawsey, number 77. Remember the dab because Mum's watching. We've got Go Caitlin, looking awesome. Love from all the Howards. And had a brilliant weekend, Lizzie. Well done. That's from Lizzie, Maisie Mentier towards Lizzie Mentier. So we will go out for our cadet grid final.
So cadet action out on circuit, 27 drivers, and it's Charlie Wyatt once again at the head of the field, looking to make it 8 wins from 8 races in his final weekend in the cadets before moving up alongside him on the front row. Championship leader Catherine Potter, Lizzie Mentier and David Mack on row 2, with Ethan Girling and Jared Fox-Whiteley on row 3. Row 4 is Thomas Potter and Hudson Barker-Dix, Kia McLeod and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on row 5, with Leon Barlow and Finlay Stubbings behind. Addison Smith and Sophie Pawsey share row 7, with Reese Penniston and Tom Holden on row 8, Jack Thompson and Josh Cook on row 9. Row 10 sees Sam Robson alongside Alex Fraser, with Ethan Charles and Harris Ali behind them. William George Howard is 23rd, Lewis Goff alongside in 24th. Holly Allen and Cody Lamb share that row, with Alex Lynn rolling into 27th. Charlie Wyatt on the inside there. Catherine Potter did enough to get alongside for the final, and she's been starting really well so far in cadet. Started so fast last time that she pushed Charlie Wyatt through and into the lead, no matter how quick Lizzie Mentier started on the outside. And in 4th place there, in the number 16, is David Mack, and he's had a quiet ascension towards the front of the grid. Always there or thereabouts, but has come out of nowhere really to end up in 4th place on this grid, and will obviously feel confident that he can get onto the podium. The cadet grid is gridded up quicker than normal. Final few drivers rolling into position, and it's time to go racing for the final time in cadets today. The green flag is up, the green flag is down, and we are away and racing. And it's a good start this time for Charlie Wyatt, but David Mack gets a flyer from the second row. He's going to have to stick it out round the outside, though, if he wants to make a position. He has, and he's in 3rd place. It's Wyatt, Potter, Mack and Mentier, the top 4, with Girling in 5th. Let's see if all our cadet drivers can get through the chicane. Tom Holden makes a great move down the inside of Sophie Pawsey. The yellow flag's out as we've got a couple of drivers round. One of them's Ethan Charles in the 46. All of them back and in the right direction as Josh Cook in the 3 makes a move on Holly Allen.
Yeah, fantastic start from Mack. He's been there or thereabouts all weekend, and he's just slowly been clawing his way 1 position at a time up the grid, and now finds himself in 3rd place.
Yeah, great start from all our cadet drivers. Everybody now facing in the right direction, and the pack sees Charlie Wyatt and Catherine Potter with a couple of kart lengths from David Mack and Lizzie Mentier. Leon Barlow's up there in the top 10 in that red kart with the bright yellow helmet in front of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, as Catherine Potter challenges Charlie Wyatt for 1st place, keeping him honest round hairpin 2 and down the back straight.
It might just be slight setup changes for David Mack, you know, because he's slowly gaining and gaining more and more pace throughout the weekend.
Yeah, we saw him earlier sliding that kart, didn't we, under braking. It's Ethan Girling and Jared Fox-Whiteley battle it out over 5th place. Thomas Potter tries to make a move down the inside, carries too much speed round the corner and allows Hudson Barker-Dix back into 7th place. Leon Barlow behind them in 9th. And the mid-pack there chopping and changing, and we've said before, anywhere between 3rd to 11th, you could find yourself anywhere, couldn't you, in that pack?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been close all day. Leon Barlow as well, you can, as we said, you can spot him with that fluorescent yellow helmet and the fluorescent yellow wheels, looking very lively behind Thomas Potter.
Yeah, he has a quick look over his shoulder. Charlie Wyatt is taking the Ben Ficini line down the straight, parked that kart in the middle. So far this weekend we've had a Thomas Potter line, which is right round the outside of the corner.
Correct.
We've had a Ben Ficini line, which is straight down the middle of the straight.
Yes, and then sideways round South Bank. So yeah, Lizzie Mentier looking like she's meaning business here behind David Mack, looking like she's going to get through fairly quickly.
Yeah, all over the back of David Mack, trying to move up into 3rd place. She is going through the chicane. Will she make a move as Jared Fox-Whiteley is trying a move on Ethan Girling, as look like Leon Barlow tries to dive through, gets past Hudson Barker-Dix in the 99, so Leon Barlow moves up into 8th place, Barker-Dix 9th, Stansmore Wilson 10th, behind them Holden and McLeod, and the 54 of McLeod struggling. He even normally runs well up in the top 5, just Kian McLeod,
yeah,
although didn't run yesterday. And you mentioned earlier the potential benefits as Holden dives to the inside of Stansmore Wilson. Yeah, you were saying that if you've got a 2-day meeting, the benefits of running that first day to get the setup right.
Yeah, I mean, you'd want to run obviously the day before and get your setup right for the 2 days, but it seems that as they get more and more track time, the setup is just coming more and more to David Mack, and it's working well for him. So that is the benefit of it, and he finds himself right at the front for the final. Yeah, just a shame it couldn't work out for yesterday as well. But
yeah, great.
Yeah, Lizzie Mentier putting him under a lot of pressure, and we've seen Ethan Girling as well feeling the need to go defensive early on, even with 6-7 laps to go to defend that 5th place. So now 1.7 seconds back of Lizzie Mentier.
So Charlie Wyatt comes over. We are at half race distance, and he leads by 2.7 seconds from Catherine Potter, with David Mack and Lizzie Mentier both setting fastest laps in 3rd and 4th. Girling, Fox, Whiteley, Potter, Barlow, Barker-Dix and Holden at the top 10, with Stansmore Wilson and Kian McLeod right there in the background as well. Stansmore Wilson tries to make a move down the inside of Holden. Holden can't do it, as Mack once again has to go defensive down the back straight and round South Bank. Mentier's trying to go around the outside. That's Ethan Charles off and onto the grass, so problems for him as Lizzie Mentier goes to the inside of David Mack, doesn't run him too wide, and David Mack should have track position to come back through and into 3rd place, but Mentier now knows that she's got the pace to get the position done, just needs to get that final ingredient right to take the final step on the podium.
Yeah, it looked like Mack made a slight mistake coming out of hairpin 3. The back end stepped out and managed to catch it, but it gave Mentier that opportunity that she needed.
Yeah, so she remains right on the back of David Mack. Will Mack defend again down that back straight? I don't think he does actually. We saw in the background he does at the end and goes in. Mentier tries to go around the outside. Will she cut to the inside again? Mack, I think, is going to go defensive, as Mentier's going to have to go wide. And that defensive line is slowing Mack down, isn't it? And Mentier's going to try and get a run out of the corner. She's alongside, and she's a little bit further in front this time. Mack's alongside. Which one of them's going to do it? Is Mack going to stay in position and stick it out? David Mack runs a wide down the straight and stays in 3rd place.
Good driving from Mack. Excellent driving to hold the position. The other thing that I'm keeping an eye on as well is Catherine Potter is keeping Charlie Wyatt very honest at the front.
Yeah, Fox Whiteley's come through as well. We saw him in the background there going down the inside of Ethan Girling for 5th place. So Fox Whiteley in 5th, Girling 6th, Potter in 7th. Barlow behind there, running in a weekend high of 8th place.
Yeah, looking good in 8th as well. It's suiting the kart, suiting the position. Potter in 7th has been pretty much there with Fox Whiteley and Girling throughout the whole weekend. David Mack giving the signal of come on, let's work together and try and catch these two in front, as Catherine Potter bangs in the fastest lap of the race at 48.162 and catches right up onto the back of Charlie Wyatt. She's there now. It's the same as the Mack Mentier fight. We've just got two pairs going at it for the podium places.
Yeah, lap and a half, and they might catch the back of the pack. These 2 extra laps might give them enough to catch a couple of back markers and see how that one pans out. It's Wyatt, Potter and Mack, and Lizzie Mentier once again all over the back of David Mack. Mack's going to go defensive into hairpin 3. Mentier's going to try the line again. Is she going to try and get the cutback? Dives to the inside this time. Decides not to run us round the outside, but David Mack gets so much drive out of that corner and is back into 3rd place. That could go either way, but at the moment it's Mack sat at the front of the pack.
Fantastic action for the podium places. It really is. I mean, there's action up and down this field, but this is the one that we're focusing on. David Mack doing a brilliant drive. Fantastic defensive drive. He's just trying to hold on to that bottom step of the podium, and it really is great to see how hard he's working.
So out onto the back straight for the final time. Charlie Wyatt holding off Catherine Potter at the front, with David Mack holding off Lizzie Mentier for 3rd place. Fox Whiteley up to 5th. That's Girling then.
Oh, Mentier with a good run through hairpin 3. Is she going to have a look up the inside again in hairpin 4? Here we go with Charlie Wyatt across the line. It is going to be David Mack that's going to take 3rd place, but Charlie Wyatt from Catherine Potter, David Mack just holding on across the line from Lizzie Mentier, and then Fox Whiteley, Girling, Potter, Barlow, Holden and Barker Dix round out your top 10. With Stansmore, Wilson, McLeod, Finlay Stubbins, Sophie Pawsey, Reese Peniston, Addison Smith, Jack Thompson, Sam Robson, Harris Ali and Josh Cook are your top 20.
Yeah, great race there actually. The 37 of Thompson running a 160 rather than a 200. Somebody messaged us about that earlier, so fantastic result for Jack. Running in the 37 in 17th, beating a number of 200 drivers. Great race and result for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
There though is your winner, and he's been supreme all weekend. The number 23 of Charlie Wyatt.
We give a round of applause out of the commentary box to our podium places. Congratulations to them.
So David Mack earned that, didn't he, for 3rd place?
Absolutely.
Really did.
Fantastic drive, and as I say, he's just worked his way up all weekend. I think yesterday was in and around the sort of 8th, 9th, 10th.
Yeah, he was in there, wasn't he?
In that sort of second group battle, and has slowly worked his way up through the weekend and fully deserving that podium with that drive.
Got onto the podium when it mattered there for the 16 of David Mack. Lizzie Mentier with a commendable drive to 4th place. Tried numerous times to get alongside and past David Mack, but on this occasion it went the way of David Mack. So Charlie Wyatt on the top step from Catherine Potter, and then David Mack taking the final position on the podium. 3 more races to come. 2 two-stroke classes, junior Rotax mixed with Minimax, and senior Rotax before senior Pro Kart. So 3 more races. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments with junior Rotax.
So just while we wait for junior Rotax to make an appearance, we've had Leanne Howard, Leanne Howard has been on and saying, good luck, Will Howard. I'm so proud of you. Wish we could be there. Personal best today. Love you, Mum and Alana. And then we have Louis Lynch as well, who says, well done, watching from Redcar, which is only up the road. It's a shame they can't be here in person, unfortunately, with the current restrictions.
Yeah, limitations on the number of people that our drivers can bring with them. But those that are here are really enjoying themselves, and if you're not, I really do hope you're enjoying watching us on the live stream at home. It's junior Rotax time, and Jude Cole and Alfie Lindsay will share the front row with Ben Ficini and Oliver Buckton, resuming their weekend-long battle on row 2 with Rocco Baker and Bailey Thompson in 6th.
So what do you reckon then? What do you reckon, Button or Ficini?
Well, if Ficini drives like he has done for the rest of the day, Oliver Buckton's going to have to work very hard to find a way through. And I just wonder if he's going to try and mix it up a little bit.
No parc ferme conditions either, so Ficini able to make adjustments to what we thought was a particularly loose and oversteering kart. So we'll wait to see how that one's handling as well. We are also hearing there are slight spots of rain around the circuit. There's certainly a grey cloud, very dark grey cloud has appeared over the top of the track, and possibly some spots of rain. We will monitor it.
So, things to consider for our drivers. Jude Cole's come through to take his pole position. He came out of the dummy grid a little bit late, but has been allowed to rejoin at the front. So him and Lindsay, they've got some pace coming through. They're faster than normal as they approach the green flag. And they are away and racing. Jude Cole has track position on the inside, but Oliver Buckton pushes his way all the way through, and Alfie Lindsay's had a terrible start. Ben Ficini's through into second place, and Alfie Lindsay from the outside of the front row is down to third.
Yeah, not the best of start from Buckton either. He's dropped down into fourth place, and what he wanted to see was a kart between him and Ficini. But well done to Ben Ficini getting himself up there into second.
Yeah, good start from the inside of the second row, and I think Buckton might have pushed Lindsay slightly wide at the start, but Lindsay with some pace right on the back of Ficini, and let's see if Lindsay can get past Ficini in a way that Oliver Buckton couldn't in heats 2 and 3.
It was a quick roll-up lap, and we've also just seen Alfie Lindsay come across the line and wipe his visor. So are we getting spots of rain on the circuit? And don't forget that these drivers are in our second quickest category of the day, and they're currently running on slick tyres. So if this does start to rain, it's going to get pretty hairy pretty quickly. Yeah, this is for the trophies.
Up and 12 laps rather than 10 as well, so extra circuit time for our drivers. And Ben Ficini in second. Jude Cole's not been able to pull away yet, has he?
No, he hasn't. It looks like Ficini's got a bit of a better handling kart as well in this in the final.
Yeah, maybe they put a brick or two on the back end to hold that down. Change the lead.
The opposite of a Porsche 911.
Oh, of course. So Alfie Lindsay struggling to get past Ben Ficini.
It's giving Cole a bit of a gap as well. Half a second over the line, but I think it's slightly more than that, maybe 3/4 of a second now.
Ficini could be one of the hardest drivers to overtake here at Teesside. He's certainly proved it. I don't think anybody's got past him.
We certainly haven't seen anybody get past him yet, but Alfie Lindsay lining up to make a move. But again, you see that defensive line from Ficini, middle of the circuit, trying to push through there is Alfie Lindsay.
Yeah, Ficini's going to hold the line, isn't he? And Alfie Lindsay's going to have to try and cut back to the inside as Jude Cole sets the fastest lap.
It's the same. Alfie Lindsay has got the same problem that Oliver Buckton had. They've got a little bit more speed than Ficini. They just can't seem to find a way through. Again, defensive into hairpin 1. Yeah, and again into hairpin 2 from Ficini, and then he just gets drive and away he goes down the straight.
Yeah, Ficini there in the 4, moves to the inside, puts his hand over the radiator. The 14-year-old from Hartlepool currently on for a second place if he can hold Alfie Lindsay behind, and this is allowing Jude Cole to move away slightly, but not quite as much as I'd have expected with these battling behind him. I thought Cole would be off and down the road. He's less than a second at the moment.
Alfie Lindsay all over the back of Ficini here. Every which way he's looking, inside, outside. Ficini is just becoming so difficult to overtake. Fantastic driving, and you can see again that Lindsay nibbling away at the rear bumper of Ben Ficini, but just can't find a way through.
Yeah, fantastic for Ficini. We spoke earlier in the day how he suffered quite a lot with inconsistency last year, and he's got that this time. Once again, holds track position, and Alfie Lindsay and Oliver Buckton are going to maybe have to work together down the straight to at the very least allow one of them through. Ficini's left the door open, closes it firmly on Lindsay, and Lindsay struggling to get through.
I think Buckton and Lindsay here are going to have to form some kind of a pack together and gang up on Ficini here, because there's no other way they're going to get through, I don't think. Yeah. 7 laps to go. Jude Cole bangs in the fastest lap of the race, again a 43.388, extending the gap to Ficini to 1.8 seconds, while Ficini is using these defensive lines
Yeah, for me, Ficini as well, not even looking behind him down the straight. He knows where he wants to put his kart, and he's not bothered about anybody else. Just puts that kart in the position. Alfie Lindsay swarms all over the back, goes left, goes right.
Weaving down the straight, trying to find a gap and a way through. Ficini, it's like he's got a kart that's three kart widths wide.
Yeah, that rear bumper must look massive for Alfie Lindsay. He tries to get alongside again. Ben Ficini's got track position. Oh, contact between the two of them there.
Oh, there we go, yeah. Wheel-to-wheel contact, smoke pouring off the front of Lindsay and the back of Ficini as they came together.
That's going to ruin a sticker kit on the front of Alfie Lindsay. You can see there on the right side the black, unmistakable mark of rubber as he came into contact with the back of Ben Ficini.
Slight adjustment on the radiator there for Lindsay. Just having a look down at that water temperature, you'd imagine, on the they've got on the steering wheel readout.
Buckton's going to try and throw one down the inside of Lindsay. If Lindsay keeps battling, he's likely to leave the door open at some point, isn't he? And I wonder if Buckton can try and use that speed to come through. Last year's Cadet champion makes the move into two-stroke rather than going into Junior Pro Kart and finds himself in 4th place and just off the podium at the moment.
Yeah, you can imagine Buckton is actually just going to get a little bit frustrated here and just send one up the inside of Lindsay, like you say. Ficini's still doing that defensive line into hairpin 2, and then he holds it tight on the exit for some reason.
Yeah, I think he's just a little arm up there as Alfie Lindsay nudges into the back of Ben Ficini.
So Ficini still with these defensive lines. I mean, you've got to say, although Duke Cole is now 2.9 seconds clear.
It's not really slowing them up, is it?
Well, Ficini he's not fighting for the win, really, is he here? He's not going after them. All he wants is that 2nd place, and he knows he's got a good position here. He's going to go home with a big trophy if he can get 2nd. But
yeah, he's fantastic so far with 4 laps remaining.
So rather than battle or leave himself open to be overtaken, but potentially chase down Duke Cole, he's just, marking his territory, if you like.
Very much
putting his
so,
flag in the ground and saying, this is exactly where I want to be. I want to take 2nd, and everybody else I'm just going to hold behind me.
Still maintaining a superb pace, though, for a driver that is effectively defending on almost every corner.
Yeah, you can see the overspeed that Alfie Lindsay gets coming out of certain corners, certainly out of hairpin 4, because of the lines that Ficini's taking, but it's just not allowing them a way through. And not only has Buckton not found a way through all day, but now Alfie Lindsay's finding it incredibly difficult.
Yeah, and Alfie Lindsay, a perennial front runner here in the junior class, finding it difficult to get past Ben Ficini as he goes down the back straight. Hadast has a look over his shoulder as well. Oliver Buckton getting closer to the back of that number 28, and we saw Alfie Lindsay slow, didn't we, towards the back end of the last heat, and this was around about the time with 2 additional laps. So this would normally be the checkered flag of a heat, but 2 extra laps in the final, and 2 laps for Ben Ficini to try and hold on to 2nd place, with Jude Cole off and down the road in the lead. 4.2 seconds now, the gap to this battle for 2nd place, with Ficini, Lindsay and Buckton and Rocco Baker still in the mix just behind there. You catch him in the number 14. Lindsay's got a good run now out the corner. He's alongside Ficini, but Ficini gets the speed right at the end of the straight, doesn't he, and manages to go into the corners. Buckton has a look on Lindsay, although it is only a speculative browse.
But this is what I was trying to say about the Junior Pro Karts. So we saw Morris disappearing at the front, but as I said, if you can get past and get through, it can be extremely difficult to overtake with somebody doing the defensive driving in the style of Ben Ficini here. So unfortunately in Junior Pro, or unfortunately for the rest of the field, nobody could pass Morris and disrupt his rhythm, so to speak. But as you can see, if somebody does to somebody like Alfie Lindsay, so Ben Ficini doing a fantastic job. Alfie Lindsay is probably 2 to 3 tenths of a second quicker per lap, but just not able to get through. And here we go, checkered flag.
Our leader comes out of the final few corners, crosses the line, takes the checkered flag. Ben Ficini and Alfie Lindsay side by side over the start line. Ficini holds on for 2nd with Lindsay in 3rd, Buckton 4th, Baker in 5th, Thompson in 6th. And for me, even though Jude Cole won quite easily out the front, Ben Ficini for me has been one of the standout stars of this weekend in the junior rotax class. In fact, in the whole field here at Teesside. Fantastic driving for the number 4 of Ben Ficini. Fantastic for him, holding off both Oliver Buckton in 2 heats and Alfie Lindsay in the final to take a superb second place. But we can't take anything away from Jude Cole in the 77. Drove off into the distance and was still putting in fastest laps towards the end of that race. Great race for him. And a superb win for Jude Cole in the 77.
Yeah, fantastic result for Jude Cole, but as you said, I agree 100% with you. I think the drive there, certainly in the final, definitely goes to Ben Ficini. It might as well have had a brick wall behind him. There was no way that either Alfie Lindsay or Oliver Buckton were coming through there.
Yeah, and somebody should check his number board for a wide load sign, because nobody could find their way through, could they? It was fantastic for Ben Ficini, and Alfie Lindsay, you'd have put money on him trying to get in past when he dropped behind at the start. Fantastic race though in junior in junior rotax between those 3 drivers.
So we're welcoming onto the circuit our senior rotax for the final time. Pole position will be Andrew Collinson, followed by Max Prentice, Daniel Kell, Cales Cole, Andrew Powell and Max Martin on the 3rd row of the grid. 7th will be Zach Bowker. 8th, Paul Swan, recovering throughout the last couple of heats after some problems earlier on. Then we've got 9th, Tom Reeve, Lee Bell, Ashley Savage and Josh Redhead in 12th. 13th is Jake Simpson, Chris Gibbon is in 14th, 15th Philip Sadigi, and 16th will be Stephen Kell. All 3 in 14th, 15th and 16th have suffering earlier problems.
So it seems to be quite a slow rolling lap this time, with Collinson holding the field back. What do you think, he's going to go early, or do you think he's going to
I think he's going to go early. I think he's going to bolt, he's going to do a Morris. Get his head down, make the break early, and I hope I'm wrong. And here we go, and it is indeed a good start from Collinson, and Prentice has to slot back in 3rd place behind Kell. We've got Cales Cole in 4th as we come through the S's for the first time.
Yeah, Daniel Kell from the 2nd row, using that 3rd place on the rolling start to go down the inside of Max Prentice and through into 2nd place. So it's Collinson, Kell, Prentice and Cole, the top 4, and they've broken away from Powell and Martin in 5th and 6th, as Prentice doesn't want to spend too much time behind Kell. I think that might open the door for Cole as she goes down the inside. Door though closed in the end as they come over start finish for the first of 12 laps, with Collinson, Kell, Prentice, Cole, Powell, Martin, Bowker, Swan, Reeve and Savage the top 10.
Yeah, just to clear something up on the live timing, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, we've got a slightly different colour for Max Martin. That's because he's got a X30 kart, not a Rotax. As Prentice goes up the inside for 2nd place on Kell. Good move there. Coming out of hairpin 2, got good drive and straight up the inside into South Back corner. Yeah. Cales Cole, as usual at the start of the race, is making a menace of herself and getting involved, and hoping to get in there as well and take a podium place.
Yeah, let's see whether Prentice gets involved in a battle for 2nd, or whether he can break free and chase down Andrew Collinson. He throws that 33 slightly sideways into that corner.
Andrew Powell has found some pace as well. He's right there in 5th, just behind Cales Cole.
Yeah, he seems to have got a little bit extra, doesn't he, throughout the day. He's been in and around 5th place the whole day. He's still there on the back of Cales Cole, 2 laps in, as Prentice half a second behind Collinson, with Kell, Cole and Powell. They've all broken free now from Max Martin in 6th place. The gap to the leader remains at half a second though, as Daniel Kell sets a personal best right on the back of Max Prentice.
So as we thought, Collinson trying to make the break early, pulled half a second on Prentice now, who is still in 2nd place and has moved ever so slightly clear of Daniel Kell. Tails Cole in 4th, and Andrew Powell still there in 5th, ready to make a move if any of these start slowing each other up with overtakes.
So they'll come over the line to put another lap on the board. It's Collinson, Prentice, Kell and Cole, the top 4 with Powell behind, and they have all broken away from Max Martin in 6th place.
Yeah, slightly an orthodox line there from Prentice, but it's actually Cole who's closing in on the back of Kell there. Coming out of hairpin 2 and getting a good drive down the straight into South Bank and through hairpin 3. The left-hander of hairpin 4 follows, and then out onto the final section of the lap of the left and right no-name corners. 42.2 for Max Martin, that's a personal best lap of the race. Max running the X30 engine, as we were saying before, and we've also got Chris Gibbon and Stephen Kell running the green numbers on the timing column on the left-hand side, indicating they are in the 177 class.
Yeah, so the extra weight there, the additional 15 kilos, everybody else with the red background in rotax 162.
That's Max Martin we're actually looking at on screen in the 126 kart, and actually you can see the difference between the 2 karts because the radiator is on the other side, as well as having a completely different engine, but that's how you can immediately tell whether it's an X30 or a rotax, is because the radiator is on the other side on the X30.
So half race distance, and Collinson still leads out in front by half a second, although on track it looks like Max Prentice is a little bit closer than that. Prentice set a fastest lap, personal best last time round, with Kell setting the fastest lap of the race. And Max Prentice closes in as Zach Bowker does the same to Max Martin in the 1-2-6. And, at the front of the pack, Andrew Collinson now has got some work to do. Max Prentice has the bit between his teeth. That gap is not half a second anymore. They'll come over the line. It's less than 2/10, and Max Prentice is all over the back of the O-plate of Andrew Collinson. 5 laps remaining, and Max Prentice wants the win.
Yeah, fantastic speed through there for the on the last lap from Max Prentice. Really close that gap. It says 0.146, but it's definitely a lot less than that now.
Yeah, Prentice, the fastest driver on track at the moment. Collinson now he's got to think about this. He's going to have to defend a lot more than what he has, and you can see he does there. He puts the car in the middle of the corner to make Prentice do the work. Prentice right on the back of Collinson.
Question, David, for you. Do you think Prentice has saved his tyres better throughout the day?
Well, possibly so, although you would expect that Collinson would have better tyres in the end, wouldn't you, as he hasn't had to battle quite as much as Prentice, although maybe Collinson's used them tyres to try and eke out the lead in all 3 heats, and now maybe the rubber is coming to Prentice. Still only a couple of karts distance between the 2 of them, and Prentice at the moment not showing his hand and trying to dive through. He's right on the back, gets the run always, doesn't he, out of hairpin 4.
Yes, indeed, a flyer out of there, and then a good line through the chicane as well. The sun, I'm pleased to report, has come back out at Teesside here, so we're bathed in glorious sunshine, and the grey clouds seem to have moved on, so it looks like we might get a dry day for the rest of the day.
Yeah, no, with only 15 minutes or so of racing, hopefully the rain stays away. Certainly we've got 2.5 laps of senior rotax action, and it's Max Prentice battling with Andrew Collinson for the top step of the podium. Tails Cole and Daniel Kell battling for the final step, and Kell's pulled out a little bit of a gap in 3rd place. He's watching Max Prentice attack Andrew Collinson. He's getting closer. with every lap, but he's only got 2 remaining if he wants to make a move on the O-plate of Collinson.
Yeah, Prentice still there, not been close enough yet to even get a whiff of a lunge just yet, but Collinson feeling the need to go defensive down the straight already. A lap and a half to go, as you say, and we're coming into hairpin 3 with Prentice closing back up on Collinson.
Yeah, good run out of that corner by Prentice, but not enough to get alongside. So Collinson, the O-plate winner, against the 2019 Junior Rotax champion Max Prentice.
Collinson being a bit of a wily fox there, slowing up in the chicane, not giving Prentice the chance to get a good run out of there and through the national loop.
Yeah, couple of corners remaining down the back straight for the final time. Half a lap for Max Prentice to try and take the winner's trophy from Andrew Collinson. Collinson goes to the middle of the corner. Prentice gets a good line and run, but Collinson parks that O-plate in the middle of the circuit, out of the final corner. The power is down. The checkered flag waits, and it waits for Andrew Collinson to win Senior Rotax final from Max Prentice and Daniel Kell in third. Kales Cole and Andrew Powell round out the top 5, with Martin, Bowker, Swan, Reeve and Savage the top 10. It looks like Chris Gibbon will come through in the 26 to win the 177 class. Here he is coming up to the line. The checkered flag waves for Chris Gibbon to take the victory in 177. Daniel Kell and Kales Cole fist pump down the back straight.
Collinson and Prentice were doing the same just as they came through the national loop and through the S's.
Great driving by all of our senior Rotax, and once again it's Andrew Collinson on the top step.
Yeah, enjoyed that one. Prentice certainly made a good race of it.
Yeah, pushed on and got as close as he could to Andrew Collinson, but couldn't get close enough to make an overtake.
So as our Rotax drivers, senior Rotax drivers, head over the weighbridge, we have our senior pro karts out next. So the blue ribbon event of the weekend will be coming up now, which is the Senior Pro Kart Final.
So the unmistakable roar of Honda Extreme engines leaves the dummy grid, and it will be Aaron Alexander on pole position, and alongside him the 31 of Scott Tate. Connor Lucas will be in third alongside him. The 52 of Connor White. Row 3 will be Dan Tate and Josh Folkus, Rob Lowe and Brandon Truman Reddish on the row behind, with Jake Rucker and Ross Jackman alongside each other. The Mark Tate behind them, so as they'll roll forward into position, confirm where everybody will be for the Senior Pro Kart Final. It certainly will be Aaron Alexander on pole position. He'll be on the inside of the front row. So Alexander rolls into position. Alongside him, the 31 of Scott Tate. Connor Lucas and Connor White on row 2. Daniel Tate and Josh Folkus, row 3. Rob Lowe and Brandon Truman Reddish on row 4, with Jake Brooker and Ross Jackman on row 5. Going to have Mark Tate and Thomas Lowther coming through onto row 6, with James Dennis and Simon Doughty, row 7. David Brown will line up on the inside of Nigel Richardson, with Steve Nichols and Adam Wood behind. Then we're going to have the 26, that's Harry Burrell. He lines up along on the inside of the 79 of Andrew Worley. In the final row of Martin and Dowell, or Morton and Dowell, sorry, roll into position for the final race of the day. Everybody
keep our eyes peeled on Rob Lowe as well. The fast starting Rob Lowe has been excellent so far throughout the day.
So everybody in position. The green flag is there, a crescendo of noise as the green flag drops, and we are away and racing
and Lowe
in Senior
again
Pro
with
Kart.
a fantastic start, taking 2 places straight away.
Yeah, a lot of curve as well, but he's managed to keep the kart facing in the right direction, and he's up into 5th place from the 4th row.
Making contact with Connor White coming out of the first chicane.
Yeah, so at the head of the pack, it's still Aaron Alexander after the first complex of corners. Wait for everybody to get round hairpin number 2, and everybody remains facing in the right direction.
Connor Lucas taking 2nd through hairpin 2.
Yeah, great move for him, and now he sets off after Aaron Alexander at the head of the pack. And Alexander yesterday ended the day in 4th place, having tried to go for 2nd as Jake Brooker goes to the inside. Looks like Scott Tate or Dan Tate made a similar move as everybody else gets a gaggle of karts coming out of hairpin 4. Wouldn't like to call the positions on that one until they sort themselves out.
Wow, that was 3, 4, 5 wide at one point.
But as they all make their way round and over the line at the end of the first lap, it's Alexander, Lucas, Tate, White and Fulkus. And Fulkus, not for the first time today, picks himself up a contact warning. It's David Brown making a move on Mark Tate. That's for 12th place down the back straight. Adam Wood as well, one of your teammates in the past in the modernised BPEC team, goes to the inside of Harry Burrell in the 26. See if Wood can get that position done.
He can indeed, well done.
Burrell out to dry on the outside and moves up a place. In front of him, Nigel Richardson in 17.
He's another Yorkshireman, you know, Adam Wood.
Oh, I like a Yorkshireman.
A West Yorkshireman, no less.
Living there myself.
So, so we've got Aaron Alexander, .252 in front of Connor Lucas from Scott Tate, Connor White, Josh Falkus, Rob Lowe, Brandon Truman Reddish, Jake Brooker, Thomas Lauder and Ross Jackman rounding out the top 10. Connor Lucas hunting down Aaron Alexander, and also we're looking on screen at Connor White right up behind Josh Falkus. Josh Falkus looks like he's just got through on Connor White for 4th place on the road, and we've got a spin there.
Simon Dougherty in the 757.
So he was in 11th place. We'll find out where he is when he crosses the line.
He's currently behind Adam Wood, so I think he's going to come through in around 17th or 18th place. There he is in 18th. So a mixed day for Simon Dougherty. Fantastic qualifying. Not quite.
Oh, Connor Lucas!
Alexander's off on the outside. Hands got back on the wheel, and the leader.
Was there contact with Connor Lucas?
Disposed of the lead by Connor Lucas, and we'll have to find out whether there was contact there between those two drivers. The arms went up from Aaron Alexander. It was a very unfortunate place to spin.
I've never seen anybody spin
there
to the left.
without help. That's for sure.
Let's have a look. So there is. Yeah, there's.
Oh, without doubt, there's contact there from Connor Lucas, and he sent the race leader at the time, Aaron Alexander, off and onto the grass. Alexander is back and running. He's in front of Nigel Richardson, but he's down in 14th place.
That's a real shame for Aaron Alexander, who finished 4th yesterday.
Yeah, tough break for the youngster. Out at the front though, now Connor Lucas from Scott Tate and Josh Fulkus, the top 3. Connor White in the background there at the moment, not able to keep with the trio at the front.
Fulkus now right on the back of Scott Tate. He's moving on and has caught up a 0.7 of a second on the last lap, actually, probably due to the Lucas Alexander incident. But he's right there now and battling away with Scott Tate. It looks like he might even make a move into hairpin 1 here. We look at the 117 of Ross Jackman fighting out with Thomas Lauder, and then right behind them is David Brown. This is all over 9th place on the road.
Yeah, Lowther's come
Oh,
out
and
of nowhere,
Falkus
really.
did in fact get through. Through hairpin 1 and 2, Falkus got through, and that's demoted Scott Tate down to 3rd. So we have the Lucas Falkus show once again.
Yeah, these 3 drivers were on the podium yesterday, and they will once again battle it out with 6 laps remaining as they come over the line. Half race distance in the senior pro kart final. It's Lucas, Falkus and Tate, the top 3. White behind them, a second behind, trying to keep up. Low, Truman, Reddish and Brooker in the top 7. Jackman picks up a contact warning in his battles with Tate and Lowther. Brown in the mix there as well. James Dennis and Steve Nichols not far behind. There we are on screen with Aaron Alexander on the back as well. He's still down in 14th, not being able to catch and overtake those in front of him after his spin earlier on in the race. He's trying to find the way past Steve Nichols. Steve Nichols in the 58, the wily fox holding back Alexander, but it looks like Alexander went down the inside. Nichols, once again though, great driving from him to hold back Aaron Alexander as Lowther and Dennis go side by side over start finish.
That's experience from Nichols, isn't it? Just managing to put his kart exactly where he needed to not let Alexander through, despite Alexander being up the inside.
Yeah, great driving as always by Steve Nichols, a race winner here last season. And a fantastic result in the wet conditions.
Yeah, we've got Falkus now. We're looking at the battle for the overall lead, and we've got Falkus right on the back of Lucas. He brought Scott Tate with him as well, so Scott Tate could again find this opportunistic move and maybe take one of the higher steps on the podium, currently in 3rd. It could be in 2nd or could be in 1st if these 2 come together again.
Fastest lap of the race is for Josh Falkus as he continues his pursuit with 4 remaining on Connor Lucas. And these 2 very, very evenly matched. 2 evenly matched at times this weekend.
Yeah, been side by side and rubbing wheels all weekend. Falkus giving him the signal not to defend and let's go, work together, and we'll sort it out on the final lap. I think that was a signal for.
Yeah, I don't think Connor Lucas is going to buy into that one. Oh, we've got a technical flag. Looks like somebody might be receiving that. So it looks like somebody might be missing some machinery at some point. We'll keep an eye out for who that might be as they come through. But with 3 remaining, it's still Connor Lucas from Josh Falkus. Aaron Alexander has managed to get past Steve Nicholl as Simon Dougherty and Tom Lowther argue over tarmac. Simon Dougherty wins the battle.
It's the 77.
That's Adam Wood. He's missing a side pod.
Yes, he has. He's suddenly shed some weight around the circuit.
Yeah,
and, might be a bit drafty down the side now.
It's like he's racing pre-95.
Yes, indeed. So at the front of the race, we've got Lucas going defensive into hairpin 3, and then feeling the need again to take an extremely tight entry into hairpin 4, and that's brought Scott Tate right up to the back of Josh Falkus.
Yeah, Scott Tate. Oh, there's nothing between them. Look at that over the line. 2 laps remaining. In the background there, we see Adam Wood. We'll expect to see him peel off into the pit lane for a premature end to his race, missing a side pod. He does indeed bring that Haas kart into the pits. Pieces missing from that machine.
Falkus white lining it down the straight again to take that defensive line. Falkus had to think about going right round the outside, but that's opened the door for Scott Tate.
On the grass, wasn't he, Scott Tate? He's going to try and dive down the inside. Josh Falkus is going to try and hold firm, but will Tate get the run out of the final corner? He's going to try and get alongside. Josh Falkus has to fall in line.
Ever the opportunist, Scott Tate. Now Falkus knows that he's there and he's right with them. He's going to have to seriously think about where he's going to position himself. Yeah, he wants to go for the win, but at the same time, he doesn't want to lose a position to Tate.
No, that's what Alexander did yesterday, wasn't he? He was in 3rd, went to try and get 2nd. Falkus is going to try and cut to the inside. Connor Lucas trying to make that 43 as wide as he possibly can as he goes down the back straight.
Both of them have got heads on swivels as they're just desperately trying to find out where each other is. Here comes Tate up the inside.
It's like watching 2 barn owls as they turn their heads round to see each other. Round the final corner though, it's Connor Lucas, and it's going to be Connor Lucas in the 43. The checkered flag flies, and it flies for Connor Lucas to win the Senior Pro Kart final from Josh Volkers and Scott Tate. Connor White in 4th with Rob Lowe, Brandon Truman Reddish and Jake Brooker in 7th. Mark Tate, Ross Jackman and David Brown the top 10. So Mark Tate wins the 40s battle. Ross Jackman takes the clubman honour with Aaron Alexander battling back into 11th place, having dropped down to 14. Connor Lucas having a quick look down at his kart. Great battles for them 3 down the field though. And
looks like Josh Falkus and Tate enjoyed that.
Yeah, look, Connor White enjoyed it as well, watching that from 4th place. Fantastic battle in front.
So Emily Hyam has said, come on Connor, number 43. Obviously celebrating with Connor. Oh, and Josh Falkus, unfortunately we missed that on camera. Josh Falkus has just left a massive number 11 coming into the pits as he locked up the rears.
Yeah, them tyres aren't going to be good for another weekend
No,
after that, are they?
They're going to be like 50p pieces now. That was brilliant to see.
So a great effort there and entertainment once again from our senior pro karters, with the spoils going the way of Connor Lucas. That does unfortunately bring an end to proceedings here at Teesside for round 4. Look forward to welcoming you back though in a few weeks' time for the British 24-hour race on the 8th of August from 11 o'clock. There'll be myself, Tom Butterworth, Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell bringing you all the action for all 24 hours of that race weekend, and we'll be back for our next sprint round as well on Sunday the 23rd of August. Thank you as always to NRG Cycles for bringing us the live stream, the marshals, everybody else out on circuit, and especially as well to Chris and James on the cameras, Luke and Darren providing the production as well. Darren's been pulling double duty at times as well, so thank you very much to everybody. From myself, David Sullivan. Tom, great day racing.
Loved it.
Sure you're itching to get back in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, I can't wait, to be honest. I love it here. It's home from home, really, when it comes to karting. And yeah, fantastic weekends racing. I really enjoyed the double header. It's taken a lot out of us, hasn't it? It's been a lot to keep up with.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. We haven't had time to breathe for most of the weekend. I echo your sentiments about it being home from home. You were saying yesterday it took you on one occasion an hour and 45 minutes to walk through the paddock because everybody wanted to stop and have a chat. And that's one of the wonderful things here at Teesside is everybody is so friendly and wants to interact and tell you about their race day.
Yep, it's been fantastic, and we, as you said, we're really looking forward to coming back for the 24-hour in 2 weeks' time. We hope you'll join us. The stream will be live for the full 24 hours, live and uninterrupted. And we will be, as you said, running with Howard and Andrew on commentary duty. I will be also doing driving duty. I'm very much looking forward to that as well.
So thank you very much for joining us here at Teesside Karting on Alpha Live and the Facebook page. Thank you, like I say, as always, to our kind sponsors, NRG Cycles. And we look forward to welcoming you back in 2 weeks' time for the British 24 Hours. From Tom Butterworth alongside me, myself, David Sullivan, thank you very much, and we'll see you soon.